Yes. Good midday to you too, sir. Yes, happy Friday, everybody. It's been a long week. I'm exhausted. I believe the last time I saw all of you, or was on the air, was during the 24-hour live stream. Exactly a week ago. And unfortunately, there won't be a show on Monday because I have something I have to do on Monday. But I should be good for Wednesday and Friday midday shows next week. We'll see. Mink oil? Yeah. Somebody else said mink oil yesterday. I guess I could probably just order some of that off of Amazon, right? I'll do that today. Yeah, because I'd hate for that thing to break. But, yeah, Walmart. Yeah, I'd rather just order it. I'd rather not go to Walmart if I don't have to, you know what I mean? I only go to Walmart if I absolutely have to. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah, so finally got my dad's house completely cleaned out, emptied. Well, except there's some stuff in the garage that I still have to go pick up, but I need to rent a U-Haul or something to get it out of there. But so that's been occupying a lot of my time over the past few weeks. So I got to go out there Monday morning to meet some contractors. They're going to do some repair work inside the house before we can put it on the market to sell it. So that's where I'll be Monday. Yeah, so yesterday when I was coming, so my dad lives like 45 minutes away from me in a town called Mount Pleasant. Anyway, I left his house at like, 3:30 in the afternoon because I was trying to beat rush hour traffic to get home. Coming from the east, from Mount Pleasant, Charleston area towards where I live in the afternoon is an absolute nightmare here. The traffic is maybe even worse than Atlanta. It's that bad. In fact, my brother had said it was. My brother drives to Atlanta almost every day for work, and he said it is worse than Atlanta here. But anyway, so I get on this road, this highway that takes me to the interstate, and I start seeing all these cops. I see like literally 20 cops. Like every 500 feet or so, there's a cop sitting on the side of the road with his lights on. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I didn't think anything of it. I'm like, maybe they're looking for somebody. I don't know what was going on. You know what I mean? So I pull over to this. I pull over to this gas station to go inside and get a drink. And when I come back out of the gas station, the cops have blocked off the entrance to the gas station. So now anybody and they did this all the way down this road. This is like, we're talking about like a 7 or 8 long mile highway, okay? With businesses and all kinds of stuff on the side of the road. They must have had 500 cops out there. I'm not bullshitting you. 500 cops. They block off every entrance to every business. You can't get in and you can't get out. They want the road completely. The road's completely shut down. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, so I asked the cop, I'm like, what's going on? Like, why can't I leave? And he's like, oh, well, the vice president's about to come through here. So the road's shut down. I go, okay, fine, whatever. I'm thinking, 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most, right? No, 45 minutes. They had us. I was stuck in a gas station parking lot on the side of the road for 45 minutes. So now I'm screwed, right? So I mean, I have nothing to do. So I'm standing. Everyone's just standing out on the side of the road, just waiting to see the motorcade come. There's nothing else to do. I mean, you can't do anything. I guess you could just sit in your car and look at your phone. But I didn't feel like sitting in my car for 45 minutes. So I'm just out there on the side of the road. Finally, the motorcade comes through and all that, and he's gone. Then they open the road back up. Well, now it's like 4:30 in the afternoon, which is peak rush hour time, and not to mention that they had to shut. He was going to the same interstate that I was about to go to, so they shut the interstate down for him, which caused a whole. Long story short, it took me 3 hours to get home. From the time I left my dad's house, which is like a 45-minute drive, it took me 3 hours to get home because of the fucking the vice president. Oh, good morning, Stingray. Good morning, Jeremy. Motivated, dedicated. Motivated, dedicated was big mad that that some of us picked Georgia to go 9-3 in the regular season, which is not a crazy thing to say, by the way. I don't know. I think 9-3 or 10-2 is reasonable with their schedule. I don't know. I mean, I read something this morning. Let me turn this off. I read something this morning that Josh Peete picked Clemson to win the national title this year. Now, you would think, me being a Clemson fan, that would tickle my fancy. That I would like to hear that. When Josh Peete picks somebody to win the national championship, that makes now I don't think they will. I don't know why he said that. And also, he's basing that off of several mock drafts for 2026. So I guess what he's doing, he's saying, based on the amount of talent that's going to go in the first round and the second round of the 2026 draft from Clemson, that they must have the best talent in the country in 2025. I'm assuming. First of all, I didn't see Josh Pete's broadcast to comment on it. I'm just going. This is like third-hand information I'm getting. I saw somebody else on Twitter talking about what Josh Peete said about Clemson winning the national championship. So I don't. Again, I didn't see it. But according to him, he's basing that information, or that prediction rather, off of the amount of first-round talent that's going to go off of Clemson's team in 2026. Which I guess is a pretty practical way to look at it, but that doesn't mean they're going to win it. Ed, I have a Cash App and a PayPal in the description of the live stream. Any amount of money that you want to send me to bet that Clemson wins, goes more than 9-3, at least 10-2, I'll be willing to bet you. But my guess is that you probably won't make that bet because you don't even believe what you're typing. If you did believe it, you would bet me. But you don't, so you won't. Slim was right about NFL racism, about Shador, even though first pick was a black quarterback. Oh yeah. So what he's referring to is when Slim Shady said before the draft happened that if Shedeur Sanders isn't picked high, then they're going to be everyone's going to be screaming because the NFL's racist. And I didn't think that would happen, but indeed it did. Indeed. Did you guys see? Oh boy, let me see if I can find this. Did you guys see the maybe the dumbest video ever produced and made by Skip Bayless as it pertains to Shedeur Sanders not being drafted high enough? You guys got to see this if you haven't seen this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This guy is really he might be the most delusional sports person that's ever existed. Let's see. Let me do this here. Skip Bayless. I hope he didn't take his video down. I'm assuming he's the one that posted it. Oh, great. I have to go back like a freaking week. He tweets like 100 times a day. What was the date of the last round of the draft? Good Lord, this guy tweets like 100 times a day. Look at this. You got to see this. Where does he find the time? He must live on Twitter. Jesus Christ. Now, mind you, I've already gone down through 100 tweets, and it's only back to yesterday or 2 days ago. Good Lord, man. Skip versus Ernstine has a new YouTube channel. Was that his dog? I'm just getting frustrated. There's got to be a quicker way to find this. This is it. This is it here. I found it. All right. Enjoy. Georgia will go 12-0. Oh, and I'm the delusional one. Okay. Gotcha. Sure.
So, the damnedest story in the history of the NFL draft. I mean, literally the damnedest, most disgusting, most despicable, most shocking, most preposterous plunge in the history of the NFL draft.
Dramatic much?
Who should have gone first overall to Tennessee.
Oh, my God. Now, that might be something that's really dumb to say, but he even gets dumber. Here we go.
Finally going in the 5th round with the 144th overall pick to the worst franchise in all of pro football, to the Cleveland Browns, who had already passed on him 6 times and taken 50 picks above Shedeur. Dylan Gabriel, a quarterback I know very, very well. A pretty good quarterback, but not even.
You think Skip Bayless is making this video for a I don't know. I think he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, do you ever think of that? Have you ever seen his takes on anything sports related? He's just an idiot. I mean, that's pretty much all there is to it.
In Shedeur's universe, 50 picks earlier, the Cleveland Browns had taken Dylan Gabriel. So this story ends in, to me, the worst way possible, because I was convinced that my Dallas Cowboys, Gerald Wayne Jones Jr., who does have great admiration for Deion, who knows and loves Deion, would be somewhat threatened, but not threatened the way the rest of the league would be threatened by Deion, was sitting there after having raved about Shedeur last night and how shocked Jerry was that he was still on the board, saying that Shedeur had the...
How come nobody's mentioning the fact that Deion spent the entire last 12 months leading up to this draft saying that there's only like 2 teams that he would let his son play for? So if you're looking for a quarterback and you're not one of those 2 teams, why would you even entertain the idea of drafting him?
Highest football character, which he does, with Dallas sitting there at 149, just 5 more picks. I was convinced that Jerry was going to finally jump on Shedeur the way he should have earlier in the draft, that Jerry would, so to speak, stockpile Shedeur for 2 years behind Dak and then go win a Super Bowl with Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, Jesus.
I thought that was going to be the happy ending to the despicable
You know what? Here's the reality. I don't care. You could put friggin' Patrick Mahomes on the Dallas Cowboys. Skip Bayless would be dead before the Dallas Cowboys win another Super Bowl. I mean, he's not a young man, but he's not going to see another Super Bowl championship by Dallas in his life. I don't care who plays at quarterback.
The black eye for the NFL. The all-time shameful NFL story of we're all going to band together. We're going to all get the unofficial memo that we're going to teach Deion and Shedeur a lesson. We don't do it the way you do it. We don't want your kind in our league. We don't want DJs before games and at halftime
yeah, they
in
don't.
the locker room. We don't want...
What? Yeah. They don't want a circus sideshow to... This is a professional franchise. You're not in college anymore, Skip.
Our rookie quarterbacks to be draped already in jewelry, to be driving 3 exotic cars because you made $3 million to play college football the last couple of years in Boulder, Colorado. That was the story that I hoped would end happily with Shedeur Sanders, who grew up in Dallas, coming home to Dallas to play for my Dallas Cowboys. And here's the punchline. You ready for this? Who do I always tell you is the best GM now in all of sports? Whose team did I pick going into last season to win it all, way ahead of everybody else? Because that team had the best GM, Howie Roseman, who had won free agency. This is going back, obviously, before last season, and won the draft, not this draft, but the last draft, and become the best GM in all of sports as his Eagles rolled over Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. You heard it here first. I called it, and it was all because of Howie Roseman. And what did Howie Roseman just do to me again? Right on schedule. Who owned that 144th pick? The Philadelphia Eagles. Howie Roseman is such a genius. He's playing chess over all the checkers being played around the NFL by all the blind fools, many of whom run these drafts for these teams.
Are you going to get...
As Mel Kiper just said on ESPN.
He's not... He's been trying to make the same point for the past 10 minutes.
This league is clueless when it comes to...
What's your point, Skip?
And it just is. It always has been. See,
when does he... How long do we have to wait before he starts saying that Shedeur Sanders is black? That's the reason that they didn't draft him.
And see Joe Montana, the 1A greatest quarterback ever in the 3rd round. See 2-time MVP Lamar Jackson going with the last pick in the 1st round, and we can go on and on about Marino going at the
He's just like streaming consciousness right now. He's not even...
He doesn't know quarterbacks, and it did not know Shedeur. Shedeur's still going to figure this out.
This is a serious question. How does anybody give this guy money to talk on TV or radio or anything? Gee, God.
Well, but here's the point.
It's
Howie
like
Roseman
sticking a knife in your ear.
Because he saw Jerry Jones coming. And Howie Roseman did not want Shedeur Sanders at home in Dallas with maybe eventually, ultimately, Deion coaching the Dallas Cowboys. Those two things together would be a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles in the future. Not the near future, but more the distant future. 2, 3 years, 4 years down the line. That would have been a problem for Jalen Hurts and company and Howie Roseman's organization in Philadelphia. And Howie said, he gets a call from Jimmy Haslam.
So he thinks, again, it's hard to follow what he's saying because he won't make a point. He'll start to make a point and then he'll veer off into some other subject and then he'll come back to the point and then he'll veer off again. But I think what he's saying is that Howie Roseman, the GM for the Eagles, was so scared of Shedeur Sanders going to the Cowboys that he made some sort of genius move to prevent the Cowboys from taking him? Is that what he's saying?
Cleveland. Oh, you want this? You can have this pick.
Oh, my
sure.
God.
I'll take your
he really
last
is.
two picks. I'll take
This is the dumbest guy on the internet. It's official.
144 because he knew what was coming. He knew exactly what they were going to do. They were going to snatch Shedeur Sanders right out from under my Dallas Cowboys at 149. We did not have a pick on the third day of the draft until 149 because we didn't have a fourth rounder. But the reason this made so much sense to me was we had 2 fifth-round picks and...
Well, if you think he's so great, Skip, you didn't have a fourth-round pick, your Dallas Cowboys, as you call them, but you did have a third-round pick. So why didn't they draft him in the third round? Then Howie Roseman, the evil genius, wouldn't have been able to screw you.
2 sixth-round picks and 3 seventh-round picks. So we could go get whoever's left on the board that we love, that we've fallen in love with.
I don't even think this is the video that I saw originally.
Fifth round, 149.
This must be a second video that he made about this.
144 to take Shedeur Sanders, and I am convinced we were going to do that. And instead, kaboom, Jimmy Haslam, who once upon a time, remember, traded up in the first round when he saw Johnny Manziel falling. I love Johnny Manziel. I would have taken him first overall, but I kept saying live on national TV on ESPN, I have fear factor. If he has drug or alcohol issues, which he had through college.
See, this shows he just admitted that he would have taken Johnny Manziel, knowing what everybody else already knows about Johnny Manziel. He says he would have taken him first overall. So that's not a ringing endorsement for you coming on here saying Shedeur Sanders should have been taken first overall if you thought Johnny Manziel should have been taken first overall.
But the Cleveland Browns said, we're in. Dow Loggins was the quarterback coach at that point. He's texting with Johnny, and remember, Johnny texted him, let's go wreck the league. And Cleveland at that point, this is 2014 draft, traded from
the league.
26 up to 22 to take Johnny Manziel. Well, now, do the Cleveland Browns have any idea what they're doing with their quarterback situation? They do not, because they have proven to be the worst organization in all football. And I have some respect for Andrew Berry, and he actually did some good things in the draft this year, but I'll get to the worst thing that he did. Right here, right now, Shedeur should be playing.
I have a question for all the NFL people in the chat. I just don't know. Who is the starting quarterback right now for the Browns? Do they have one, like a solidified starter? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is Shedeur Sanders going to be competing for a starting job in Cleveland, or is he going to be a backup? That's what I'm asking.
Reuniting with his teammate at Colorado, Travis Hunter, because...
Well, Deshaun Watson, I don't know about Watson. I mean, I know he's on the roster, but is he even going to play? I mean, he just had his Achilles torn, didn't he? I don't know. I guess maybe if he's healthy, he'll play, but...
The Browns had Travis Hunter right in their lap, and they said no, and that was the second dumbest move made in this draft, because Tennessee not taking Shedeur was the first dumbest move in this draft. Everybody who passed on Shedeur Sanders made dumber moves. Dumb. he's going to be a star in this league. I was on record before the year started that he should go first or second in the draft, that he and Travis should go 1-2 or 2-1.
Oh, hey, yeah, of course.
Team finished last and needed a quarterback.
Yeah,
or
him and Travis should be 1 and 2, right? Yeah.
Cleveland also needed a quarterback. Cleveland obviously should have taken Shedeur, but they had Travis Hunter right in their lap the first time, and they traded out and let Jacksonville trade him. All-time dumb. So they took Mason Graham, who I like a lot, but he ain't no Travis Hunter. So you could have had Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, but you had all these picks. So then you went back to the top of the second round, Cleveland did. You had 2 picks. You had the first pick in the second round and the 4th pick in the second and fourth, I believe.
This must be a different video than what I saw, but the video I saw, he was going on and on and on about, the NFL's racist and Shedeur Sanders, being black and wearing jewelry is the reason that nobody drafted him, which is just insane to say that.
He was first and fourth. The point is, my man Lil Wayne has texted me after Thursday night saying, well, tomorrow night, Cleveland's surely going to take him with one of those 2 picks. That was his prediction.
Because when I think of genius NFL takes, the first person I think of is Lil Wayne.
So what did they do? Jimmy Haslam got all enamored of Deshaun Watson, even though he had all of his issues that they knew full well were going to be bigger and bigger issues. And not only did they take him, they way overpaid for him. They were bidding against themselves. I have no idea what they were doing. And they basically did, instead of wrecking the league, as Johnny once said, they wrecked the franchise by taking Deshaun Watson, who was a broken man, given all of his off-field issues, and never obviously came close to living up to the money that they paid him. And now he's torn his Achilles, and I don't know what his fate is going to be. He's still on the roster, still property of the Cleveland Browns, but they had to go get Joe Flacco. And the only more
that's right. They got Joe Flacco last year, but Flacco's not on the roster anymore, is he?
Now in the National Football League,
he just signed a 1-year deal.
Is still playing at age 40. I used to call him Joe Fluco because during the regular season he could be pretty terrible, but he had that one playoff run for Ray Lewis and company.
All right, I can't take this anymore. You know what else? You know what else is true about this is I just don't care anymore.
Shockingly great. So
it's really like. It's mind-bending to try to figure out what he's saying. He is all over it. I don't know. He might need to go see a neurologist or something. I'm not even kidding. There might be something wrong with him, like physically in his brain. He might have one of those brain-eating worms that RFK Jr. had, one of those amoebas. Yeah, the term word salad? He's the definition of a word salad. He says a lot, but doesn't say anything all at the same time. And he likes to name drop too. Oh, I was on, I'm on the phone with Lil Wayne, like like they're best friends or something. Man, shut up. Talk about trying to be cool. We're talking about a 75-year-old white guy who's best friends with Lil Wayne. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing good.
I got something to tell you about Skip Bayless. He worked at KLIF in Dallas, and my friend was the program director there, and this was in 1991, and he was the biggest pain in the ass to deal with. He worked 6 to 8 p.m. And thank God he kind of went away on his own and started up the ticket in Dallas himself, investing in that, and did mornings there. He's been a newspaper guy. He's been on Dallas Morning News. That's why he's such a Dallas homer.
Yeah, he's a writer, isn't he?
What's that?
That's what that's how he started out in sports, where he was a writer, right? Like a beat writer?
He was a writer, worked for LA Times, worked for the Miami Herald, but I'm surprised that Shannon Sharp didn't beat the living shit out of him several times in the studio. I mean, he made Shannon really, really mad several times. Even commenting that, well, you weren't such a good football player, something like that. So, and this whole premise that the NFL is racist, 29 of the 32 first-round draftees were African American.
I mean, I don't know. The last time I checked, I'm pretty sure Cam Ward is black.
Yeah.
So they didn't draft Shedeur Sanders first overall, but they drafted another black guy. Therefore, the NFL is racist. These people are retarded, man.
They didn't draft Shedeur Sanders for several reasons. One, his personality, his persona. Okay, how is that going to work in the locker room? Two, is he coachable? Can you coach him up to the NFL, or is he going to run to Daddy and say, "Oh, Daddy, they telling me to do this, and I don't want to do that"?
Yeah, see, that's the other thing is, and I don't know how he might be okay in the NFL. Who knows? But he's only played for one coach his entire life since he's like 4 years old. Is Deion Sanders? No other coach. Right. So, I mean, you don't like, unless he's a sure thing. Like he's gonna be great, right? He's the greatest draft prospect to come out of college in the past 20 years or something. So you're willing to put up with the bullshit from Deion because you think this guy's going to win you some Super Bowls. But if there's any doubt in your mind that he's not going to work out, it's not worth the circus sideshow and Deion calling you on the phone saying, you're not doing this right with my son. And imagine Deion Sanders calls you about your quarterback if you're the head coach of a football team or a GM of a football team. I mean, who wants to deal with that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, all of these teams take everything in consideration when they do draft a player. I mean, they look at everything. They look at a lot of tape. They look at, how they were raised, this, that, and the other. And so they can come up to a conclusion. Is this the best person we need to draft for, a certain position of our team? So it's not like they're just, nilly-willy, just flying out there and said, "Oh, I'm going to take that one because he's very popular." No. Yeah. That's not the way it is at all. And Shedeur might have been popular because he made himself popular, but is that good popular or bad popular? I don't know.
I mean, he set a bunch of passing records at Colorado, but he also threw the ball like 60 times a game. I mean, and he was throwing it to Travis Hunter. Right. So, the NFL is a lot harder than the fucking, what are they in, the Pac-12? Where he was in the Pac-12 one year, and then they went to the Big Ten, right? Or whatever. But I don't know how it's going to work out with him, but...
Well, he's probably going to sit on the bench in Cleveland for a little while. I mean, who are the quarterbacks there? I mean, is it still Jameis Winston? And
no, Winston's not there. Winston's not there anymore.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
No, and Flacco was on a one-year deal last year. I don't know if they're going to re-sign him. He's 40, though.
Yeah.
And then Deshaun Watson, but he's just tore his Achilles at the end of or in the middle of last season. So I don't know. 12-foot ninja in the chat says Kenny Pickett.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he'll sit on the bench for a year or so. So get used to it.
He might be a better talent than what did he go in the 5th or 6th round, whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He made a bend, but again, all this baggage that comes with him.
Well, this is Deion's fault.
Baggage that you got to look at and go, wait a minute.
This is Deion's fault. Deion should have Deion should have stayed out of it. Just let the process take course like it should. Instead, he's out there going, "Oh, it's going to be like an Eli Manning situation." I'm basically saying, anybody who drafts my son, I'm gonna have to rubber stamp it before I let it happen. And so people are just like, okay, well then take him off our list. Like nobody wants to deal with that.
Right. Nobody. That's exactly right. I mean, again, these teams look at every nook and nanny of a football player before they draft him. So they don't, I think they've learned their lesson about, like the Johnny Manziels of the world. Okay, Johnny Manziel, very popular guy, comes to the NFL, isn't worth a shit, and they picked up on that, I think.
Did you hear me talking earlier? I don't know what time you came in the stream. It took me over 3 hours to get home from Mount Pleasant yesterday.
Yeah, I totally get it, man. When Biden used to come here and when he's vice president, he'd go out to Sullivan's Island. Yeah, it was a big shit show in traffic too, as well.
Yeah, they sure didn't, have any consideration for the time that he was coming through there, though. You know what I mean? He came through there on the interstate at the worst during the rush hour traffic.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like,
Always.
yeah.
Always.
And they shut down Clements Ferry Road. I was sitting on the side of Clements Ferry Road for 45 minutes, Scott.
For how long?
45 minutes.
Good God.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. It's the same shit. What did he go to Berkeley County for anyway?
He went
I
to
don't even know.
He went to the Nucor steel plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
He gave some speech there about American steel manufacturing or something. I don't know. Yeah.
That's one thing Trump does. He still campaign, even if he's already won the election.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Even though he's won the election, they still campaign like crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question: who you got as far as a horse tomorrow from the Derby?
I haven't even looked at it, honestly. Is tomorrow the Kentucky Derby?
It certainly is.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm going to give you a horse to look at. Okay, the pick. Damn it, my cough. Excuse me. Man, I got the D-step allergies are just kicking my ass. Anyway, the pick is journalism. Yeah, okay. Journalism is a pick.
All right. You okay?
Yeah.
All
Yes, I'll make it. I probably won't stay on here for long. Yeah, damn, I do sound like I'm dying.
I don't mean to laugh at you. It's just like,
Okay. But my pick is American Promise. And he was 30-1, and his odds have gone down to 13-1. So, I mean, he's right up there in one of the top picks for the Derby.
American Promise. I'm writing this down actually because
and he comes from an owner who hasn't been to the Derby in a while. Okay, if you look at the things with him, one, they got a rookie jockey, or a jock that's running with him. This guy's been to the Kentucky Derby owner in a while, but this horse, man, if you look at his horse, they say he's one of the siblings, like many of them, from Secretariat. And he's got that big red horse look at him, and he's got a personality. He just is an attention whore too. I mean, when he sees a camera, he stops and kind of takes a pose and all that. It's very similar to Secretariat.
Huh.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm picking this horse. Yeah, thank you very much. Look, I'm taking prednisone. I went to the doctor yesterday.
Yeah.
I got a damn prednisone shot, but this pollen is eating my ass up.
Yeah. Yeah, something got in my eye the other day, and my eye was swollen shut. It was, I don't know if it was pollen or what. I don't know what got in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's bad. Right. So we're basically in a drought right now.
Yeah, man, we are. You're right. Because we haven't seen a lot. We haven't seen much rain at all.
No, it barely rained once in the past almost 40 days. And I told you about that fire that happened a couple of weeks ago at my across the street from my house. The damn thing keeps reigniting. So yesterday,
right?
Yeah, yesterday you walk outside and it's just like thick smoke everywhere. And they don't even seem to be trying to do anything about it. I don't know if they're just going to let it burn until it stops or something. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. But
it's bad.
Well, I'm going to get off here before I, cough myself to death. I don't want y'all to hear that. If I do, I'll record it. So,
okay.
That's on the play on Monday. All right.
All right.
All right, man. Hey, by the way, you did great last week with the 24-hour show.
Yeah.
I just got to give kudos to that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. It took a lot out of me, that's for sure.
By the way, I thought all the artwork and the knives and everything you showed from, what your dad picked up in Africa was really cool.
Yeah, I got some more stuff too. I just showed those two things, but yeah, he had some pretty cool stuff from Africa. Yeah.
I bet he did, man. And God, he did God's work over there too. That's really cool.
Yeah, he did.
All right, Pete. I'll let you go, man. Have a great Friday, great weekend, all that.
Yeah, see you later, Scott.
Yeah, man. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, boy. Thought Scott was about to stroke out on us or something. It hasn't stopped raining in Chattanooga. We sure could use it here. But he went to Ethiopia twice, and he went to Egypt once. We're talking about back in the early 70s, so it's been a long time. But yeah. He basically did like a mission trip. He went there for like 6 months at a time and lived in like a grass hut in Ethiopia somewhere and just did eye surgery for free for villagers who didn't have any access to any eye or health care or eye care or anything like that. He also, I think that when he was this is Ethiopia too. One night in the middle of the night, he's sleeping in his little hut or whatever it is, and these guys come in with automatic rifles, part of the military of Ethiopia, and they're like, okay, get dressed and come with us. And he's saying he has no idea what's going on. He's American, and that that's a pretty rough place. It's not, the government and military there is not exactly on the up and up, if you know what I mean. So they load him in this van and they take him to the presidential palace, or I guess there was a prince that lived in this palace, the Prince of Ethiopia at that time. And they're like, basically, he has an eye, he needs a surgery done on his eye, and you're going to do it. We asked around if there was any surgeons, and they mentioned you. So he had to do eye surgery on this Ethiopian prince at gunpoint. And he's sitting there thinking, boy, if I fuck this up, they're going to kill me, which they probably would have. And he used to tell stories, too, about... We found a bunch of slides. He took a lot of pictures while he was over there, and he had them made into slides, So I'm trying to figure out if I can get some sort of slide. I don't even know what the hell you call it. Something that plays the slides so I can look at all of them. But he's got pictures on there of these guys that have, like, missing hands and missing, like, digits, like missing fingers. And I'm like, what's going on? Why is there so many of these people that have missing hands and missing digits? He's like, well, first of all, everyone over there is poor, So they would, like, tourists would give them, like, money, $1, $2, $3 to hand feed these hyenas in the village. And, of course, the hyenas will, bite their hands, their fingers off sometimes. I'm like, gee, you think you got it bad here. If you're hand feeding a hyena for $5, you're down real bad. You know what I mean? Vic,
why would I want to hand feed a hyena?
Because you're starving and you need $5.
Yeah, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise it. I definitely wouldn't advise it. But somebody told me I could take those slides to... So there's some company that will, like, take those slides and then, like, make them into actual photos. I don't know how they do it, but then I could just make a photo out of them, out of all the pictures he has from Egypt and Ethiopia. And maybe I can make a slideshow for YouTube or something. The only issue is a lot of them I can't use because, the women over there, Vic, they walk around bare-chested. Yeah, you can't put boobs on you can't put boobs on YouTubes. Yeah. Why do they need to be hand fed? But for entertainment purposes, Huh.
Well, no, I actually I don't know, but
yeah, crazy though. Anyway, Vic, how you doing?
Good.
That's good. Yeah, I feel like it's been... I'm out of the loop. I was sick on Monday and Tuesday. Well, I did I did the 24-hour live stream last Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
Then I had a big shindig thing on Saturday. Then I was sick on Monday and Tuesday, so I didn't do any shows for Monday and Tuesday. And then I was at my dad's, cleaning out my dad's house on Wednesday and Thursday. So I'm out of the loop. Has anything happened that I missed?
Anything happened? Well, no, not much. I mean, yeah, I trolled Lou into oblivion.
I did hear some of that yesterday morning, the morning show yesterday when I was driving out to my dad's place. Yeah.
So
Yeah, you trolled him into oblivion, and then so he's actually in oblivion now. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's in the game. Yeah, oblivion. Yeah, like made him as a character. So.
I don't think I've been trolled quite into oblivion, but I think I'm getting pretty close to there. He's been being trolled longer than me, so I'm just not in oblivion yet.
Yeah, and then Nate tried to troll Lou into Red Dead Redemption 2, but it didn't really work. But
Well, you can't make a character on there, can you?
it was on Red Dead Online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the character customization is not quite as extensive. So
Yeah. They're talking in the chat about. Have you heard this discussion about the 100 men versus one gorilla thing?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, 100 humans. One gorilla.
Yeah. No. Well, first of all, 100 men with no weapons.
Yeah.
I think the only stipulation was they could like pick up a rock and throw it or something at the gorilla, but no guns or knives or spears or anything like that.
Yeah.
This isn't even a discussion. I don't think people understand exactly what a gorilla is.
Yeah.
A gorilla could crush your skull with its hand, Vic.
Wow.
I mean, they have like 1,200. I forget what the exact number is. 1,200 foot-pounds of.
Right, pounds per square.
Whatever it is of gripping power. They could slap your head right off of your neck if they wanted to, Vic.
Wow.
Their bones are something like 200 times more dense than a human's bone. The amount of muscle mass they have is just insane. I mean, they can just literally rip you apart. I don't even think, forget a gorilla. I don't even think they could do it to a chimpanzee, and a gorilla's bigger.
I think they could be a chimpanzee, but
I don't.
But not a gorilla.
I don't think they could get a chimpanzee either. Because, first of all, what are you going to do to it to hurt it? Punch it?
Yeah, I guess so.
No, that's not going to hurt it. You punch it one time, it's going to rip your head off.
Oh, no.
So I don't know how many men it would take to take down a gorilla, but 100 isn't even anywhere close to enough people. Vanny Danny says they could squash a chimpanzee. I don't know about that. They're strong too. They definitely couldn't do it to a gorilla. Maybe they might have a chance with the chimpanzee, but.
All right. Yeah. I mean, what if they had like 100 chess halls and they all sat on the gorilla?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah, you remember how Mike Tyson tried to fight a gorilla?
Yeah, he would have died. It would have killed him. Mike Tyson's the baddest man on the planet at that time. And that gorilla would have killed him in 2 seconds flat. I mean, that's not even there's not a man on that's bad enough to go toe to toe with a gorilla without a weapon. Yeah, you also, Vic, we talked about this on the morning on the midday show rather when it came out on Netflix or whatever it was on. That chimpanzees documentary about the people that have chimpanzees in their house.
You mean Planet of the Apes?
No, Planet of the Apes is a movie. I'm talking about a documentary. What was that called? Chimp something.
What, Chimp King?
Something like that.
like Tiger King, but it's Chimp King.
Yeah. Yeah, it was this crazy lady that had these chimpanzees that, anyway, and they tried to take them away from her, but she hid them in a basement. It ripped off that woman's face. Remember that woman that got her face ripped off by the chimpanzee?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah. Yeah. So the chimpanzee rips this woman's face off. The owner of the chimpanzee calls the cops to come kill the chimp because it's obviously killing people or trying to kill people. The cop pulls up in the driveway of this woman's residence. The chimpanzee, get this, Vic, the chimpanzee comes over to, this is how strong they are. This is why I don't even think 100 men could kill a chimpanzee. The chimpanzee comes over to the cop car and rips the car door off of the car. Do you know how strong you have to be to rip a car door off of a cop car, Vic?
Pretty strong, yeah. I don't know. Can you rip the door off a cop car?
No. I mean, like it's nothing. Just like rip it off. I mean, I guess if you get some really like jacked, like bodybuilder type, strongest man on the planet type dude, and he really like went at it, and for a couple of minutes, he could probably end up ripping the car door off eventually, but not in just one fell swoop. And those cop cars weigh a lot more than a regular car because they're like bulletproof. They're like steel enforced on the inside. And then the cop, so he rips the car door off. So the cops, he has to start shooting it. Otherwise, he's about to get his head ripped off. So he shoots the thing like 2 or 3 times and it just runs away. It runs like back in the house and like into a corner somewhere and eventually dies. But yeah, he shot that thing after it ripped his car door off. These people are nuts with these having a chimpanzee in your house. Uh, 99 men kill one human size of chest, use his bones as spears. I don't know. The Clint Eastwood orangutan was badass. What is that? Do you know what he's talking about?
Clint Eastwood orangutan? No, I have no idea.
I saw another simulation of 10,000. So they made a simulation about that. I don't know. It was like an AI simulation about the 100 men versus the one gorilla. And of course, the gorilla just destroyed all of them. I mean, they were just like ripping people's heads off left and right. But they did another one. It was 10,000 gorillas against 1 million men. And who do you think won, Vic?
The 10,000 gorillas.
The 10,000 gorillas won again, yeah. I'm not even sure there's 10,000 gorillas on like in existence.
No, I think there are, but...
All right, we're about to find out then. I don't think there is. Maybe there is, but if there is, it ain't much more than that.
All right.
How many gorillas are left in the world? Okay. This has been... oh, you were right. There are roughly 100,000 western lowland gorillas and an estimated 1,063 mountain gorillas. I didn't know there was a difference.
Yeah.
So which ones are the silverbacks? That must be the lowland gorillas?
Yeah, I guess so.
So it's about 100,000.
Yeah, so is that just in the wild, or is that wild and in captivity?
This says in the wild.
Okay, in the wild.
Yeah.
And there's probably more in captivity.
You think there's more than 100,000 in captivity?
Probably, yeah. Probably more in captivity than in the wild.
Now hold on. This is So look at this. This is conflicting reports here. The one I just read, you says 100,000 western lowland gorillas and 1,063. That's a very specific number, by the way. 1,063. So they know the exact number. Then you go down here. Of course, this is according to the Wikipedia machine, I think. There are thought to be 316,000 western gorillas in the wild and 5,000 eastern gorillas. So that's a lot more than what the first one said. So I don't know what to believe, Vic. You can't get any accurate information on the internet anymore. Everyone's got different numbers.
They're in the wild, and there's some in captivity. So
yeah, you can't really trust Wikipedia either. Like anybody can write anything they want to on there. It's like an open format, isn't it?
I guess so.
Like I could go on there and just type in there. There's a million gorillas, and then nobody's going to do anything about it. It's a lie.
I don't know if that's how that works, but
I doubt there's 300,000. 100,000 sounds 100,000 sounds like a lot to me. So, but that's more believable. I mean, I don't even know like what I know they're obviously in Africa and obviously in Asia. Is that the only two continents where gorillas are? There's not gorillas in South America, are there?
There are gorillas in Asia?
Yeah. Sure. That's what they refer to as the Eastern gorilla. There's more Western gorillas. Those must be the ones in Africa.
No, all the gorillas are in Africa.
Are you sure?
Well, they mean by Eastern, they mean in Eastern Africa.
I'm pretty sure there's gorillas in other places than Africa. Like
in zoos.
No, in the wild.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Gorillas are only in Africa.
We're about to find out, Vic. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I'm pretty sure there's some in Asia. Are there... Boy. Are there... This thing must be listening to me. Are there gorillas in Asia? Oh, damn it. You were right. It says no, gorillas are not native to Asia. They're exclusively found in Africa. Are there... So there's no gorillas in China?
No, well, I think they have some kinds of monkeys in China.
Oh, so they definitely have monkeys in China. Yeah, but I'm talking about gorillas.
Nah.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought that. So only Africa, huh? No, Nick, they don't have monkeys in South America. Well, at least according to this, it doesn't.
No monkey. I thought they have like the...
No, gorillas, I mean.
The howler monkey. And,
oh, he says monkeys. Okay, I'm sorry.
They got monkeys. Yeah.
Oh, they got a lot of monkeys. Yeah.
They got the howler. The howler monkey, yeah.
It's kind of weird. There's monkeys like everywhere almost in the world except for North America. Well, I guess no. There's monkeys in. Is there monkeys in Mexico?
Yeah, it was monkeys in like Central America.
Well, definitely in Central America and even the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's North. Yeah, I mean Central America is North America. So.
Yeah. Okay. But there's none in the United States. There's none in Canada. As far as I know, there's none in Europe.
In Europe, I don't think.
But there definitely is in Asia, and there definitely is in Africa, and there definitely is in South America.
Yeah.
I don't know about Australia. I don't think so. Hoghead says there's monkeys in Knoxville. Huh?
I guess he means at the zoo.
Oh.
Yeah, there's monkeys at the Knoxville.
Knoxville would be a weird place for monkeys to live. Yeah, I know there's monkeys all over. Yeah. Thailand's got a shit ton of them. I know that. I guess everywhere in Asia has monkeys. There's no monkeys in Russia, though, is there?
I don't know.
I think it's too cold for monkeys in Russia.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like they like tropical type climates.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's monkeys in South Carolina. There is. There's an island that's called Monkey Island. It's not even far from where I live.
Oh yeah, Monkey Island.
I forgot about that. There's like thousands of monkeys on this island.
Right.
So yeah, there is monkeys in the United States.
Yep.
Now I don't know how they got there. I'm assuming they were brought there, and then they just, well, they're on an island. They can't leave. So, my monkeys don't swim. I don't think. Let me look this up. How did I forget about that? Can you believe that, Rec Talk?
That there's monkeys in the Americas?
Well, there's monkeys in South Carolina.
No, Monkey Island. Yeah, well, the monkeys were brought there, but yeah.
Yeah, I can believe that. I
I can't believe I forgot about that because I did know about the island. Let's see. I think it's called Monkey Island.
But I would like to weigh in on this 1 versus 100 thing.
Okay.
It seems like a lot of people are saying gorilla. I know Luz has a strong opinion. But my thing is there's only so long a gorilla can fight for. At some point, he's just going to run out of steam. Is that 100 people? It's not clear to me.
I think it is clear. I think if it's going to run out of steam, it would have to be a lot more than 100 people. Like a lot more.
I'd have to see him fight for a while. I mean, we got to get some baseline metrics here.
Yeah. I mean, that's like saying, so here's the comparison I would make. One grown man versus 100 one-year-old babies. Like, what do you think's going to win that fight? Because that's pretty much what you're talking about as far as strength and agility difference there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get what you're saying. I just, I don't know. I mean, I might take 100 people. I really might.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If there's only some way we could get 100 people to volunteer to test this theory out.
Well, I would bring something with me too, like maybe bring some bananas. Like I learned this from Donkey Kong. You could probably scatter them like they're birdseed and distract them.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Come on there, big fella. Come here.
So here it is. Yes. Well, it's actually called Morgan Island, South Carolina, but it's also known as Monkey Island due to its colony of free-ranging rhesus monkeys. I don't even know what that is. Established in rhesus, R-H-E-S-U-S. Rhesus. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the monkeys are racist. But here's what it says: that this monkey population was established in 1979. So they must have been brought there from somewhere else.
Well, what is the point of that, though? Why would you set up an island and give it to the monkeys?
I guess it's a sanctuary, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is Carol Baskin over there?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it is kind of a weird thing to do. It's like, hey, let's take these monkeys from wherever, Central America or wherever they found them, and let's go put them on this random island off the coast of South Carolina. Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I don't get the goal of that.
I don't either. Maybe they were going to try to do some research on them, and I mean, they're on an island; they can't leave.
Well, or maybe they were taken, or maybe they were rescued from the researchers. Maybe there were a bunch of research monkeys that were set free, and they didn't have anywhere to put them. They just put them on that island.
So there's 4,000 monkeys on that island right now, and it's 4,489 acres. So it's pretty big. 4,000 acres.
Aren't monkeys pretty fucking savage, though?
Yeah, oh, absolutely they are, yeah.
So you would not want to go to this island, I would think.
I mean, I wouldn't fuck with a monkey.
No, rip your dick off.
Yeah, they do that. They do that too. They do rip your dick off.
Yeah.
There's a video. I don't know if it's on YouTube. I saw a video one time. I think I saw it on Twitter, but it might be on YouTube. This guy, I don't know what country he's in or whatever, but he's sitting on a park bench, and this monkey comes over to him and like jumps up on his lap, and he's just like, oh look, there's a monkey on my lap, and the fucking monkey takes its hands and like literally rips, like scalps him, rips the skin off of his head.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That'll fuck your day up.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it's just, one of those little, I don't know what the kind of, I'm not a monkey expert, but it was just one of those little monkeys like you see, like a cute little monkey, but they're strong. And they've got sharp fingernails.
It could be more dangerous than the gorilla because they're hard to get a hold of. Assuming you had weapons and stuff, it might be harder to get hold of these monkeys.
Yeah, but you could get 10 grown men could hold down a monkey, I think.
But you'd have to catch it.
Yeah. Right.
It's like trying to wrangle a midget,
Well, if you're in like an octagon, like, I mean, if there's trees around, you're screwed because he's just going to jump up in the tree and there's no way you're ever going to get him. But
they throw shit at you,
yeah. Throw shit at you.
You're about to say if you got in an octagon with a monkey?
Yeah.
That is not clear to me either.
Yeah. Like, what about who's the most badass MMA fighter right now? Like, who's the world champion?
I haven't kept up with.
Yeah. Well, all right. Whoever that person is, take him and put him in an octagon with a monkey. Like, who's winning that fight?
So what kind of monkey? But yeah.
Well, not like a monkey.
Okay, like it.
Like a chimpanzee.
No, a chimpanzee would kill a person easily.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I think so.
Oh my God, yeah.
If that's a monkey,
Did you not just hear the story I just told a few minutes ago about how that chimpanzee just ripped the car door off that cop car in like 2 seconds?
Yeah, but you could probably choke him out if you got a hold of
You
him.
ain't getting a hold of them. The amount of muscle that they have compared to a human is I mean, again, it's like a grown man fighting a baby.
Yeah, no, we need Slim in here. I wonder if Slim would be saying that he could choke out a
chimp named Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Slim probably thinks he can beat up a monkey.
Probably.
Maybe the cop car was a clunker. I don't care. Anything that can just rip the car door off of a car, period. I mean, that takes some strength. John Jones is the best right now? Okay.
With or without steroids, it doesn't matter.
I think like a professional fighter could probably take a monkey, but definitely not a chimpanzee.
Yeah, let's find out. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they used to do this kind of shit back in ancient Rome.
They fought chimps.
I'm sure. I mean, all kinds of in the what do you call it? Colosseum. Just throw a couple of men in there with a bear and a tiger and a fucking monkey whatever.
So once Russell Crowe died, then they went to chimps. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, have you seen Gladiator 2, the new one?
Yeah.
No, I thought that was a joke. That's real.
Yeah, it's real. And guess what they do in it? They fill the Colosseum up with water and put like sharks in there.
This is not serious, dude.
So I thought that it was bullshit. Apparently, they did do that.
Well, I mean, I knew about the filling the Colosseum with water, but I was thinking that yes, water, yes, sharks.
Yeah, I don't know if they put shark. They did fill it with water though.
They did that? I mean, you got to think they don't have pumps, so they committed how much time to getting water over there?
I don't know. So Colby just went to Italy, to Rome on his honeymoon a few months ago, And when he went to the Coliseum, they told him about how they did it. I forget how he said how they did it, but they did do it.
With water, yes. Sharks, no.
But yeah, in the movie, so they're like, they fill the Coliseum up with water. They put all these sharks in there, and then they put the gladiators or whatever on a ship that's floating around in the Coliseum, and like, you know, people are getting thrown off, and as soon as they get thrown off, the sharks all attack and eat them. It's the movie's not very good. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that right now.
Why can't they learn their lesson? Like Joker 2 sucked. Like sequels to like cult classic type films never work. Dumb and Dumber 2, none of them. Yeah. Are we gonna make Pulp Fiction 2?
Coming to America 2. Happy Gilmore 2.
So the fighting scenes are pretty cool. I mean, the one with the sharks is just kind of stupid, but some of the fighting scenes are good. But the storyline in Gladiator 2 is just, I don't know who wrote that, but it wasn't good.
Yeah.
What is this plot? Because Russell Crowe died in the first one, so I'm guessing he's not in this one.
There's not. What the plot is that they have a plot to overthrow the government. Yeah.
E2 Brutus. Okay.
There are some classic movies where the second one was better than the first one.
Name one. I'm sure there are, but
I think Terminator 2 is better than Terminator 1.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
What else was I? I just had one on the tip of my tongue, and I forget what it was now.
Yeah, Toy Story 2.
Toy Story 2.
Better than
Toy Story 3, bro, was even better than the first two.
No, it wasn't. Toy Story.
That's what Quentin Tarantino said.
Crap. But yeah. Toy Story 4 now. Yeah.
What about?
Point being, there's not many.
What about Back to the Future?
So that's an interesting case where that is a trilogy. I don't know if it was planned as a trilogy.
Yeah, it was planned as a trilogy, I think. But
so
yeah.
I would separate that from a sequel. Kind of like Lord of the Rings, like that's really one movie, and it's just so long you had to make 3.
Trilogy, yeah. Well, I mean, they made The Hobbit into a trilogy of movies, even though it's one.
That was dog shit.
The Hobbit movies?
The Hobbit movies were dog shit.
Yeah, you thought they were dog shit? Yeah, I thought they were pretty good. But
Tremors 2. No, Tremors 2 is awful. Yeah, Godfather Part 2 is definitely better than Part 1. I know we had this conversation. You know, I might be one of the only people left on the planet that's never seen the Lord of the Rings movies.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I'm bringing the box set over. We're committing. Well, the extended editions make it 12 hours.
Yeah.
12 hours?
Yeah, they're about 4 hours a piece.
And how many? And there's 3 of them?
There's 3, yeah.
What?
Dude. Magic and stuff, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Witch King of Angmar, bro. Shards of Narsil.
What is the plot of Lord of the Rings? So, I don't even know that.
There's a ring, and it is bad, and it is the key to bringing back the big bad guy.
One ring to rule them all.
You know what I always
destroy that ring.
I always mix up in my mind anyway. Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, and then the two have nothing, and they're not anywhere close to the same thing, are they?
Gandalf. No, not at all.
Is Gandalf Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings?
Gandalf.
Gandalf is Lord of the Rings. He's one of the Mylar, dude. So get it right.
He's one of the what?
The Mylar. So here's the thing for anyone that's listening. The majority of the story that you see in the movie, or a lot of it, is not even in the book. It's in the appendix of the books. Like it's you got to go down the rabbit hole.
Somebody did tell me that they smoke some kind of space weed in that movie, don't they?
They do smoke weed.
They do. Okay, so that is true.
They like to eat a lot and get fucked up.
So they smoke weed and get the munchies, and what do they eat?
Yeah.
A lot of potatoes and shit, man.
I mean, they call it weed. They call it pipe weed. They smoke some of that long bottom leaf. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
What?
that good kush.
I thought it was like some kind of magical weed.
It's a kind of long bottom leaf.
Well, isn't all weed magical in some way?
I guess so.
I guess so.
I thought, it's like weed, like glows, like a magic crystal.
Who told you this, dude? Why does weed? It's great how it is. Why does it need to be magic?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah. Long leaf.
It's fine.
Isn't
But I'll
there-
tell you what, I'll get Sea Dog pants, and I'll also get you to watch Lord of the Rings with me. Is that fair?
I'll watch Lord of the Rings with you, but
Why is there a but?
Yeah, what's the but?
I guess when I come to the football game, we can watch it because it's 12 hours. That's the but.
I don't think we can. I think it's going to be like a service provider coming out. Like, I'll come up with my whole get up. I'll dress up like Gandalf, and you just set aside a room for us to watch. Kind of like, dude, you're talking about this like you didn't just do a 24-hour live stream. You certainly.
Well, that is
can
true.
commit 12 hours to this.
Yeah. I don't know, but it's like live streaming. At least I'm like doing something. I'm talking. There's a difference between live streaming and just sitting on a couch and staring at a TV screen for 12 hours.
I will explain things to you. Like, see,
Okay. I will definitely need you to explain stuff to me because I probably won't know what the hell I'm looking at.
Like, that's Aragorn. He's got a hard on for this elf, but she never dies, so there's problems.
There's elves.
There's elves. There's dwarves. There's orcs. There's mages.
There's
Wizards, I guess, is what they call them.
Yeah.
hot.
So isn't there like some sort of underworld, like Middle Earth or something like that?
Yeah, that is.
The
The whole
underworld.
thing takes place in Middle Earth.
Oh, so that's where the movie that's the setting.
I guess
Yeah.
what you're talking about is that there's like a spirit world where they put the ring on and things get a little weird.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, so everything's completely normal until they put the ring on. Then it gets weird.
Yeah. Then you get stabbed in the dick
It's
with.
already weird before they put the ring on. And it gets even weirder. Yeah.
So is Middle Earth inside the Earth, or is it just a place on the Earth that they call Middle Earth?
I don't know.
Oh,
Well, is Middle Georgia inside Georgia somewhere under the ground? No.
no. So when I thought Middle Earth, because there's people that do believe that there's like a whole like cities and some other species that lives underneath, like in the middle of our planet, like underground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Retards. Yeah.
So I thought that was like a Middle Earth type thing.
No.
Oh.
Nah. Now Middle Earth is flat though. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, because we do have a Middle Earth. It's called the equator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I don't know.
What country does the equator run through? That's Middle Earth?
Yeah, it's in Ecuador. Yeah. That's
Yeah. So Ecuador is Middle Earth. Okay.
No.
Hey
No.
man, you want to do some spells?
No, Ecuador is not Middle Earth. But
Yeah, you're getting it now, dude. You pretty much got the gist of it.
LW, he's projecting that if we have a Lord of the Rings watch party, that I'm gonna rage quit.
yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna say, why didn't they just take the Eagles straight to Mordor? I don't get it. This is dumb. That's what you're gonna do. You can make a whole video about. That's a good topic for you. Why Lord of the Rings is dumb and Tolkien. I'm glad he's dead or something. You could do that.
I think somebody, like when it first came out, when was that? Like,
2006, something like that.
Yeah.
2005.
I feel like somebody told me to watch it, and I sat down to watch it, and I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, what the fuck am I watching? And I just turned it off, and I never went back to watch it again.
The beginning of the first movie is them partying.
Yeah.
I
What?
figured you'd like
What are they? Is he getting high?
They're smoking. I don't think it lays out that it's weed, but we know it is. And then they have dragon fireworks.
Yes, for Bilbo's 111th birthday.
Yeah.
So they were getting fucked up at a 111th-year-old birthday party?
He was getting fucked up too, yeah.
They were, yeah.
What?
Dude, you'd like Hobbit culture. You really would.
Okay. Is there how do I put this? Well, I guess I'll just say it the only way to say it. Is there sex in this movie?
No.
Okay, no Hobbit sex?
No.
No, but there's a chick that gets real pissed and turns green.
Oh.
If that does anything for you.
What?
No, that didn't do anything for me. I like
Galadriel, Dick. She gets pissed and turns green.
Huh?
although
No, she doesn't turn green.
Yes, she does.
she could still be hot. Like
Yeah.
no color can make a beautiful woman not beautiful. You know what I mean?
She's the most beautiful. She gives some of her hair to the dwarf, and he gets real horny over that.
He gets horny over the hair?
Yeah.
It's kind of implied, but yeah.
What is
Yeah.
it, some sort of like pheromone type thing, or just
We know that it's not shown in the movie, but you know he takes the hair and rubs one out on the boat when they're golfing.
So they implied that he takes the hair and pleasures himself to it.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was my interpretation.
Yeah, that's not weird at all.
oh yeah, I do remember which scene you're talking about when she turns green, but
Yeah, I told you.
I just didn't know that color was green, but
Nick says he's seen The Hobbit, but not The Lord of the Rings. Isn't that the same thing?
No, there's 6 total movies.
Oh,
3 are-
no, that's another 12 hours.
We're not watching The Hobbit, dude. That's dumb.
It is,
not?
yeah.
All
All right, good.
Why
The
not?
Hobbit is like what, 180 pages? The Lord of the Rings like 800 pages. Why did The Hobbit need 3 movies?
Is there a main character, or is it just like it's just like a bunch of main characters?
Well, there's a few main characters.
I mean, if you had to pick one, Frodo would be the main character. But basically, they split off, and there's different stories that are going on concurrently.
Okay.
Aragorn's would be another main character. Gandalf.
Gandalf, yeah.
Yes, Battle Angel says, have you seen Willow? Yes, I have. And by the way, I'm glad you just reminded me of that, because if there's any way I could find that on streaming anywhere, I'm watching it. Like, immediately. Have you ever seen Willow?
No.
No.
Oh,
What is
Okay.
that about?
now I'm going to have to... You're going to watch Lord of the Rings with me. I'm going to have to watch Willow with you.
Is Willow a series? Or a
No,
movie?
it's a movie that came out
Okay.
probably in the, early 90s, maybe?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So it's an old movie then.
It's on Disney Plus. Oh, if you like whatever, Middle Earth type shit like you're talking about, you got to see Willow.
It's magic and stuff. Is it a Disney movie?
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And also Krull. Yeah, that's another one. Have you seen Krull? Krull?
No.
No.
Oh, man. These were classics back when I was like, 12 years old. It's
Early 90s would be like the beginning of me watching stuff.
It's all fantasy stuff.
Okay.
That's what I would classify it as. Yeah, Willow was shot in 1988, according to 12 Foot Ninja.
It's a big ninja.
Yeah. Yeah, Never Ending Story. Yeah. See, that's something, ironically enough, because of the name, that you can't make a sequel of because it's never ending.
Never ending sequel.
You can't say, that's an oxymoron. Never Ending Story 2.
Well, how is it a never ending story?
You've never seen Never Ending Story, Vic?
No.
Oh my God. What are you doing? Oh my God. With Atreyu and you don't know who Falcor is?
No.
The princess?
Or
Falcor is half dragon, half dog.
What?
Yeah, and he flies.
Damn. I've never seen this either. I just didn't want to be dumb while you were to call him Vic dumb.
Dragon, half dog. Okay.
Yeah, Never Ending Story might be the greatest movie ever made.
Whoa, bro. Easy throwing that around.
I'm telling you.
You're telling me.
I'm telling you.
I mean, what would I say the greatest movie of all time is? I'm more of a show guy. I mean, Lord of the Rings is up there, but it's a trilogy.
Yeah, the Never Ending Story is good.
Matrix was good. That's also a trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Never Ending Story is a total mind fuck. Is what it is.
Okay.
Is this a Disney movie?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
It's a mind fuck.
Well, how did you ever finish it if it's never ending? How did you complete the movie?
So you have to watch it to figure that out.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the other.
I can't tell you.
It's gonna be like Memento or something.
I can't tell you.
It seems.
All right, now I'm gonna watch. You've hooked me, you motherfucker. I'm gonna watch it now.
You really should anyway. Honestly, it is good.
Let me write it down, or I'll forget. Because
Yeah, so it looks like the movie has an ending, but the story does not have an ending.
Well, of course, the movie has to have an ending. Otherwise, it's. I mean, however long it is, 2 hours. So there's a finite ending to the movie. Yeah, of course.
But there's no ending to the story.
Right. Is that the same movie where the horse gets stuck in the mud? Yeah. Atreyu's horse. So part of this, if you get sad, you die. Like.
Oh shit! I've been dead a long time ago.
So his horse gets sad and it sinks in like quicksand mud. It's pretty sad. It's a tearjerker when the horse dies. It is the saddest part of the movie.
Dude, I'm gonna admit this here. So then that's not a movie I could watch with someone, because anything remotely sad that happens in a movie, like I cry at the end of Forrest Gump every time. Like I will blubber.
Yeah. And he gets the key to life basically from a giant, like 200-foot tall tortoise.
Wow.
Bro, this sounds like an acid trip. This isn't a movie.
It is kind of an acid trip, but it is good. It is a good movie.
Yeah, have you ever watched that movie on
That movie what?
I mean on acid.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. You might jump out a window or something.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
But it is alarming that a self-proclaimed Georgia Tech nerd would not have seen The Never-Ending Story or Willow.
I've never even heard of it, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, I've heard of the song.
Yeah, that's from the movie.
Okay,
Never-Ending Story. Da, 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 da.
No, I've heard the song that never ends with that.
Oh yeah. This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, but we'll continue singing it forever just because this is a song that never ends. But you just repeat that over and over again. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's I listen to that in the shower sometimes.
Yeah.
Good one.
That's not one you want to get stuck in your head, because it will actually drive you insane, like for real insane.
Yeah.
Well, I'm already there, so I mean, I can't deteriorate mentally any further than I already have.
Battle Angel says that The Never-Ending Story is on Amazon Prime for $3.99.
Okay.
All right.
So get yourself a big old bowl of popcorn. I don't know, take a couple bong hits or whatever you do.
Bong
and and rent that movie.
Smoking doobies, man.
Some bong rips, bro.
I'll tell you what. You got a show tonight, and then right after the show, I'm watching this.
Okay, please do. And then after you watch it, what time's your show?
It's 8, probably 8 to 9, 8 to 9:30.
Okay. It is Friday, so I probably should still be awake. After you watch the movie, you can call me and give me your thoughts on it. If you feel like it. You don't have to, but if you feel like it. Otherwise,
I definitely will.
Okay.
No matter how late it is, I will call you.
Okay. Well, if you
4
figure your show is going to be about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, so you'll be around 9:30. You probably start the movie around 10ish.
Yeah.
So, and it's like 2 hours. So you should be done by around midnight. I should still be awake.
Okay. That seems reasonable.
You know what I might do? I'm not sure my kids have seen it, which is also a sin in itself.
What?
We could watch it together, but not together. You know what? We could watch it at the same time. What I'm trying to say.
So how weird would it be if I called you and then we just stayed on the phone?
Or stayed on the speakerphone during the movie? Yeah, that might be weird. But you'll probably, when the sad part happens, you'll have to hang up the phone to cry. Because you can't cry on the speakerphone.
No. Pete, I gotta go. Everything's fine. Fuck you. Bye.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why can't you cry on speakerphone?
Well, because
Vic, you don't cry in front of other men.
it's embarrassing, Vic. That's why.
Well, it's not just embarrassing, it's just rude, because then it puts the other person in this weird kind of space. Like, if you were sitting next to a guy that cried, what would you do?
I don't know.
I don't even like my wife seeing me cry in a movie, let alone a man.
I'd probably start crying too, I guess. But
Then my wife cries at everything. Like any movie that, like anything that happens to anybody, she cries immediately. Like it's pretty impressive actually how quickly she can cry. And I make fun of her. I go, "You're not crying, are you?" And she's like, "Shut up." And then, if I start to cry in a movie, I get up and go to the bathroom, pretend like I have to go to the bathroom so she doesn't see me cry. So I can go in there and like wipe the tears off my face and then flush the toilet and come back out.
Yeah. You suppress the emotions, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, I don't need my wife seeing me cry. I'm a man.
Yeah. Absolutely.
She'd be like, "Look at this pussy crying."
Yeah. Now this doesn't backfire in a rage incident later. It's fine. This is what we do.
I thought I married a man. You're over here crying because a horse died.
Are you saying you pull a league of her own on her if she cries? Are you crying?
Yeah.
Are you crying in Finding Nemo?
No, but I do. Like if it's legitimately sad, I don't say anything. She's crying in a movie, but sometimes she cries like the dumbest shit. I'm like, "You're really not crying about that, are you?" Shaming her.
Please tell me the dumbest thing she's cried over in a movie.
Oh God, I'd have to think about it. Oh.
Like maybe someone steps on when they Will Smith steps on that bug in Men in Black.
I don't know, but I have seen her cry, and I'm like, "You're really not crying about that." I can't think of the specific thing it was, but
it's fair.
Yeah, and she gets mad at me. She's like, "Shut up!" Then she starts laughing. Yeah.
Well, see, there you go. You made it better.
Yeah, I shame her.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That people might feel some kind of way about that, but
you know what's even worse? I mean, crying at home in the comfort of your own home for a movie. At least nobody's there to see it. But what about when you go like to a movie theater, like a packed movie theater, and you're crying with strangers? That's not good.
I don't think that exists anymore.
What, packed movie theaters?
Has there ever, in the past 5 years, has one movie theater been packed?
Well, maybe on the opening day of a movie, but
that is weird. I didn't cry at Titanic. Although it's obviously extremely sad, all the death and, Leonardo DiCaprio at the end dying because that bitch wouldn't let him on the door even though there was enough room. We won't get into that. But for some reason, I didn't cry at that movie. I did cry on Saving Private Ryan. I'm trying to think of it. Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, that's first of all, that is the most appropriate time if you're gonna be a bitch and cry, because they're doing man shit.
Yeah.
So That's fine.
Yeah, war movies can make you cry because war is terrible and sad.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? The other one, if you watch this movie and didn't cry at the end, then I don't think you're human. Okay.
What movie?
Shit. What's the name of this fucking movie? It's the one with Owen Wilson with the dog.
Marley and Me.
Yeah, Marley and Me.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't cry when Marley dies, you're not human.
Yeah.
It is appropriate. There are some exceptions, like death of a parent, whatever. One of them is death of an animal. Is our dog specifically is okay to cry for your guy.
Well, any pet. I think you could say a cat too. But yeah,
Death of an animal.
I will definitely cry when my cat dies. I love that cat. She's my buddy.
Death of an animal. Yeah.
I did say of an animal, but then you said cat, and it made me rethink things. I don't know. I mean, are cats capable of love?
Absolutely, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've never owned a cat, have you?
No, and my ex-wife wanted to get a cat, and I was like, absolutely not, never.
Yeah, I never considered myself a cat person. I always had dogs. And I was actually a little hesitant to get the cat. My kids kept begging me for the cat, and then my sister kind of tricked me into taking the cat. But it didn't take long for me to fall in love with the cat. You know.
I don't know, man. They scratch you. They scratch everything you have.
Not really.
And then they look at you like they're looking through your soul, like you lose something when they gaze at you. Part of you is gone, you know?
No.
I wouldn't admit it either, bro, but I'm telling you.
No, I don't feel that way.
Times.
My cat's sweet. Like, she's definitely not. Now, some cats, I will say this, because I've had, well, when I was young, I had a cat. When I was like, I don't know, 10 years old. That cat was a fucking maniac. Like, that cat was evil, I think.
Maybe that's my issue is I'm not saying most cats are like that, but all cats I've ever been around have been like that.
Yeah. There's different varying, like, types of cats for sure. So, I mean, same way with dogs, right? But
The same way with dogs, same way with humans.
yeah, right. Yeah, some humans are assholes and some are not.
Well, then let me ask you this. Would you get a tiger?
No,
When
because
really that's just a big cat.
I know, but my cat won't kill me.
Yes.
A
But
tiger
it's got
might.
that in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if a cat was, 300, 400 pounds, 500 pounds like a tiger, it could definitely kill me, but it's not. So it weighs like 8 pounds or something. I don't know, 7
Well, I'll
pounds.
say it like this. Like, I wouldn't get a tiger. I might get a wolf, though. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be a bad idea.
Dude, wolves are pretty badass. 'Cause I watched Caesar Milan, dude. You just make yourself the pack leader and you're fine.
Yeah, I don't want anything that's going to kill me. I mean, I guess technically a dog could kill you if it wanted to, depending on what kind of dog it is. Like if you like a Rottweiler or a German Shepherd or a Pit Bull, whatever. What's those other ones that popular?
Doberman probably could.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the big one. They're big, not a mastiff. Not a mastiff. There's something. It's something else. It looks like almost like a pit bull on steroids.
I don't know.
Like a lot taller.
The Great Danes are not.
Great Dane.
No, shit. What's it called?
A Great Dane. And not a Doberman.
Yeah, thank you. 12. A cane corso.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That might be a type of massive. Is it?
A cane. A cane corso, is that brother, or
Is that what?
is that corso's brother?
I don't know, but here's what they look like. They look like kind of like I don't know, It looks like almost like a mix between a Great Dane, a Pit Bull, and a Bulldog.
Wow.
They're big.
Yeah, you could ride that thing.
Here's what it looks like for the YouTube people, if you don't know what it looks like. Yeah. Like that one right there in the middle here. Pretty dogs, though. Oh, that's what Hufferbilly Paw has? Okay.
He has a cane Corso?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is that what Scooby-Doo was? Scooby-Doo is a cane Corso?
Huh. Wow.
Scooby-Doo was like a Great Dane.
Mm-hmm.
Scooby-Doo is not a cane Corso, man. Like, Scooby-Doo was skinny.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo was, yeah. Let's find out. What breed... Look, it came up. What breed is Scooby-Doo? There's all kinds of... Yeah, he's a Great Dane. I told you.
Boom.
They've got a picture of Scooby-Doo right next, like superimposed with a real Great Dane, and they look identical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have a friend in high school that had a Great Dane. That dog, I'm not even kidding you. It's the top of its head like would come up to my chin. He was like 5 feet tall or something.
Yeah, there's a lady in the complex island that has a Great Dane, which I don't understand. It would seem to me that to have a Great Dane, you'd need a lot of space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I watched a cop video the other day. The suspect walked around with a cane Corso, and the K9 cop started whining and ran away. Damn.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah. I got attacked by one of those type of dogs.
What?
Yeah.
Great Dane.
No, not a Great Dane. It was like I don't know what exactly what it was, but it was big. It looked like a pit bull. It might have been a cane Corso actually, or some sort of mix of cane Corso, because it looked like a pit bull, but it was way bigger than a pit bull. And yeah, it fucked me up too. It
Wow.
got a hold of my leg, and there was 2 giant puncture holes in my leg, and just pouring blood out. It ripped my pants legs off, like it shredded them.
How did this happen? You're just
I was working. I've told this story on the air before. So the business I used to own, we did lawn care, so we did like fertilizing and weed spraying and stuff. So anyway, you went to these people's homes on increments like every 5 or 6 weeks. So we had notes on each customer. Like if they're scheduled for service the next day, some people have pets, so we need to call them ahead and let them know, hey, we're coming tomorrow, so leave your dogs inside or whatever. This particular lady said, listen, you got to let me know when you're coming. You can't just go in the yard. Give us a call, and then come and ring the doorbell and make sure nobody's there. And I'll have the dog in the garage. If I'm not home, I'll have the dog inside if I am home. So I'm like, okay. So I ring the door. We call the day before, let her know we're coming, exactly what time we're coming. I show up, ring the doorbell. I hear the dog in the house barking when I rang the doorbell. So I don't think anything of it. So I go in the backyard. She had a fenced-in backyard. So I go through the gate. I'm in the backyard working, and then I look up, and I hear something. I look up, and she didn't close the fucking door. She left, but she didn't. No, she was there with the dog, but she didn't. The doggy door was open to the backyard. So not only that dog, but she had 2 dogs come barreling out of the house, and they're running at me. And so I just dropped what I'm doing. Now it's a race to get to the gate. Can I get out of the gate before they get to me? Which we got there about the same time. And I'm trying to close the gate, but the dog's head's like stuck in it. So he's like pushing the gate, and I'm trying to shove but his head's smashed in there. Anyway, make a long story short, eventually he wins the fight. He gets out. So now we're on the side of the house, on the left side of the house, in the side yard, and of course, it starts biting me. It knocked me down a couple times. I kept getting up. I was kicking this dog like a football. I'm telling you, I was punching it. I was kicking it. I was yelling and screaming for this bitch to come. I'm like, come get your fucking dog. This is in the middle of a neighborhood at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going, come get your fucking dog. Come get your fucking dog. So this goes on, it knocking me down and biting me for like 3 or 4 minutes. A long time.
That's an eternity to be.
It was an eternity, and this was a big ass mean fucking dog, and it was fucking me up too. Now I had adrenaline going, so I didn't feel the pain until afterwards. But anyway, eventually she hears me screaming and comes out, and she sees me on the ground. The dog's got my leg in its mouth, like a chew toy, and she yells for the dog, and the dog lets go of me, and the dog goes like she listens to her, right? And she goes, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." I'm like, bitch, you didn't hear me yelling for the past fucking 4 minutes that your dog was attacking me? And
I'm so sorry is not the correct response. Like, I will call you an ambulance, maybe.
Yeah.
Is a better response.
Yeah. And so she looked down at my leg, the blood pouring out of my leg, my whole pants leg was shredded. I'm like, so
Jesus.
yeah. And well, that was it for me for that day. I went home after that.
I mean, you didn't get in an effect. There weren't any secondary issues from this. This sounds pretty.
No, so my wife and both my mom and my wife, and they were like, "You got to go. Like, what if the dog has rabies or something?" So I actually called the lady back. I'm like, "Please tell me you're up to date with the rabies shots on the dog." She said, "Yeah, we're up to date with the vaccinations and everything." So I never went to the doctor, but I had 2 giant puncture holes from its fangs or whatever in my legs, and a lot of other like scratches and bite marks on my leg. My wife wanted me to go get some kind of tetanus shot or so whatever the fuck it is, but I didn't do that either. I did not sue her. No, I did not.
I mean, I love dogs. I don't understand having a dog that's about as aggressive as they get. And look, I work in the power industry, and a lot of these power companies have to send people out to people's properties. This is how crazy people are with their dogs. Similar incident, not with me, where the guy, just like you, and he's fighting the dog. They fired the guy.
Yeah.
For hitting the dog.
Why?
Wow.
Because it didn't look good.
Oh,
you're attacking a dog. So, I mean, that's how they looked at it and fired him. So, I mean, it gets silly.
I mean, I beat the shit out of that dog. It didn't even phase it.
He didn't give a shit.
No, I was punching it, kicking it. It didn't, I mean.
So I guess that answers that question. One Peete versus one whatever breed dog.
Yeah, I had no chance. And the worst part is there was no getting away from it. You know what I mean? I couldn't run. It just would have taken me down from behind. So I'm squaring up with this fucking dog.
Well, and you can't outrun a dog.
No.
Even if you could get up, he'd just catch you, right?
Yeah.
Pete, you're 110 pounds. No, I'm like I'm actually the heaviest I've ever been in my life right now since I quit the nicotine.
What are you?
I'm about 177 maybe.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up because I've been super serial about this. So I went on a 36-hour fast that ended yesterday.
Did you really?
Yes.
How was that?
So I wanted to fast for a day, which I got through, which actually wasn't awful. I mean, once you just say, I'm not eating today, no matter how I feel, like you can do it. But when I got up the next morning, I was like, well, let's just see how far we can go. And I started feeling pretty bad. So I was like, well, I got to eat something. I got to go get my kid. I can't be driving, not able to do anything. But no, I mean, it wasn't horrible. Had I not had a commitment, I would have gone longer.
So you said 36?
Yeah.
So a day and a half.
Day and a half.
Yeah. I want to do one, but I want to do like a 72, like a 3-day one.
What? So not eat anything for 72
Well,
days?
you can have, I think, like water and coffee maybe.
For 3 days.
Yeah, some people do them longer than that.
I feel like you start hallucinating and shit.
No, apparently the first 36 hours, which is what you did, is the hard part, and after that, you actually, start to feel good.
Yeah, it wasn't like I was starving or anything either. I just I felt weak. Like I felt like I wasn't able to do what I needed to do. But
yeah,
it's not terrible.
Apparently, so I think after the 36 hours is when the real health benefits start to kick in.
Good to know.
From what research I've done, so you went right to that threshold, but
it has torn my stomach up though. That has not been great.
Really? Why?
Yeah, I don't know why. Well, probably because my diet has changed. Like where not only do I not eat bread, I just don't eat sugar, carbs at all. So pretty much meat and vegetables.
If you're there's carbs and vegetables, but I know what you're saying. You're saying like no processed carbs like bread or. I mean.
Yeah, and really I've just been eating a lot of like meat. I mean, I really haven't eaten many carbs. I haven't eaten a lot of fruit.
What are you eating? Like chicken and steak?
I had a buffalo chicken dip. Like I had some of that yesterday. I made a big roast. So I'm making a lot of stuff in the crock pot because I can just make a lot and, eat on that for however long.
Yeah.
But the buffalo chicken dip I make is so hot, that fucked my asshole up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've been there before, yeah.
Where I'm like, I don't want to wipe anymore. This fucking torture.
Yeah. Yeah, that is torture. But so you'll listen, are you doing any kind of exercising?
Yeah, so the complex I live in is really big. So the hallway, to walk up and down the hallway is probably like 200, 250 yards. So twice a day when I'm working, I'm like, hey, I'm going to go walk up and down twice. So like for my lunch, I'll walk that and come back. So nothing like crazy, but that's more than what I was doing. And again, my whole thing is doing something that's manageable that I can do. And then once you really start seeing results, it becomes easier to do more stuff. Yeah. Because you're more motivated.
Everyone's talking about the intermittent fasting in the chat. I did that for several years, actually. I would only really eat one meal a day, and it was dinner. I've kind of gotten off of that now within the past, maybe 3 or 4 months. And but I still only eat one real meal a day. I don't eat lunch. I just don't. But I used to not even eat breakfast either. But now I eat, like every morning I eat 2 or 3 eggs, hard-boiled eggs, and then I eat dinner.
Yeah, so it's probably not an issue for you because you don't gourd yourself like I do, like a fat ass. But when you start eating way less, it's almost like you've had that gastric bypass. Like you just can't eat as much anymore. Yeah,
I'm sure your stomach probably shrinks a little bit.
Yeah, and the goal is my stomach shrinks, dick looks bigger. That's really the motivation. It's
I'm talking about your
look better.
You're talking about your belly. I'm talking about your actual stomach inside your body.
Now I'm talking about this belly.
Yeah, belly.
And again, it's not like so I can have sex with some hot woman. It's so my dick can look better to me. It's about me.
So when you get out of the shower, you're like, look at that.
Yeah, like I'll look in the mirror and be like, that's a fucking hog right there. There you go.
You know what else makes it look bigger if you shave it down?
Hands. What?
You gotta trim it down.
Oh, I've got Manscaped. Yeah. And I had that when I was married, and I did it and I shaved it, and then she was just like, "You look 12. What the fuck?
You're not supposed to get
something."
I mean, you don't just go completely clean shaven. That is a little weird.
I went clean shaven, dude. And then what I didn't anticipate is it itches so bad.
Would you use like a fucking straight razor?
No, I didn't use a straight razor. I didn't put the guard on it though.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so you use the electric razor with no guard on it. I got you.
I hacked my shit up.
Well, that sounds like that would hurt.
I skinned it up.
Yeah.
It didn't feel great.
Yeah, I'm sure it didn't.
Right,
It itched.
before they had the Manscaped, just before they had the lawnmower.
And the tough part is like
1,000.
getting your balls, because then that's wrinkly and like you'll nick.
You know, spoiler alert here. Manscaped, I know. I would listen if they want to sponsor the show. I'll take their money and tell everyone how great they are. But let's be honest, it's a scam. It's a gimmick. It's no different than any other regular electric razor, except for they charge you 5 times the amount for it than they would charge you for like a regular one.
Well, I think it's a good product. The scam part is, and I didn't realize this because I don't look at my bank statement, super often. But when you sign up for that, it automatically signs you up for reoccurring charges of like sending you new blades and stuff.
Okay.
And you got to really look to make sure it's not doing that. So for like 3 or 4 months, I was getting shit in the mail and I'm like, oh, this is nice of them. It's like, no, dummy, they're charging you for that.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that.
New blades. I mean, god damn. I mean, how often are you shaving your balls? You need new blade,
Well, when you got a ball throw like this, you might need it more often, but at least let me know.
Well, I mean, every couple of months, every 2 or 3 months,
Now, you would think maybe like every 6 months, I would think, if that.
Yeah, I don't know, because I have a beard trimmer. I trim my beard every morning, before I get in the shower. And I think I've had the same one for like a year and a half. I mean,
and it still works, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. If you could pick a sponsor to have, like a product you really like to sponsor on your channel, like who's your dream sponsor?
That's a good question.
A dream sponsor.
What do I really love?
Because for me, it's Texas Instruments. I mean, we know that.
I
don't know. Maybe something like Hawaiian Shirt Company.
Perfect. Too aware.
Blue Chew. Oh yeah, that's a good one, Matt. Yeah, I could get like a beer sponsor. I could really piss people off and get like a Bud Light sponsorship.
yeah.
People are
That'd be
mad.
an interesting ad read. You want to get fucked up like your boy Pete? This shit right here will do it.
Yeah, any I don't even care what kind of beer it is. I'll just, even if I don't like it, I'll lie, pretend like I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon Pratt. Yeah, I could do some kind of gun company too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a mechanic guy, so mechanic sponsorship. I don't really know.
Do Grizzly.
The gun thing doesn't really go with my. I guess it could. I don't know.
I don't think you can have a gun sponsor, can you? And maybe you can. I know that's an issue in ad.
I think you.
Seen one who had a gun sponsorship before, so.
I'm pretty sure you can have a gun sponsorship. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of big gun channels.
I know, but and this might be something good for the audience to know. Like when you monetize a video, there's a list of questions it asks you, and one of them is there any firearm related content?
Yeah.
The one that makes me laugh is, are there any controversial issues? It's like, what?
Yeah, that's such an open-ended thing. It's ridiculous. But now, it's the firearm thing. Like I said, there's a ton of firearm YouTube channels. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody have a gun sponsorship necessarily, but there's definitely ammo and anything gun related, like stuff that you put on your gun, that kind of thing. But I don't know. Maybe there's a rule against having an actual gun company sponsor you. I don't know.
Probably not. You probably just can't monetize the video, but you could have like a private sponsorship. Like if they wanted to pay you
Well, I know a lot of these gun companies, they find the big YouTubers that do gun content and they send them guns for free to review. You know what I mean? So
you'd love that.
Yeah, I mean, they'll send you $1,000 gun to review. And I think some of them make you send the gun back after you review it. Some of them let you keep it. I don't really know the ins and outs of that. Here's what I do know. You can't, there's no, like, you can't shoot guns on, or even show guns on a live stream. It has to be an uploaded video.
That kind of makes sense, though. I'm not here to defend YouTube. I could see that going bad in a lot of situations.
Well, they don't want somebody committing a murder or suicide on live on the air. That's what it is.
Or accidentally shooting themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want you to shoot someone live or upload it.
Well, if it's uploaded, they can review it before it's posted, Vic. That's the point.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess they don't want you accidentally shooting yourself too. You know, like a negligent discharge is what they call it, an ND, which happens. Which is one of the things that, because I go to the gun range a lot, it's kind of like a therapy for me, just to be like away from things and I can just concentrate on shooting and not think about anything else. But, you know, at a public gun range, there's other people in there and you don't know how safe they are. And they're standing right next to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so a lot of times accidents happen where, you know, people are stupid and don't know what the fuck they're doing. It shouldn't be in the gun range in the first place. And then they accidentally shoot the person next to them just, you know, because they don't know what they're doing. That does worry me a little bit.
I feel like that's less likely at a gun range, though. That happens like when you're out with your buddies and being dumb. Like when Sea-Dog took me to the gun range, I was stoked about that. They were like super serious. Like, now you set the gun on the table, you know.
Yeah, there's rules. I mean, but that doesn't stop somebody who doesn't know what they're doing from doing something stupid. Accidents happen at gun ranges. They just do.
I'm
but
sure.
as a matter of fact, when I went to get my concealed carry license, was at this gun place that had a range, and somebody asked the guy, it was like, has anybody ever died in this or been killed in this gun range by accident? He goes, no one's ever been killed by accident, but we did have one suicide. Like somebody was at the gun range and just fucking put the gun to their head and blew their brains out.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not advocating that at all. But if you were, I wouldn't choose a gun range.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't planning on it, and you know his wife texted him a picture of her sucking some guy's dick, and he just fucking blew his brain. Like, who knows what happened? You know what I mean?
Maybe
Like,
he couldn't hit the target, and he was like, "Fuck this, I'm no good." That makes the most sense to me.
I mean, that's terrible. It's not funny, but it is weird to go into public and do that instead of, you know what I mean?
Well, that'd be weird. I mean, if you're at a range, then you have access to a gun. So.
Well, it's also fucked up from the standpoint of now you've traumatized everyone around you for no reason. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say if you're doing that, you're not thinking clearly in the first place. So.
Yeah, probably not.
But it is kind of selfish if you're going to do that, to do it in public and like traumatize other people. Oh.
Yeah, this got dark.
And I won't, like, you're saying, like, a lot of times it's more likely to happen if you're out messing around with your buddies. So I don't hang around with people who don't, like, I'm not going out shooting with people who are just like dicking around and fucking off. Like, I'm not interested in doing that.
Well, that's what got me honestly scared of guns, because that was my only experience. Like, I saw a lady point a loaded shotgun at a guy's head.
Oh my God. What?
Understand?
Where was this?
Yeah. Some people I work with, this guy has some land, like, oh, we'll go shoot skeet. And it's not her fault that happened. She doesn't know anything about guns. They give someone who's ignorant of guns a loaded weapon. And yeah, I left right then and there.
I would too. I don't want to be around that.
Well, I
Well, I
mean,
didn't survive the horrors I put myself through to die in this fucking idiot's yard.
Yeah, right.
I know that.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't be around those people either. You know, like my a couple of years ago, my sister, she's single. Well, she's a widow, but she lives alone. Her kids are grown out of the house. She lives in a neighborhood that's not great, and so she knows I have guns and stuff. She came to me. She's like, "Can you help me, find a gun to buy that's good for me, and then teach me how to use it." And so I did, but first of all, I'm not a professional firearm trainer, but I know the basics of how to tell somebody to be safe with it. But it was a little nerve-wracking because people don't have I don't know. It's teaching somebody to shoot who has no idea anything about guns is kind of dangerous. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel like when you're afraid of the gun, like it makes things a little more nerve-wracking for everybody if you're shooting it.
Yeah. But she did the thing where like she did the thing like the first time I took her to shoot, and she didn't know, and I told her the safety rules, like don't ever point the gun anywhere except for downrange, don't. But she's talking to me, and she just has the gun in her hand. She turns towards me, and so she did point the gun at me for like 2 seconds. I basically pushed it away, but that's just part of learning, I guess. But
scared of you though, probably.
yeah, I don't want to load a gun and pointed at me.
Yeah.
With their finger on the trigger too. I mean, it's not hard to activate that trigger.
No. Would you go shooting with me, bro?
Absolutely. You've been shooting before, right? Yeah, you went with Sea-Dog.
Sea-Dog took me.
Yeah. When we went to Panama City, Slob Olympics, a big group of us went. It was me, Nature Boy, Money Man, Slim Shady. I think it was just the four of us.
Nice.
Yeah. That was a bullshit range, though. I mean, it's a nice range, but they were like, they had like people in there watching you and telling you like, don't do this, don't do that. The range I go to, they don't do all that.
It was a nice range, but a bullshit range.
Yeah, and they made us sit down and watch like some 15-minute long video before we even went in the range. I was like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy the range a bunch, just making holes in paper. I did for the short amount of time that we shot skeet. That was fun.
Oh, yes.
Shotguns are fun because you don't have to be that good. You just shoot.
Yeah, Brandon Pratt says, how about the ATF agent who couldn't even field strip a Glock? So it's a misnomer that if you are law enforcement or military, that you're automatically like super proficient with guns. It's not really true, especially in law enforcement. Like a lot of those guys, they go through their firearm training, they get issued a gun that they carry on their hip every day, but they don't hardly ever train with it. Like, so it's, I mean, not everybody who's in that field of work is an expert on guns.
I would think the hope is you never do have to use it, right?
Well, yeah, but you need to, if you're going to have one, if you're going to have the responsibility of carrying one around, you need to basically be an expert on how that thing works and how to use it safely. And if you need to shoot somebody, you want to shoot what you're shooting at, not somebody else.
No, 100% agree. I mean, my position on cops, I mean, we're not going down that road, has always been pay them more and expect more.
Well, train them more.
Yeah, that would go in with expectation, yeah.
Yeah, I think they should be trained more. They should go through mental health evaluations more because they see fucked up shit every day. I mean, imagine it's got to be tough to be a cop. I mean, you see people dead every day. You see all kinds of fucked up crimes. Like, it's got to mess with you mentally.
Well, just having to be paranoid all the time, like just that, like I'm not the likelihood of me dying going to work today is almost zero. For them, it's, you don't know. It's way higher though. I mean, that's got to not feel great.
Yeah.
And you're making $50,000 a year to do that. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, like again, they see traumatic stuff too. I mean, you're the first on the scene of some guy who killed his 5-year-old daughter or something. Yeah, I mean and what, you're supposed to go to work the next day after seeing that? I mean, you're human.
What?
Yeah, and you'd have to talk to a cop, but I feel like there's probably a stigma around like seeing a shrink in that field.
Yeah.
Are you making tacos?
Me?
Sound like pressing buttons on a microwave.
I don't know. That wasn't me. I think that's Vic. But I don't know what Vic's doing over there. I've been staring at this picture of Scooby-Doo for the past 45 minutes, I think.
Did they ever explain why he can talk?
Right.
Well, I don't think you can really explain the entire show premise at all.
He can talk because it's a cartoon.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah.
And we're just assuming that Shaggy is like definitely a pothead, right?
Right.
Because he's always hungry.
Yeah.
But how old are they? Aren't they like teenagers?
Like,
But they're also detectives with a talking dog?
yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, they're like
Who do they work for?
themselves. I think they just do it for fun.
They just travel around in a hippie van solving
Yeah.
crimes randomly?
Yeah.
Austin says they're like in their early 20s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You go around in a hippie van solving mysteries.
Yeah, and they dress like. Well, I guess when the Scooby-Doo came out in the 70s, it must have. Right?
It's like 70s, 80s.
I mean, they're wearing bell bottoms.
This was the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah. Have they ever not solved a crime that they tried to solve?
No, I think they have always.
So they have 100% success rate.
Yeah. It's kind of the point of the show.
That's even less believable than the dog talking.
So who is a better detective, Sherlock or the Scooby-Doo gang? Who's better at solving crimes? Because they've never done wrong.
Sherlock has never not solved one either?
I don't know. I mean, you'd have to ask Benedict Cumberbatch.
Well, the Scooby-Doo crew also, a lot of, stuff with like the paranormal and the supernatural. I don't know how much Sherlock Holmes cases involve that sort of thing, but
Yeah, what's supernatural in Scooby-Doo? Because they usually pull the mask off and it's not a ghost.
It's always somebody pretending to be a ghost, which is also weird. Who does that?
spend a lot of time ghosts.
I mean, maybe once, like in 20 years, there might be one person who commits a crime pretending to be a ghost, but every week there's somebody doing that?
Or they're old Greg. They dress up like old Greg sometimes.
Yeah. Matlock is undefeated. He's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matlock.
And Perry Mason. Now I'm going to have that fucking Matlock song in my head all day.
The Law and Order people, aren't they undefeated?
I don't know.
Law and
Columbo? Yeah, Columbo.
Order. Cool.
How about Magnum P.I.?
Tom Madden.
Selleck. Isn't that who that is?
Tom Selleck.
Yeah, what about MacGyver?
Oh, MacGyver was the best.
MacGyver was good. I'm trying to channel Tom Selleck because I got a sponsorship for some like beard oils and cologne, which is interesting to pick me for that because I don't have much facial hair, but I'm trying to get a thick stash, man.
I noticed you got the other day that you got somewhat of a porn stash going on.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I think that'll look better as I lose weight because I think fat people with mustaches, like Andy Reid, like you got to be a football coach, and I'm not to make that work.
Are you going to go just mustache, or are you going to keep the goatee part too?
Well, I'm sad that you didn't see the goatee part because it's there.
Well, no, I did. That's what I said. Are you going to go just mustache, or are you going to keep the goatee part?
What do you think, man? I was thinking about going both, but I think just going stash is kind of a power move.
Yeah, I don't think I could pull that off, but I think you could. Yeah.
I got to go because I got to cry a little bit.
I'm serious.
I'm so happy.
I think you could pull it off. I think, as a matter of fact, that's what I'm going with. I think you should go just mustache, like a big, thick mustache.
All right, dude. I'm gonna do it then.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it.
good.
I'll shave the goatee with my Manscaped trimmers.
Yeah, the same one that you use on your balls. That's good to use on your face. Yeah.
I mean, we laugh about that. Your dick and shit should be the cleanest thing on you, though. So,
Why?
Makes sense.
Yeah, I tend to keep myself clean. Yeah.
What do you mean? Why, Vic? What do you have? Some stink ass wiener situation?
Now, I don't know. Maybe if you go outside and you do yard work for 2 hours in 100-degree heat, I think there might be something going on down there. But you can,
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. Shave my balls and be like, all right, Pete said I just got to get the stash. No time to clean any of this. We just got to go.
Oh Lord.
Not how it goes, man.
Andy Griffith was the real Matlock? No, he wasn't.
Well, it's the same actor, right?
Same actor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say, what?
Andy Griffith was great. Can we agree on that, too? I'd watch Andy Griffith right now.
Yeah, I think I've probably seen almost all of them. I haven't watched it in a long time, but, I watched it growing up.
Ain't Bees Kerosene Pickles was my favorite episode. It's a great lesson in life. They say you just got to learn to love them.
Do y'all have drink suggestions at Chili's? Well, I'm pretty sure Chili's has the same drinks as everywhere else.
My suggestion would be don't go to Chili's. Like, eating out now is just a waste of money, honestly. Eating out post-COVID is a waste of money.
I disagree.
You're going to get shit service.
Well, no. Depends on where you go.
Majority of places are going to not give you great service.
Maybe where you live, I don't know.
I don't know.
But as far as what, drinking a certain, like I get the same type of drink no matter where I'm at. Unless there's some place I go that's like known for this one signature type of, maybe that's what he's asking. But I have no idea what the signature drinks at Chili's are.
What is your go-to mixed drink, and why is it an apple teeny?
No. I do love a good martini, not an apple teeny, just a regular one.
Yeah.
Tito's vodka martini, slightly dirty, is delicious if it's made right. But my go-to mixed drink is vodka soda with a lime. So just vodka, seltzer water, and a lime.
I can dig that. That's classy.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe an old-fashioned whiskey sour.
Yeah, and I actually like the taste of vodka, which is not good, not a good thing. Which is why I don't really keep any in the house, really. Because if it's here, I'll drink it.
Yeah, that's probably like assuming there's a God. Like that was the safeguard he put in, as he made it all not taste that great. So it's kind of a built-in safeguard.
Yeah. And I don't do sugary type liquor drinks either. Like, a lot of people, they just drown out the taste of the liquor with sweetness. You know what I mean?
With sugar, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a daiquiri or...
Yeah, women love to do that. I don't do that. So...
Yeah, just get a smoothie if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, plus it's funny because I'm not like obese and never have been in my life, but for some reason I have a very unhealthy like fear, or not unhealthy, unreasonable fear of diabetes.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Get that, so.
I don't know why. I just do. You know what it is? I think when I used to work with a guy. This is going back when I was like 16 years old. That got diabetes and had to chop his foot off. Like kind of like BVD.
Unfortunately, in the South, everyone knows a guy like that, don't they?
Yeah, and so like he's like, one day we're working, and the next day I'm like, "Where's Greg at?" And they're like, "Oh, he had to have his foot taken off because of the diabetes." And I was like, "Okay, I'm never eating sugar again for as long as I live," and I hardly do.
It's awful, man. I have a cousin that had to get a kidney transplant He's 41, I think.
From diabetes?
From diabetes, he's going blind. He's ate up with it.
Oh my God.
And I saw him last Christmas shoveling M&Ms in his mouth, and I'm thinking, what are you doing, bro?
That's like someone with lung cancer mowing down Marlboro Reds.
You know what he told me?
The hell?
He said, it's okay. I'll just take more insulin. I'm like, that's what lost you your kidney, though.
Oh my God.
And he's like a paramedic. He's about to lose his
he
job,
works in the healthcare industry?
I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. He's got like 8 kids. I mean, it just couldn't be any worse.
Wow. That's messed up.
It sounds like I'm making this up. I promise you.
I believe you. I mean, Dion lost toes from diabetes?
Was that diabetes, though? Are you sure? Like, it could be some circulation issue.
Yeah, there's other reasons. I don't think Dion has diabetes. Maybe he does. I don't know. It is partly genetic, but it's mostly based on your diet.
I will say he does seem to not be in like great health, though, because that caused him a lot of issue.
Oh, they're saying blood clots is what he had. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay.
Yeah. It's weird because, like, you would think somebody who smoked for like 25 or almost 30 years, which is that's how long I smoked for, would be scared of cancer. But I haven't, like, for some reason, I don't have any fear of cancer. I have fear of something that I'm probably not going to get, diabetes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's addiction, bro. When you, like, do I kind of have a fear I'm going to get gum cancer? Yeah, but I fucking love nicotine. I love it.
Yeah, it's boy.
Like, how many years did you say, all right, like, next week I'll quit? Next week?
Not really. I think I did quit one time for like a couple of months, and for some stupid fucking reason I started back up. That was like 10 years ago. And then, but I never really was one of these people who was like, you know, well, I think when I was probably like 25 years old, I kind of told myself, or I tried to convince myself anyway, well, you definitely need to quit by the time you're 30. You don't want to be 40 and 50 and 60 years old smoking, because then you're just going to die. Well,
yeah.
The age 30 came around, and, you know, I just mowed right past through that, right onto 40. So, but
yeah. I did that too. Like, when you get the little white stuff on your gums, I quit when the dentist notices it, and then just smash through all those. And now they're like, yeah, this was the last thing the dentist told me. I can't say this is going to turn to cancer, but every time I've seen someone's gums start looking like this, it eventually, that was the precursor to it.
So that doesn't scare the shit out of you?
I just stopped going to the dentist, dude. Like that. What does he know, dude? That's like his opinion, man.
Oh, man. Well, I love you. I don't want you to die of gum cancer.
This guy knew me. He's like, look, at least move it around some. You got to not put it in the same spot. So we compromised.
Yeah, that sounds like a ridiculous compromise, but okay.
But it was a compromise. So I technically listened to the dentist. I took his suggestion.
So instead of like on the right side of your mouth, you move it over to the left side of your mouth.
Yeah, so I'm right-handed.
Yeah.
So most of the times I will put it in like my left, where my left side of my gums are.
Right. That makes sense.
As much as I hate it, I've started pinching with my left hand.
And putting it on the right side of your mouth.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Now some people will go upper deck. I can't do that.
Why not?
Just gravity, bro. Like,
So you like fall down when you talk or something?
Yeah, you get everywhere, and I don't, you know.
Plus, it looks like. Plus, it probably if it's up high, like towards your cheekbone, it probably looks like a chipmunk or something.
Yeah, you're like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, yeah, that.
Not that you don't look like a fucking idiot with a big hog nut and spitting this nasty brown. That's fine, but I'm not going to look like a chipmunk.
So you drink You drink a lot of Diet Cokes too, don't you?
Oh yeah, dude. I don't know how I've never had kidney stones.
So the two go hand in hand. So you drink the Diet Coke. So you don't drink cans, do you? Because you have to have a spit bottle.
No, that's I've never thought of that, and I feel like you're mind fucking me here. But I do use that can to spit in, so it's like, okay, well that's good. I at least got a can now. So yeah.
So did you ever think about switching to Diet Coke bottles? Because they're easier to spit in than a can.
Now I like aluminum. There's something about, like, I can't drink Diet Coke out of like a glass bottle or anything. I don't. Maybe it's the aqueous solution of aluminum in my Diet Coke that I like that, but I got to drink it out of aluminum.
Yeah.
And for a fact, you are going to get some aluminum in whatever liquid you put it in.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's bullshit when you remember when diet drinks first started becoming very popular, and of course, the sugar industry was like, oh, those artificial sweeteners are terrible for you. Of course, sugar's terrible for you, but they don't tell you that. So now everyone, like, I don't think that diet drinks are worse for you than, how many grams of sugar are in a Coca-Cola?
Oh, a ton. And because they will make it like 3 servings.
Yeah.
So they'll say this is, 20 grams of sugar, but it's like 3 servings in a 12-ounce thing. Or
yeah, it's like each soda is like a handful of sugar or something. It's a crazy amount.
Yeah, yeah. And that's I almost ruined my daughter's birthday over this. One of my ex-wife's friends there literally snatched, I'm not making this up, snatched the Diet Coke can out of my hand. Now, she's a religious wackadoodle, and that kind of played into this, but she's like, she starts reading the ingredients to me.
What?
Yeah. She's like aspartame, like, do you know that they want you dead? And I'm just like, what in the fuck is your problem?
Yeah, that's crazy. Has there ever been a single death that's been attributed to aspartame? But do you know how many millions of people die every year from sugar-related problems?
Well, I think she was going on about, this can lead to cancer. I'm like, well, anything can. But you've got to address the things that are killing you in the order they're killing you the quickest, in my mind.
Yeah.
So the weight is probably a bigger problem than whatever fucking aspartame is doing.
Yeah. And I would say probably the dipping is more dangerous for cancer-wise than aspartame.
Well, here's the thing about that. You can't, this is my justification. You ready?
Yeah, this ought to be good.
At a cancer cell and tell what caused it. Because all that is some DNA replication getting fucked up and then cancer arising from it. You can, though, say 95% of the people that smoke for some duration get cancer, but you can't say that cancer came from smoking definitively.
Well, it could come from some other environmental factor.
Well, it's just a dice roll. I mean, so like every time you smoke or you dip, you're basically rolling a dice as to whether you're going to get some mutation that causes cancer.
Well, this circles right back to the benefits of fasting. After the 36 hours, see what happens is we all have damaged cells in our body. Obviously, if you're a heavy smoker, you probably have a lot more damaged cells in your lungs than somebody who doesn't, and whatever. But
right.
After that 36 hours, your body starts to rid itself of damaged cells, because damaged cells are what are hosts for cancer cells to take hold. Healthy cells don't. I mean, will fight off cancer, but damaged ones won't. And so, if you rid your body through fasting or other ways, maybe, of damaged cells, then your chances of getting cancer go way, way down.
Yeah. And part of me is a little hesitant to go, like, I do think you can treat a lot of things.
Something happened. Rec, he went silent for some reason.
You can treat a lot of things with something.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to his audio. Something happened. He dropped out. See, he might come. Let's see if he comes back on. They found him. Yeah, something happened. That aspartame got him. He just dropped dead from aspartame.
Yeah.
Or the men in black came and got him. You know, the guys in black suits.
Yeah.
You there, buddy?
Hello.
What in the world? Dude?
What happened?
Hold on.
All right, you're back.
I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know, some connection issue. StreamYard's weird when you use it on your phone. But yeah, I do agree. I think you can unwind a lot of things with proper diet and exercise. Some people take that though, like, oh, homeopathy, and you can cure anything without medicine. But
what is homeopathy?
Well,
There you go again. I'm actually, we can't hear him, but I'm actually surprised that he said he was on StreamYard on his phone. He sounds very clear to be on a phone. I thought he was on a microphone. Well, for some reason, and maybe it's just my phone, but when I go on StreamYard on my phone, I sound like I'm inside of a cave or something. Yeah. There you are.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. I just went to Wi-Fi. What were you saying? It's interesting on my phone.
Yeah, you said that you're on your phone. You sound to me like you're on a microphone.
Yeah, you were about to explain what homeopathy is.
Like these natural cures to things that, I mean, that certainly exist, but I forget the type of what they call the medication, but it's like they'll microdose it to where it's diluted to like 1 part in a billion, which is basically nothing, and then convince themselves that that's the solution to whatever ailment they have.
They can micro with different kinds of mushrooms, yeah.
Yeah, psilocybin, bro.
Yeah, bro. I would probably try that if it wasn't illegal and I had access to it.
I don't know why mushrooms are illegal. I mean,
I'll tell you why. It's silly, is what it is.
I mean, it depends on the kind of mushroom.
Well, we're talking about the psilocybin mushrooms, that psychedelic ones.
Psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah.
I mean, it's used in psychiatry sometimes, so I don't understand.
Well, it's not toxic either. It's not toxic. It's not neurotoxin. It's not toxic to your body. It's 100% safe. I mean, well, I guess now here's what I will say: if you have some sort of already underlying mental illness, or disorder, like a bipolar or schizophrenia, probably not a good idea to be taking mushrooms. But for a normal, healthy person, it's completely harmless.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be in the right kind of mental state for that, for sure. But
but I mean, I wouldn't advise somebody to take a bunch of mushrooms and then get behind a car and go drive somewhere. That'd be dumb. But I mean, that's true of anything. I mean, you're not supposed to drink and drive, but drinking's not illegal. So
yeah, that's the big hypocrisy and all that. Like, alcohol is far worse than a lot of things that are illegal.
Yeah, of course. Way worse than weed, way worse than psychedelics, mushrooms or whatever, acid, whatever. And that's just a terrible word for LSD, too, to call it acid. Because when you think of acid, it sounds like something corrosive that's going to kill you.
Yeah, it's going to eat your brain away or something.
Right, but LSD's harmless.
Yeah, but you can legally be prescribed opiates that are essentially heroin, and that's fine.
Yeah, fine. Here, just take this heroin twice a day. Within a month, you'll be good as rain.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems in the NFL. I think that's one of the problems Calvin Johnson got out of it, because it's like you can't smoke weed, but we can pump you full of pills. And he's like, well, this is dumb.
Yeah,
The worst one is like Xanax, the anxiety medication.
Yeah,
Like you can actually die coming. It's bad. It's way worse than even opiates. Like
it's one of two substances I know of you can die from withdrawing from. The other one is alcohol.
yeah, right.
Because alcohol mimics a neurotransmitter called GABA, which has to do with motor function and even heart rate regulation. So if you drink a lot, you stop producing it. That's why you can die from withdrawing from it. You're not able to regulate your own heart rate.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom used to work at a hospital. She was a nurse. And when people would come in that were going through alcohol, like detox, like withdrawals, like she said they had like a bottle of vodka in the nurse's station, like because it was too dangerous to let them go cold turkey. They might die in the hospital. So they would have to go in there and give them like a tiny little amount, like a shot, and it sort of wean them off of it over the course of like several days.
Yeah, depending on how advanced, I guess, someone's alcoholism is, you can't just go cold turkey.
No, yeah, there's a good chance your heart just might stop. Yeah.
Now, you won't die from withdrawing from opiates, but it'll be hella painful for you.
Yeah. Getting off nicotine was painful for me. I'm telling you, I had hallucinations.
Really?
Dude, it was awful.
Wow.
I would wake up in the middle of the night just drenched in a cold sweat. I would have I haven't had a nightmare since I'm 8 years old. I would have nightmares every night, like seriously fucked up shit. It was crazy. I was hearing things.
How heavy was your smoking?
Well, the smoking got up to about 2 packs a day, but the vaping was way worse because there's no. I mean, you can do it constantly all day. You don't have to be outside. You can be inside. I was taking in way more nicotine vaping than I was smoking in a 24-hour period.
So you're off nicotine now. Period.
Yeah, I've been off 100%.
That's awesome, man.
But it was a rough. It was a rough week, but particularly about a 72-hour period, like 3 days, where I was just like, it was really bad, and the mood swings. Like I was angry all the time for no reason. On top of that, I was hearing things that weren't there, seeing things that weren't there, nightmares, cold sweat. It was really bad. Shaking a lot.
So what did you do? Just kind of lock yourself away for 3 days?
No, I probably should have. I wasn't in a very good mental state, to tell you that.
Did you stream during this time at all?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No. Maybe like the first day that I stopped doing it that day, but no. Not when it was. I couldn't. Like I didn't. I was too angry to stream. I feel sorry for my wife and my kids. I was a nightmare to be around.
Man.
Yeah.
That happened to you. If I quit, see, that's why I can't. I got to stay the course with this.
Yeah. It was way worse than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was just going to be like irritable. You know what I mean? I didn't think I would have that strong of those physical effects from it, but I did.
Yeah, I didn't know that was possible, honestly, from withdrawing from nicotine.
But it wasn't. Here's the other thing too. It wasn't like 24 hours a day, all day. It was like that. It would come in waves. So
okay.
I would be fine 1 minute, and then like an hour later, I'd be, seeing shit or hearing shit, or just get really mad for no reason, and then it would go away. It just came in waves, But it was really the worst at night. Sleeping was the worst part. My plan is to slowly wean myself off of vaping, buying crappy vapes. Yeah, buying crappy vapes is probably going to kill you, so I just wouldn't do that. They have found some of those, like, these, I don't know if it's universities or whatever, they test all these vapes to make sure that, like, what they say is in them is actually in them. and some of the cheaper ones, guess where, China, have some pretty gnarly shit in them. That's not what they say is in them.
Let's say that vaping can put metals in your lungs. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have told you this when I was at Tech. One of the
if you've
research.
if you've seen the PSAs, then you know. I bet those bits of metals that you're.
I still have a vape, but it just has zero nicotine in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, just to sort of, I'll eventually stop doing that too. But just to sort of like, because you still have the hand to mouth, situation when you're a smoker or a vapor.
Oral fixation.
The oral fixation. There you go. I was not going to say that because it sounded creepy, but there you go. You said it.
Yeah, Sigmund Freud. Yeah, and you're doing that because your parents did something to you during your oral phase of childhood.
That's what he said?
Yeah, the thing with Sigmund Freud is at the time they couldn't accept people might actually be molested by their parents or something. So they postulated, well, you must have some closeted sexual desire toward your parent.
That's just yeah, no.
Trauma.
Yeah, dude was nuts, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just because for 30 years I was constantly putting a cigarette in my mouth.
Right.
So
reasonable.
Yeah.
You just hit them with Occam's razor. Don't do that.
Occam's razor.
That's the fear a lot of smokers have is like, because for me, like I used to like to go outside to smoke. You know what I mean? I didn't smoke in my house. So it gave me a reason to go outside and be by myself for 5 minutes, smoke a cigarette. So a lot of people have a fear like when they quit smoking, like they're going to lose that. But you can still do that. I mean, you just have to, you know what I mean? You can still go outside if you want to. You don't have to go out there just to smoke, but it's a kind of a mind trick thing.
Yeah, I tried like nicotine gum one time, and that just made me want to dip more. That was bullshit. Didn't work at all.
Is that true?
That was true for me.
Yeah, this was a long time ago. This is the first time I tried to quit smoking. Like when I was like 30 years old or something. I tried to do the patch. Have you ever done that?
No, I did the gum. I didn't do the patch.
Oh, so they tell you, or it says on the box anyway, when you buy it, don't smoke while you're on the patch, right? Well, I had a couple of beers in me. I've got this underlying oral fixation. Patch isn't, my patch isn't going to my mouth. So I fire up a cigarette. Boy, that was a mistake.
What happened?
It made me sick. I was throwing up.
Damn, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I must have overdosed on nicotine or something. I don't know.
You're OD, bro. What are you doing?
Started throwing up, man. And I was like dizzy. It was miserable. Then I just got rid of the patch and started smoking again. Like, fuck that patch.
Yeah. Patch is bullshit, dude. That patch will kill your ass. Give me a cigarette. Geniuses, bro.
Quitting smoking is the single best thing you can do for your health. Yes. That's what I tell both of my children all the time. I said, don't be dumb like your dad. Just don't ever take up smoking. You'll regret it. Everybody that ever takes up smoking regrets it. Everybody.
Yeah.
Eventually they do.
Yeah, if I could go back and never get addicted to nicotine, I would do that. And I'm sure anyone that is would tell you that.
Yep.
You know what? I'm going to be on my deathbed. You know what I really am glad of? That I fucking dipped so long.
What?
I'm just saying that doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no one's like, oh, I'm glad.
Smoking destroys the blood vessels and all of your vital organs. Yeah, so nicotine itself is not bad for you. But the methods of which you get it through tobacco, either smoking or dipping, is bad for you. Or vaping, I guess.
What's up, Pete?
I mean, first of all, inhaling dried plant material of any kind is not good for your lungs. We know that.
Yeah.
It's sort of like the same thing with THC. Like, weed's not, like, THC is not bad for you, but inhaling, dried plant leaves, smoke is. What's up, Nate?
Not much. Just trying to recover from a seizure from yesterday.
From what?
A seizure.
Oh, you had a seizure? I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. You all right?
I'm good. I think it what caused. Well, I was golfing a 9-hole course with my dad, and what caused it? I think it. Well, what caused it was I was dehydrated, probably. But that's what my dad thinks because I didn't have a water bottle or something to keep me hydrated.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
No, I had to go. We didn't want to risk the money to go to the hospital because it's super expensive for the emergency room stuff.
Yeah.
So I just went home, or my dad drove me home after. Basically, I don't know how many holes we've been after my surgery. Oh no, my seizure, and I'm doing fine. If anyone's going to ask, I was.
Pete did just says if you had seizures before. Yeah, he's had a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He takes medication every day for it.
Yep, just to prevent it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I'm okay and stuff.
Well, when was the last time before yesterday that you had one?
Oof. It's my first time since 2 Februarys ago. So like 2 years ago, I think.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I know that I have to stay hydrated or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've been taking my pills to my medication. Normally, it's just I don't know what happened. So, but
how long do they usually last?
the medication or
No, the seizures.
I have no idea. You can probably ask my mom.
Yeah, you probably don't know because you're the one having it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Have you ever seen somebody have a seizure before, right? In person?
It's interesting you ask. Yes, a woman in my bed.
Oh my God, really?
It was like a one-night stand situation.
She had a seizure in bed with you?
I swear to God, when I woke up the next morning, I looked over and she was just staring at the ceiling weird and then had a seizure. And I was like, holy shit. So, yeah, It's pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
Are you sure she wasn't faking it to get away from you?
Well, there's easier ways. She could have just left while I was asleep. Been easier. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've seen somebody have a seizure before. It's scary. I obviously used to have a dog that was epileptic. Had seizures all the time. That was even scary. It was a dog.
Yeah, it's rough for sure.
The thing is, my mom taught me that. My mom was a nurse, so she taught me like how to deal with it if somebody has a seizure around you. Because the problem is they're probably going to be okay, but they risk injuring themselves because they have no control over their bodily functions. You know what I mean? So you kind of just got to keep them from hurting themselves. I mean, there's really nothing you can do to stop it either. You just have to let it run its course.
That, I think, the scariest part is that there is really nothing you can do.
There is nothing you can do. No. Are you allowed to drive, Nate? Or you can't because of that? For some reason, Nate, I can't hear anything you're saying. Can y'all hear him? I can't.
Negative, man.
StreamYard's acting up today.
StreamYard is fickle most days.
All right, do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I was saying, before I had a seizure, I was all good and stuff. I was trying to do, the permit test. I mean, my doctor said, or my neurologist doctor said I'm good to wherever to, try to get the permit, even though I failed a lot of times. But no, I think there's a limit about seizures. You can't do the permit or just driving in general. I think I forgot how many seizures, but this is just one seizure for me. Hopefully, it's not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when you apply to get a driver's license, don't they ask you if you have seizures?
Yes, and that girl told me, I think it's 6 months. You have to be like if this is an issue, you have to go 6 months without a seizure.
Yeah,
and it resets every time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's only one seizure, but it's just I don't know. It's going to affect me. Not going to have a drive now. But I was doing good a long time, but.
Wasn't there some sort of like really promising research done on CBD and seizures?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Pretty sure that's the thing. Like there was a whole documentary made on this a while ago about these guys in Colorado that were growing weed, and they made this like purely heavy CBD strain like through breeding. So it wasn't psychoactive. It just all it was CBD. And this girl that was having like 100 seizures a week or so, like some really extreme amount of seizures every week. And they gave her the concentrate from this plant that they made, and she like went down to having almost no seizures from the CBD.
Don't tell me it's the weed, the medical weed.
Well, I'm just talking about CBD, not weed. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, not you don't get high on it.
Okay.
That's right, Paradise Hills Farm. They named the strain of the weed Charlotte's Web because the little girl that they gave it to, her name was Charlotte. Yeah. So have you ever thought about that, Nate? Trying that? Because it's completely natural and harmless, and you don't get high on it.
I'll ask my neurologist, but...
Well, your neurologist... See, that's the other thing. I'm not saying... He's obviously a smart person if he's a neurologist, but... The doctors tend to want to give you pharmaceutical drugs. I'm not saying stop taking your medication. That'd be stupid. But I'm just saying in conjunction with that, because it's not a chemical. It's just a natural thing.
But technically, it is a chemical. But
well, you know what I mean. It's not a synthetic drug.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. That's the first time I had the seizure, like I said, for a while. But
yeah, it's fucked up. Like, if you're sick, if you have some sort of medical issue, you need to go to a doctor or a specialist. But I don't trust doctors, so it's kind of a conundrum for me.
Well, my parents do, but like it says, everyone's different, so
yeah.
I mean, I trust doctors, but I definitely want to be as informed as possible about what you're wanting to do with me.
Right. When I say I don't trust doctors, I mean, obviously, if I have a heart problem, I'm going to trust a cardiologist to deal with it, or whatever.
You have like 2 cholesterol levels. I'm not super educated on this, but they gave them, one would be high in their opinion, and then the other one would be low. So they give them one medication to raise the other, and they just kept seesawing them with medications, and eventually just said, fuck that, I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Like, my dad was a doctor, and he didn't trust doctors. Told me that. He's like,
Who told you that?
My dad, who was a doctor. He
He
hated.
didn't trust himself.
No, he didn't trust other doctors.
Oh, wait, himself.
He's like, you go to see him, they'll find something wrong with you, they'll put you on something you don't need to be on. Like, it's just, and he's right. I mean, it might not be true of every doctor, but a lot of them are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is more of a systemic issue. Just how it's set up.
Yeah.
Like, how much of a doctor's time is spent fucking with your insurance company?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the pharmaceutical industry's got their hands in there.
Yeah,
I mean, they
you
send
come in
send these sales girls out, to sell drugs to private practice doctors. Hey, sell this drug for us, and we'll give you a percentage of it. So,
I think
we'll make more money, give out more drugs. Do they need it? Maybe not. Who cares? Give it to them anyway.
I think they do CDC here, but I don't know where the right place to get at.
What?
CDC, or we call it.
Oh, CBD? You should be able to get it pretty much anywhere. I mean, like most of those like vape stores, smoke shops, whatever, they all have CBD stuff.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I think that maybe you just need to stay hydrated because you said that you think dehydrated caused it. So
That's what my dad thinks, but he might be right. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's...
Yeah, you can go in one of these vape shops and just be like, hey, I just want something that's straight CBD, nothing else in it. You can get like gummies.
yeah, gummies. Yeah, I love gummies, but worried I'm gonna take too much. But is it just one or two? You take or
What kind of gummies are you talking about? I'm talking about CBD gummies. You're talking about you're talking about space weed gummies. I'm not talking about that.
oh
yeah,
You're talking about that Middle Earth gummies. I'm not talking about that.
okay.
I guess TK can set you up with that. Yeah.
Yeah, TK's our resident weed expert. Yeah.
All right, you're going to get the purple kush. What?
Like you take melatonin gummies, don't you, Nate? To sleep?
No, well, yes, and yeah. So yeah, I take a 3 milligram pill and sometimes a 5 milligram gummy. So yes.
Yeah, so it's sort of the same thing. Like the melatonin doesn't get you high; it just makes you tired.
No.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, the gummies that we have right now for the melatonin are like solid hard.
I've never taken that. Have you ever taken melatonin before, Vic or Rec?
No.
I have. I do no longer.
So does it work?
It does work. It depends how much you use it, but
Yeah, it will make you tired. It's the same issue with anything else, though. Like, if that's what you're relying on solely to sleep, then you're going to need more and more to get the same effect.
It's to help you sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, but what he's saying is basically if you use it too much or all the time, then you can't sleep without it, or you have a hard time sleeping without it.
Exactly.
The reason I ask is because, and that's the reason, because I have bouts of insomnia sometimes, and it's anybody who's ever had that, it's fucking terrible. It sucks, really bad. But I'm also scared to be addicted to something that I have to take to be able to sleep. So,
like,
There's worse things to be dependent on,
yeah.
for sure, like Ambien or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's where. Doesn't that make you like paint your house in the middle of the night and you don't even remember?
Well, it shuts your brain off, so
Yeah.
It can be. But that's what turned Roseanne racist.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she started making racist tweets and she's like, "I was on Ambien." Yeah. That's a pretty good defense. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, Ambien came out and said that was not a side effect.
Well, I do know there's stories of people that like get up in the middle of the night, basically sleepwalking on that stuff, and just do like cook an entire meal, and then they wake up the next morning and there's like, who cooked an entire Thanksgiving dinner last night while I was sleeping?
Well, I'll put it this way: my dad's a truck driver, and obviously it's important for them to sleep. He used to take it. It's now on the banned medications for being a commercial driver.
Yeah. Did he ever have any weird experiences on it?
Did I?
Him.
He didn't, but I did, because I stole some and took like 4 of them. And like the wind was colors, and I ended up driving and
oh god, that's not good.
Wrecked behind a sorority house off Millage Avenue in Athens. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't great.
You took Ambien and wrecked your car?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it wasn't good. I mean, I'm lucky I didn't hurt somebody.
Yeah, or yourself too.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was not aware. I mean, I don't remember it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they say.
To be fair, at the time, I was down for getting fucked up. Man, that was the point of me doing that.
Right, but you didn't expect that to happen.
I didn't intend on driving, but that wasn't a great defense, evidently.
Did you get arrested for that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's no bueno.
Yeah. I mean, I learned a lot about the legal system, and what I learned is that if you can get a good enough lawyer, you can make a lot of stuff. You didn't do it, basically.
Yeah, you can make a lot of stuff disappear. Yeah. It's only going to cost you about $10,000-$15,000, but we'll make it disappear.
Mm-hmm. It's worth it, though, if you don't get a DUI on your record.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, when I went to arraignment, I saw everyone with public defenders getting court dates. Immediately pled mine down.
Yeah.
My lawyer didn't even do anything.
Well, behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, he did some stuff, but really what happened is they looked at his name and said, we don't want to mess with this.
Yeah. It was a waste of our time type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. If you're poor, you're fucked.
Yep. Yeah, if you can't post bond, you're going to be in jail till your court date.
But yeah.
So now, first of all, I wasn't ever planning on taking Ambien, but now I'm definitely not taking it.
No, it's because it makes you paint your house in the middle.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I would probably, forget that I took it and drink a beer or two or something, and before you know it, I'm, in the car like Rec was and crashing into sorority houses. I don't need those problems.
So, yeah, well, you definitely can't mix it with alcohol.
Right.
That's a nightmare and a half. I didn't wreck into a sorority house.
Oh, I thought you said you did.
No, I was behind it. I was butt up against a tree accelerating into it.
Oh, so you hit the tree and said, why is this car not moving? Let me push the gas down more.
Yeah, I said, who put this tree here?
Who put this tree in the way? Let me try to knock it over so I can get back on the road.
Yeah, I mean, there was something way cool going on the other side of town. Yeah. I was going to get there.
So you don't have any recollection at all. So you probably, I think essentially what happens if you take too much or if you have some sort of adverse reaction to it is you're sleepwalking, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could call it. I mean, you're not conscious of what you're doing. You're not conscious, but you are moving.
All right.
Have you ever seen someone sleepwalk before? Because I live with somebody who does, so periodically.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's something.
Is it funny or is it kind of scary? What is it?
Well, it can be both, depending on the situation. Most of the time, it's funny.
Okay. When is it scary? When you wake up with a knife over your face?
No, I've never had a knife. No, thank God. I never had a knife pointed at me, but I don't know. I mean, I worry like fall down the stairs, something like that. But you just have to if you ever have somebody who's doing it, you just have to kind of redirect them back to the bed and get them to lay down, and hopefully they'll just stay there.
Like cattle, you're like, go on, get now.
Yeah, you gotta herd them like a cat, like a cow.
Get in your pen. Let's go.
Oh yeah, that's the funniest part about it. That's what's funny about it is because they talk when they're doing it too, and they say the craziest shit. Maybe that's what was wrong. Maybe that's what Roseanne was doing. She was sleepwalking when she made those racist comments.
Yeah, she lost her show over it, man.
Yeah, I know.
They should have incorporated that into an episode, and the ending could be they cured her of her racism.
Now, Mrs. Peete claims that I talk in my sleep sometimes, and she'll actually start asking me questions, and like I'll have a conversation with her while I'm sleeping.
Cool.
Not cool.
This is kind of terrifying, isn't it?
It's not cool at all because I don't know what I'm saying, Vic. Like, what if I say something I shouldn't say? You know what I mean? Like,
you attracted to other women? Oh, hell yeah. That was unconscious, Pete, babe. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, Ambien said racism's not a side effect.
I heard Ambien can make you do gay shit too, though. Did you hear that?
What?
No.
Yeah.
That's a side effect too?
Yeah, like I ended up driving unintentionally, but you'll unintentionally like suck dick.
Damn.
You didn't know that?
No, I mean, I would have to sue Ambien if that happened to me.
Yeah, but then you'd have to prove it made you do that, which might be worse. Exhibit A, Your Honor. This is not what I normally do. Ambien. That's Ambien doing that.
I heard meth did that to you. It does seem like most of those guys that get caught like trying to solicit other guys in like airport bathrooms are almost always on meth.
Yeah, look at Tiger King. Those two guys that he was having sex with were not gay.
Well,
at least one of them.
Well, they said they weren't, but I mean, come on.
It's not gay if it's Ambien.
Yeah, Vic. Can you clip that for
hey,
your soundboard?
Who was the politician? I think he was either a congressman or a senator or something that got caught in the soliciting sex in the airport bathroom. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. He was an older guy. He was like 70.
And he was like a Republican too, wasn't he? He was like a conservative guy.
Not only was he conservative, he was one of the most fervent gay anything. Like no gay marriage, no gay rights. And probably the gayest man alive.
Yeah.
Because that came out because he got arrested for it. And then I guess he thought that no one would find the arrest record, and then he didn't step down immediately. Later he did, because it was kind of hard to deny. Like, are you saying the cop lied when he caught you doing this?
Is that what his name? Larry Craig?
Larry Craig. Wow.
I don't remember. I just remember they had a problem. I don't know what this one airport in particular had a problem with this, the gay sex in the stalls thing, which is weird in itself. But so they had like an undercover cop in there to lure in these guys, and they got them.
Boy, that'd be a hell of a job, wouldn't it? Hey, we want you to go try to get people to have sex with you that are dudes.
Yeah, that'd be
cool.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I mean, like you come home to your wife, like, what'd you do at work today, honey? Oh, well, I pretended like I wanted to have gay sex in an airport bathroom, and
I almost got fucked about 20 times.
Is dinner ready?
No, We're not having sausages. Fuck that. Make some eggs.
Yeah, throw away sausages. All the bananas are gone. This is dramatic.
Eggplant. Yeah.
Oh my God, that has to be that's what they should do for cops that do misconduct. That should be the job they get.
Oh yeah, like so you get in trouble and say so now, yep, Larry fucked up again. He's back to soliciting gay sex in the airport.
Go out there and sell your ass, Larry. Think about what you did. I mean, is that not perfect?
And then you have to be really skeptical of the guy who's like, it's like volunteers to do it. Oh, I'll take that assignment. Yeah, no problem.
Larry's been through enough. I'll do it.
I'll do it. I'll take one for the team.
I love justice.
I think it was like the Washington, D.C. airport, too, which is a shitty airport.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's like, what, 2 DC airports?
Yeah, there's Reagan and Dulles.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they're both shitty, but Reagan's the shittier of the two. I just flew through Reagan when I went to my dad's funeral up there, and yeah, it's shitty.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is the case, though? I'm not talking about all Republicans or anything, but the ones that are just like so adamantly against anything gay, seems like they got some shit going on.
I think so, yeah. I think there's something to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with gays. It's not me, though.
Yeah, gay people don't bother me in the least bit. I could care less who you want to marry or sleep with or whatever. It's none of my business. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I giggle about it sometimes, but...
Matter of fact, if a gay guy thinks I'm good looking, I kind of I'm like, hey, look at me. I'm hot.
Well, that's the thing. You take those same people that are adamantly against gays, and then one doesn't find them attractive. I bet they get their feelings hurt, and that'll totally fuck their mind up.
Yeah. Well, that's a mind bender there.
There was a whole episode of The Office about that. Like, Oscar had to kiss Michael at the end to make him feel better. He got his feelings hurt. Yeah, probably couldn't do that.
Yeah.
But.
Nate, are you in the car or something?
Yeah, I'm on the ride to my doctor's.
Okay.
Stuff, so
Well, I'm gonna have to drop you out because it's just really loud. I feel like I'm driving with you. You know what I mean? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, gay people.
Yeah. And how we aren't.
Yeah. I do feel sorry for people that are and can't, act on it or whatever because they're ashamed or somebody that in their life will. Like, that's got to be a terrible way to live, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, you grow up in doesn't matter, pick one, ultra-religious household where, okay, I either can do this or I'm going to get disowned by my family or whatever. Like, that's fucked. They send you to focus on the family or something, which is a load of horse shit.
Right. Or, well, what was the pray the gay away thing? Pray the gay away.
Yeah. How does that work?
It doesn't. That's the problem.
They end up sending all these gay people to camp to pray the gay away, and then they just end up fucking one another.
Yeah, it's like, so I'm gay, you're gay. We're here in this cabin together in the woods, and it's a religious retreat. What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah, they didn't think that through.
No, they didn't think it through. But to be fair, the guys who are running it, are probably also gay. So that's the reason they're there. I mean...
It's kind of a genius plan. Let's segregate ourselves from the other religious population, and we'll quote unquote say we're getting better.
Yeah. Pray the gay away. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like that clip. I'm not gay no more.
Yeah, and then they have to find some idiot to lie and be like, oh, yeah, well, I used to be gay until I went and did this, and, now I'm not anymore. It's like, what? Of course you are.
Yeah.
Like, I never decided to be straight. You never decided to be gay. We are who we are. Not
Exactly.
changing it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not a choice.
Yeah, it's not, because, like, have you ever thought, like, what? I just can't decide. Do I want hairy butthole or nice vagina?
Yeah, it's never been it's never crossed my mind.
Yeah. And then I do, one of my friends is gay, and he told me, like, he thinks vaginas are disgusting.
Yeah, I've heard. Actually, I was at one of my friend's weddings some years ago, and there's one of his groomsmen was like really gay, like flamboyant gay, and we were drinking in the after party and whatever. He said the same exact thing. He was like, he's like, I'm totally disgusted by women's like genitalia. I was like, really?
Well, I mean, it's not about the outside, it's about what's inside.
I was like, so you're disgusted by a vagina, but buttholes are okay? I don't really understand the logic behind that, but hey, you do you, bro.
Yeah, that tells me that you are who you are.
Yeah,
that's was my lesson in that.
Yeah. Somebody asked, should we give adopted children to heterosexual couples or gay couples? I think you should be able to give them to whoever is going to be a good parent. I mean, you don't just go, it's not like going to the rescue dog shelter and picking out a kid. Like they go through a serious vetting process. Now, is it 100%, like foolproof that you're not giving this kid to some psycho people? But they can be psycho whether they're heterosexual or gay. So.
Yeah.
I think it's probably good for a kid to have a parent and grow up in the foster system no matter what their sexual orientation is.
Absolutely.
I know there was like some horror story of these two guys that adopted these two boys and then, they raped them or something. And they're in prison for 110 years or something, but that's not normal. I don't think that's the norm.
No. I mean, you can look at anecdotal evidence for either side.
Yeah.
No, that's not normal.
No. Is it good to have a mother and a father? I think it probably is, but it's also better to have any sort of parents that love you than none. I mean, would you rather be in foster care or have two moms? I'd take two moms.
Have two moms.
Yeah. I think it's a ridiculous argument, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know would you just say what you want to say? Like, you don't think they should be able to adopt or something? I mean, what is your point?
Yeah.
I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying Pete's Hitler, but here's the picture of him next to Hitler. I don't know. This fucking horse shit. Grow some balls.
I'll put it this way, because I'm a father, and you are too, Rick.
Yeah.
If something happened where me and my wife, let's say we got in a plane and we went down together, we both died, and now our kids have to go to somebody. Would I rather them go into some sort of government-assisted living situation, or to a lesbian or gay couple that are married and in love? The gay couple, 100 times out of 100. That's who I want them to go to. Yeah. If that was the only two options. So.
Yeah, I mean, what's embedded in that question is that somehow a homosexual couple is worse to kids, which I don't agree with.
Well, what it goes back to is what we were just talking about. So that the fear, that the mindset of the fear of some of these people that think this way is that if you're raised by a homosexual couple, then you're going to be homosexual too. But we just established that that's not the way that it works.
I don't think that's the fear in that. I think it's that they're going to be harmed by their parents if they're homosexual in some way. Like, I don't know, like you have JPEG files and PDF files. I think it's along those lines.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. Or this is a common trope of that.
Do you give priority to? I don't think you should give priority to anybody. If you're adopting kids, I don't think there should be a hierarchy. Like, okay, we want them to go to the heterosexual couple, but if that doesn't work out, well, then we'll settle for the gay couple. Is that? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just come out with it. If there was a candidate and the only platform item you knew was he said gay people should never adopt kids, that's my biggest thing. Would you vote for them?
No.
Whoever's in the chat asking that.
Oh. I think what he's saying is he thinks he's not against gay people adopting kids. He just thinks that a heterosexual couple should get priority over the gay couple if there's two couples. I think there's a lot more kids out there that need to be adopted than there are people willing to adopt them. So I don't think that there's a situation where you have to choose between two different people.
No, it's incredibly difficult to adopt. One, it's expensive, and two, I mean, there's a long process. I've known people that have adopted. It takes a long time.
And we talked about it.
Really? I didn't know that.
And we've talked about it. Yeah. Because we're done having kids of our own.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that's a big deal, obviously.
Yeah, there's not a return policy.
No, you don't get a receipt. It's also extreme, like you said. Not only the process of the adoption getting done, but then it depends on how old the kid is, I guess. But 10, 15, 18 years, however long of supporting them. What do you think the average American child, like a parent, spends on one child in their lifetime?
Oh, God. Well, let me do a quick calculation. I mean, just in child support. Well, so that's every month. And she's 5, so that's 15 years. That's 12 months times. I mean, that's over $250,000. It's got to be over $1 million.
I think it's well over $1 million.
Yeah. Because you just think about the amount of money you spend every time you go to Walmart and they want a toy. That's probably over $1 million.
I don't know about $1 million on toys, but
it feels like it.
Well, food, sports, if they're into any kind of sport or music or whatever their hobby is.
Yeah, like, all the clubs, schools.
Like my son's in karate, that's $45 a week. On top of that, he came home yesterday with $120 worth of whatever kind of weapons they sold him and a shirt.
Weapons? What kind of karate is this?
Yeah, he has weapons class.
They give him nunchucks?
Yeah, he came home. He has nunchucks. He has like these two. They're like knives, but not sharp. But they are metal, and they're on a stick. And they're shaped almost like a scythe, but they're smaller. I don't know what they're called.
Your son is training to take over the house now.
Yeah, well, he's training to kill me.
Throws a ninja star in your eye, and then he fucking drives away. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so he came home with it was $120. I'm like, so, stuff like that. If they're on some sort of travel baseball team or something like that, forget about it. How much do you think that cost?
Well, I mean, we'll just say for 18 years, I mean, that's 216 months. How much money a month do you think you spend on your kid?
Well, I got 2, though.
Well, let's just do for one so we can normalize it. Or you can do two and we'll just divide it by two to average it between the two of them.
So you're talking about food, entertainment, everything.
Insurance.
Insurance. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, my other kid has braces. I'm going to say, you said a week or a month?
A month would be better. You can do a week though. I mean, we can figure it out whatever way's easiest for you.
All right, so I'm going to say $200 a week per kid on average.
All right, it's about $800 a month.
Yeah.
All right, so we times that by 216. That seems low. I mean, that's only 172 grand. $800.
Yeah, I think I lowballed that. It's hard to. I'd have to sit down and like figure it out because I'm sure it's probably more than that. Because you talk about clothes too, and yeah. Well, I tell you what, we spend at the grocery store every week. It's like it's almost $300 a week on food for 4 people.
Would you say half of that is for them?
Probably more than half. Because we don't eat as much as they do.
Yeah, I mean, let's say, if it was more like $1,500 a month, that's 324 grand. So I think you could say it's somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000 per kid.
But see, you didn't even include in there. Now, some parents do this, some parents don't, just because of how much money they actually have or don't have, is college. Paying for college.
Yeah, not everyone does that.
Right.
I'm just what you are required to do, basically, or what most parents are going to do. Yeah, but if you include college in and of itself is another $100 grand, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah, at least. And then if you buy them a car, it's just a lot of things, a lot of small. Christmas every year.
Oh yeah, Christmas.
Birthdays.
They're like me at 16. You got to bail them out of jail, get them a lawyer.
Yep, lawyers. Yeah.
Well, just like some of the guys I work with have daughters that are in high school, and like these cheerleading camps blew my mind how much this cost. And then they'll go to a meet. Oh, I want the hoodie with that meat on it. That's $70.
Yeah. Yeah, we get that a lot too. Like, my parents got off easy. I think my parents spent $6 on me their entire childhood.
And told you to shut up about it.
Yeah. I mean, it was hard.
For nothing else.
It was really serious. I'm not even joking. It was seriously hard for me to get my mom to give me like $10 to go to the movies with my friends on the weekend. Like it was sometimes she would just say no. I'm like, well, everyone else is going. That's why I started working like when I was 14, because my mom wouldn't give me any money. But it probably ended up working out. I bought my own car, paid for my own insurance, paid for my own gas, when I was in high school. So
that's the way to go. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily like that for me, but I started working as soon as possible because I just didn't like asking people for shit. Like I just want to buy it.
Yeah. Like I was the only like 10th grader that had like $2,000 in his checking account that I made. I had him, I would give my mom that. She taught me how to be responsible with money. She taught me how to, pay bills on time, balance a checkbook. And I did kind of, she was super, she says thrifty. I say cheap as fuck. And I did get a little bit of that. I did grow out of it though. Now I'm not cheap anymore, but I was when I was, a teenager.
You're saying what? Is your mom still alive or not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is.
Okay. Is she still thrifty to this day?
Yeah. Yeah. Like she was so cheap that she like let's say the ranch dressing in the refrigerator went expired. She wouldn't throw it out and buy new ranch dressing. She would just fucking eat it anyway.
Damn. Yeah, I can't do that. She make you eat it when you were a kid? Like, that's fine.
No, I was smarter. I'm like, I'm not eating that. But she was like, well, we're not getting another bottle of ranch dressing until this one's gone. So you do you, whatever you want, however you want to do this. Otherwise, you can go buy your own bottle. Like, okay.
This comes full circle as to why condiments and dressings are bullshit. You just do like me. You don't even have to worry about this at all.
What, you mean just eat nothing but meat?
Don't use condiments.
Oh, you don't use condiments at all?
No. Well, there's only two I will use.
What?
Frank's, which is pretty standard, right?
Yeah, that's just, yeah.
A1.
Okay. But no mustard or ketchup?
I'd rather lick a razor than to eat either one of those things.
Really?
Like it makes me want to throw up thinking about it. I can't stand it.
You're the first person I've ever heard say that. Now I have heard people that like don't like mayonnaise. Like I'm not a huge mayonnaise guy. I don't put mayonnaise on things. I do put it like in obvious situations like a potato salad or a pasta salad where it goes. But I don't put it on my hamburger or whatever. But I've never heard anybody say they hate both mustard and ketchup. That's
really,
you're one of a kind.
Like I get a plain burger. This is an issue for me and Sea-Dog because Sea-Dog is like obsessed with sauces. Like he goes to Zaxby's, he's got to have like a Zax sauce per fucking chicken finger.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, can't. I don't like Zax sauce. None of that.
Huh.
Which makes it. Maybe that's why I don't like eating out as much anymore. Because then you have to be like, look, what did I say? I don't want anything on it. Don't put any pickles on the side of the plate either. Fuck that.
He said he eats hot sauce, Nature Boy. He said he eats Frank's. Red Hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll eat buffalo chicken dip, and that's like a really big step for me.
So I think you already told me this. You don't eat salads, right?
No, I will eat plain lettuce. Like I would do that.
Plain lettuce, but no dressing.
No, I hate salad dressing. I know there's ranch and Frank, so I'll eat this stuff if it's cooked into something, but I'm not going to use it as like a condiment usually is, like putting it over bread or something.
That's wild.
It's simpler, dude. It's a simpler way of life.
What about barbecue sauce?
Okay. There's only one kind of barbecue sauce, and I feel like you're going to be with me on this. Sugary barbecue sauce is disgusting.
I'm with you. So okay, go ahead. I'll
vinegar based.
Yes.
Vinegar based barbecue sauce.
Yes.
I'm totally down for.
I am totally down with you on that. Now, to be fair, I'm not like I will eat the sweet barbecue sauces too, but I do prefer the vinegar based ones.
Yeah, I will eat some Brunswick stew, but a lot of that is super ketchup-y, and I can't do. But Brunswick stew is different. Have you ever had Brunswick stew that was the same between any two places? Probably not.
No, that's kind of like meatloaf. Like no two meatloafs ever tasted. I don't really like meatloaf. I mean, what is that anyway?
It's just a bunch of bullshit in a loaf. Is that not a good description of it?
Well, I think it was Carolina Jackpot was telling me about, because he's the food expert. That he eats. There's some certain place he goes just for the meatloaf, and I was like, oh, that doesn't really sound appealing to me. I just don't like meatloaf really. I mean, I think all meatloaf is, if I'm not mistaken, is ground beef with eggs in it, maybe.
And ketchup on top.
And ketchup on top.
Like what your parents would make when they didn't have anything.
I think that's how it came about. Is like what poor people used to eat back in like the 1920s. All we got is a little bit of beef and
soup.
Huh?
I mean, it's like French onion soup. Like that's what you'd eat after mass when you just had some wine and like onions and vinegar and shit.
Yeah. But he told me this place was had like the most amazing meatloaf. I forget the name of the place, but instead of ketchup on it, they put like actual gravy.
Which sounds better.
Yeah, it does sound better.
I'll eat some gravy too. That depends as well.
Well,
if it's at a country kitchen, fuck that. But I don't know, if you're making it, I'll try it.
Well, you eat turkey at Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, I don't put gravy on it.
You don't put gravy on you eat dry turkey?
All meat I eat dry.
Hold on. Do you eat sandwiches?
Oh yeah, dude. Like if I would have like a ham sandwich that just was ham and nothing else. Maybe a piece of cheese if it's melted on there, but that's about it.
You don't. Oh, you
didn't know this, dude? I've made such a deal of this on my own channel.
This is insane. First of all, eating a dry sandwich should be illegal.
Why?
In all 50 states.
You're supporting my weight loss journey. That's more calories on it.
Well, mustard doesn't have any calories at all.
All right. What about mayonnaise?
Oh, mayonnaise. Yeah, mayonnaise is terrible for you.
Right. What about ketchup? What is ketchup? Sugar and tomato and vinegar.
It's like vinegar. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And vinegar.
Why would anyone want that?
Yeah, ketchup is not good for you. It tastes delicious though. I mean,
tastes like ball sacks.
Nah.
That's what it tastes like.
How do you know what ball sack tastes like?
Well, because I experimented in college, Vic. Thanks for making me talk about it.
Because he took Ambien. That's why.
Yeah, I took Ambien and I was like, what is that? And then I looked at my phone recent video and
yeah, I love mustard. So here's the great debate. First of all, ketchup does not go on hot dogs.
It doesn't.
No.
I eat a naked dog.
Put ketchup on my hot dog.
Well, you should be arrested for that immediately, and thrown into isolation.
Right. But what about ketchup and mustard?
No. I mean, all right. Let me rephrase that. Ketchup should never go anywhere near a hot dog if you're over the age of 5.
Okay.
Okay. So you're eating like a 4-year-old. Is basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I like how Vic got called eating like a 5-year-old with my eating habits. This is awesome.
Mustard goes on a hot dog. Now you can put other stuff on there too. There's not one way I eat hot dogs because I don't. First of all, I hardly ever eat them because they're terrible for you. But when I do eat one, it can either just have mustard, which is okay but not great, or you can go all the way. You can add some onions on there, onions and mustard. Then you can add some chili if you want to add more to that. It's chili, onions, and mustard. And if you want to get real crazy, put some relish on there too, Vic.
And if you want to get real crazy, put some ketchup on there.
No, I'm not that crazy.
I'll eat it with just chili on it. I will eat a chili dog.
Yeah.
That gets me going. But not from Varsity. Varsity's awful.
Yeah, I like chili with mustard too.
Chili with mustard. Well, I'm sure a lot of chilies have mustard in it, right? I'm sure a lot of people make it with it.
I don't know.
Well, there's like mustard-based barbecue too, right?
Yeah, that's good too. Like the yellow barbecue sauce.
Isn't that Carolina style or whatever?
That's what they call it, but the real South Carolina. Well, I don't know about North Carolina, but South Carolina is vinegar based. It's not the whatever the kind is, the Memphis style, the red sauce. It's not the yellow sauce. It's vinegar based. Pete is an elitist eater.
You are.
Am I?
That you would say that I should be arrested for eating a sandwich the way I do.
Eating a dry sandwich is criminal.
Right.
Like I wouldn't even
think ketchup on
It's
a hot
criminal?
dog. No.
I wouldn't even enjoy eating a sandwich if it didn't have at least mustard on it.
But why do you need that? What does that do for you?
Well, first of all, it tastes good, and also it's not dry.
But why do you? So if I give you a piece of bread, you gotta dunk it in something.
I'm not eating a piece of dry bread. I'm gonna at least put like some butter on it or something. That'll make it moist.
Yeah, but if I get a sandwich, I could have like buttered toast or something on it.
But you don't. You just eat a dry sandwich with ham on it. That's what you said.
But I could. But to me, that's not like it's not dry if it just has some butter on it. You would probably still consider that dry, right? Because it doesn't have bullshit mustard on it.
Yeah, I would still consider it dry.
Yeah, I know. That's what do you call? That's elitist, dude. That's elitist.
Well, what about putting ketchup on fries?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, how do you feel about ketchup and fries?
I mean, that's like those two things just go together. Yeah, I put. Are you asking me, do I eat ketchup on my fries? Yes, I do. And McDonald's has, McDonald's has the best ketchup. Well, Heinz is the best ketchup, but outside of Heinz, McDonald's has the best ketchup as far as like a restaurant.
And where's
all fries need is some seasoning salt. That's
and
it.
McDonald's get their ketchup from?
They make their own, Vic.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, and I think it has like twice as much sugar in it than regular ketchup. Yeah, which is why it's so good. Have you ever? When's the last time you eaten like a cheeseburger from McDonald's, Vic? Like a double cheeseburger with, and they put ketchup and mustard and don't they? Yeah, they put ketchup and mustard on it, I think, and onions and pickles.
Probably been years since the last time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, next time you try one, it tastes sweet.
Yeah.
Let me Google this. How much sugar is in a McDonald's cheeseburger? Let's guess. Let's see how much do y'all think?
Ooh.
I'm just like, I don't know, like, I don't know.
10 grams, maybe? Would that be reasonable?
That's probably about right. Here we go. Oh, close. Now, this is just a regular cheeseburger. This isn't like one of the double cheeseburger or Big Mac or whatever. It's just a regular little tiny McDonald's cheeseburger. 7 grams of sugar.
How many?
7.
Wow.
Okay. I mean,
but if you get a double cheeseburger, it's probably not double the amount of sugar, but it's probably pretty close to it. It's probably over 10.
But think about this. Let's say you put more ketchup on it, or you're eating a ketchup. How much does a ketchup packet have? How much sugar does a ketchup packet have?
That's a good question.
That might have like 15 or something ridiculous.
Nothing makes me more angry than ketchup packets.
Yeah,
really? Nothing?
Nothing. I like to go somewhere where they have the pump ketchup, and you get your little tub, and you pump it in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's Vaseline, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you spend 10 minutes trying to open up 10 different ketchup packets. You get ketchup all over your fingers. It's really barbaric is what it is.
I'd agree with that.
How much sugar in a ketchup packet?
It's barb.
McDonald's.
All right. The typical ketchup packet contains approximately 2 grams of sugar. This is equivalent to about a half of a teaspoon of sugar. So a half of a teaspoon in one ketchup packet. I don't know about you guys, but if I get a medium or a large fry from any fast food place, I'm using at least 10 or 12 ketchup packets, at least.
Really?
Yes.
So you're talking like 30 grams or more.
So yeah, basically diabetes in a little pouch is what that is.
Yeah, that's as much as you'd get in like a Coke.
If you got 10, let's see, you got 10 times 2, that would be 20. Would be 20 grams if you use 10.
So just think about that. That's 20 grams just there. Let's say you get a large Coke. That's probably 60 grams of sugar. Let's just call it 40.
Yeah, you're right.
So now you have 60 grams of sugar just in your ketchup and your drink.
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. This is why our country, everyone's fat.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm not saying we need to go ban these foods or anything, but yeah, this is part of the issue.
Yeah.
Well, the issue is that that's so cheap and eating healthy is so expensive.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? The cheapest thing to do is just not eat.
That's part of why I fasted. I'm like, well, grocery.
I mean, if you can eat extremely healthy, but if you only eat like one meal a day, then it's not expensive. It's even less expensive than eating shitty food that's cheap.
Yeah.
I mean, a dozen eggs cost what? Like I went to the Publix the other day. I think it fluctuates. We know all that, but
like $8 for me. I just bought a dozen. It was
you paid $8?
Yeah.
I got cage-free eggs the other day. Publix, a dozen for $5.
Not bad.
Wow. Well, and I was at Publix too. See, I don't know.
But anyway, so okay, let's say all right. So let's just call it $6. So 50 cents per egg. So if you eat 2 eggs in the morning, that's $1. You don't eat lunch like me. Sometimes I eat lunch, but very rarely. If I go out to lunch, I'll eat lunch, but I don't eat lunch at home. Then you have dinner. Let's say, what's for dinner? A piece of chicken. Okay. How much does that cost? How much does one chicken breast cost, like on average?
Well, I mean, I think I got like 6 or 7 chicken breasts for like $10.
A piece of chicken.
So less than $2 per breast.
Yeah.
Chicken.
All right, so let's round up. Let's just say $2 for a chicken breast. So now you're at $1 on the 2 eggs, $2 for a chicken breast. Now you're up to $3. What are we having with the chicken?
Well, you're going to need to spice it up a little bit. So let's just say about 50 cents, which it's not near that, and spices and preparing it with whatever.
Yeah, butter, spices, whatever. Okay.
So you're at $2.50.
So we're at $3.50.
All right, $3.50.
We're rounding up. So we're at $3.50. Okay, let's have some rice, some like whatever kind of rice you want. It could be rice pilaf, it could be brown rice, it could be whatever type of rice you like on the side as well. Let's say another $1 for that. Huh?
That's probably another $1.
All right, so another $1. So now we're up to We're up to $4.50. If you want to have some sort of vegetable with it,
$4.50.
let's get some broccoli or some green beans going in there. You know.
Well, we're going healthy, so let's say you got something organic. So let's say that the vegetable side is $2.
Okay. Yeah, if we're gonna get the fresh green beans or the fresh asparagus or whatever it is, you gotta splurge a little bit. So now we're up to $6.50, right?
Yeah.
Then you add whatever beverage you want on top of that.
Well, you're gonna drink water.
All right.
Okay. So now for an entire day, we've spent $6.50.
Wow.
One friggin' value menu meal from McDonald's costs like $9 or $10. Doesn't it?
I don't know that it's that. Well, I don't know because a Happy Meal is like $5 or $6 now.
I'll even go crazy. So I've got $6.50 worth of food. I'm gonna have a cold beer with my dinner. So add another. How much is beer now? Add another $2. So now I'm up to almost $9. I'm splurging.
$8.50.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not eating much. I mean, there's probably less than 1% of the people in this country eat that amount of food.
But that's all you really need to eat to be healthy is what I just named.
I agree. I mean, unless you're doing something that's really strenuous that you just need some more calories.
I mean, and if you want to, have a dessert, maybe you want a slice of cheesecake for dessert or whatever, which I wouldn't advise doing that every day, but every once in a while, it's okay, right? So what is that, another couple dollars? Big whoopee.
Yeah, say another $3,
Yeah.
I don't know, for cheesecake. Cheesecake's kind of expensive.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to get shitty cheesecake if I'm doing this.
12-pack of beer, depending on what you get. So Just a 12-pack of just regular, like, domestic light beer, whether it's Bud Light, Miller Lite, Coors Light, whatever it is like $15 for a 12-pack now. It's gone way up in the past few years. It used to only be $10. Now it's gone up $5 in the past 5 years. It goes up about an average of $1 a year for the past 5 years. But if you drink, if you're bougie like me and every once in a while you want something stronger, like an IPA or something, shit, you could spend $25 on a 12-pack for some of those. So that's like $2 a beer.
Well, that has been a nice thing about eating way less. Like, it is way cheaper. Because what I was bad about is eating out a ton. And where I live, I mean, it's 30 or 40 bucks to go eat at one of these restaurants just for me. So you do that once a day, 5 days a week. You're $200 a week.
Yeah.
$800 a month just to stuff your fat face at a restaurant.
That's one of my biggest vices. I love to go out to restaurants. And I'm not talking about fast food. I'm talking about real restaurants.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But part of the reason is because I drink. If I didn't drink, it would be a lot cheaper, because alcohol in restaurants is obviously expensive, no matter where you go. Because people always talk about how cheap it is to go have Mexican, right? Because it's like you can get like a whole meal for like $6, and even have some left over to take home. That's how much food they give you. But when I go to the Mexican restaurant, I get a meal and tacos, and I also get 2 margaritas and 3 beers. Like, so what would normally cost like a $10 tab is now $50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one mixed drink or something, or a margarita, that's like $10 at a restaurant, right?
Yeah, right.
Which is as much as your entree or around there.
Yeah. Like, I go to this Mexican place by my house. I love it. I get the same thing every time. Not every time, but most. It's like I have my favorite meal. I get 3 street tacos that are all carnitas, so pork. And they're delicious, by the way. I get a side of pico to go on, because they don't give you enough pico on there. You got to put more on there. And I get whatever their homemade hot sauce is that they make in the kitchen back there. And it's like, I think for 3 tacos, and they're pretty big, is $11.
Yeah, for today's standard, not bad.
No, and they're big too. Like, you eat 3 of them, you're full, or at least I am. But then, like you said, I get, a $10 margarita, and then, a $7 beer after the margarita is over with. You might get me a little shot of tequila on the side. That's another $8. So it adds up quick.
Can I tell you something that'll make you madder?
What?
When I go to a Mexican restaurant, I say, hey, that pico, leave that shit in the kitchen. Pico's
delicious.
I don't want that on my plate.
Yeah, I think me and you have the exact opposite palate when it comes to food. Yeah.
Now, there's a Mexican place here that has quesadilla carnitas.
That sounds really amazing.
Good. Yeah, like anything pork and like Hispanic food to me is fantastic. Like, I like Cuban stuff too, which is a lot of pork.
Esso says buy in bulk, vacuum pack, and deep freeze. I do want to get a deep freezer. That's on my list. That's probably what I'm going to ask for Christmas this year. But we do buy, well, we belong to this place called BJ's. I know it's a funny name, BJ's. But it's like a Costco or whatever. We go there about once a month, and then the other 2 or 3 weeks of the month we go to there's a Publix right by my house. But we do buy in bulk and stuff. Like, the thing is, like, every time I go to BJ's, we end up spending a lot more. But we come home with, like, last week I came home with 3 giant bottles of Heinz ketchup for no reason. Like, it's going to take me all year to eat that, probably longer than a year, because you can't just buy any single thing there. Like, I bought a 4-pack of A1.
Dude, A1's expensive as shit.
I know, but it's cheaper there when you buy it in bulk.
Speaking of $7, I went just to get, I was like, I just need 1 bottle. It was $7 for 1 normal size, not like the really big earthy one. Normal bottle, $7.
The other thing about BJ's that's great, well, everything is cheaper because you just have to buy a lot more of it. but the alcohol there, not so much the beer, but wine. Like what if you go to Publix and buy a certain bottle of wine that might cost, I don't know, $15 for a bottle. At BJ's, now you have to buy 3, but you'll get it for like $7 a bottle. You see what I'm saying?
It's a deal, son.
Yeah, it's a deal.
You can't pass up a deal. You got to buy that.
Yeah. You know? And I don't know what I'm going to do with 800 rolls of toilet paper, but I have it. Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing to have because there's nothing worse than running out of toilet paper when you need it.
Yeah.
And then you got to use a paper towel, and it's awful.
It was funny. Mrs. Peete, we were in there together, and I'm like, I want to get that A1 because I was like, this is a deal. She's like, what are we going to do with a gallon of A1? Like, we're never going to eat that. I'm like, but I want it.
Bro, I'll buy it from you. Ship some of those to me.
I got so much ketchup and A1 sauce. It's going to take me forever to eat it.
Yeah, those places are good for that. Like, hey, do you like cheese balls? Yeah. You want 2,000 of them in a big jug thing? Sure. Or if you say, no, I'd just like maybe 100, they tell you go fuck yourself.
Like, we got this giant, I think it was like 48 Snapple. You know Snapple, the tea?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, which I get the diet Snapple, sugar-free one. But it's like a 48 pack of Snapple for like $10 or something, like super cheap.
Yeah.
It's so big you probably fit in your car. I had to like strap it to the top of the car. It's like driving home with Snapple on top of the car. Rick, do you guys have Harris Teeter where you are?
No, I've never heard of that.
So Harris Teeter is like an upscale grocery store in the bougie neighborhoods and whatnot. It is a really nice place, but it's a little bit more expensive than most places. But the Harris Teeter over here where I live has a fucking bar in it.
A what?
A bar. So you go to the grocery. Have you ever thought about sitting down and drinking while you're grocery shopping?
That kind of sounds gross, honestly, because I'm just thinking of like the smell of like the frozen meat section or something. Like I wouldn't want that
while you're drinking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I'd be like, we need to put some distance between us and this raw meat, dude.
Yeah, I have never see. The last thing I'm thinking about doing when I go to the grocery store, like I'm on a mission. Like I know what I want. I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna get the hell out of there. Like it's all planned. I got a planned route. You know what I mean? Last thing I'm gonna do is you know what? I'm gonna stop and have a beer now. No, what?
No, there's nothing I hate more than the grocery store.
Yeah.
That like Walmart. I mean, because there's gonna be some old lady in there that's gonna put her fucking cart perpendicular to the aisle so that no one can get around, and she's going to take forever to look at every label of some jasmine rice.
I also have this fear if I go to the grocery store and sit down at the bar and start drinking, then all of a sudden, you know, like somebody I know walks by and sees me drinking inside of a grocery store, then I feel shame.
Yeah, you should too.
Like, look at this guy; he's drinking at the grocery store.
Yeah, I feel better about my drinking after seeing Peete at the grocery store.
Yeah, like, hey, buddy, don't you know you can buy alcohol here and take it home, you loser?
Yeah, people should just point and laugh. If you see someone drinking at a grocery store, you need to point and laugh at them like Dumb and Dumber.
Now, here's what else they do here. Now, this is actually smart on their, like, business-wise. They give, well, I say women, but I guess they would give it to men too, but I think they target women. They'll be like, oh, hey, do you want a free glass of wine while you're walking? So they're walking around with a shopping cart with a glass of wine in their hand. Now, what that does is gets them a little, lowers their inhibitions a little bit. Maybe they'll spend more. That's why they do it.
Casino? They're doing it like a casino.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you're here shopping. How about have this free glass of wine, ma'am? Oh, sure, that sounds amazing. She downs that glass of wine, and all of a sudden now, you know, well, I wasn't going to buy this, but it is on sale.
I wasn't going to buy this crock pot that's the size of a coffee cup, but now
I think I need it. Yeah, this makes me never want to go to the grocery. That was also my big problem is I just wouldn't go to the grocery store and eat out just because I hated the grocery store and loved eating out. But
yeah, that's a good point, Nature Boy. Yeah, drinking does make you hungry too, so that's why they do it. So if they were smart, they'd just give out weed. Like, hey, you want to take a bong hit before you go shopping, ma'am?
Come on, ma'am, take a hit.
Yeah, take a hit. Then you get the munchies, and before you know it, you bought 18 bags of chips.
Yeah, they'd have to have someone constantly restocking the shelves. Like, God, we just can't keep this stuff out here. We're buying it.
I don't mind actually grocery shopping, but the thing I don't like, though, and the Publix by my house, I mean, I can walk there in 2 minutes, or less than 2 minutes, right here. I look at it out my front door almost. Is when they start changing the aisles, like change what's on, because I know exactly where everything is. For 8 years that I've lived here, I can walk in that thing blindfolded and go and get whatever I need in no time. And then for some fucking reason, they just decided one day, oh, we're going to change all the lanes around for no reason. So now the what used to be the potato chip aisle is now the health and beauty aisle. It's like, what, why? It was fine the way it was. What are we doing?
Fuck with you.
Can I speak to the manager, please, about this? This is bullshit.
So you don't mind see, my thing is I can't stand feeling like I'm in the way. It makes me feel physically ill, and that's a nightmare if you're going grocery shopping at Publix.
It's been like 3 weeks since they changed that Publix around. I still don't know where anything is. I'm mad. And every time I walk in there, I get mad. I forget about it when I leave. And then next time I go back, I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go again. Now I'm trying to relearn where everything's at.
I mean, I know that's why they do Walmart like they do, because they want you to walk around the store longer. So they have them all set up different.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense, but it's still bullshit.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not customer friendly at all.
Esso says I opened a beer once from a 12-pack in the store and they got pissy. Yeah, I can see why. The lady, one of the checkout ladies at the because every once in a while Mrs. Peete will like open a drink while we're shopping, but she pays for it when we go through the line. She'll be like, oh, I already opened it, but here, scan it. We'll pay for it, whatever. She goes, there's somebody that shops here every week and they eat cherries while they're shopping and don't pay for them.
What?
Yeah. She goes, we just find every week we find just random cherry pits all over the floor, like up and down the aisles. So somebody's eating cherries while they're shopping and just throwing the cherry pit on the floor.
What an animal. An absolute savage.
Yeah.
Y'all need to stake it out and find this cherry thief. Bring him to justice.
Yeah.
Like Scooby-Doo.
You might never find them, though. I mean, they might walk in there in like a trench coat with a hat on so you can't see their face, keep their head down. Evading.
What do they do? Shake the pits out of their jacket as they're walking?
I don't know.
Andy Dufresne in the yard?
I don't know. I always thought that was weird. I used to, have you ever seen somebody eating in the grocery store before? Like, they'll get a bag of grapes. Now, they're probably going to pay for them, but they're just eating out of the bag of grapes while they're shopping. It's like, can't you fucking wait like 20 minutes till you get home to eat that?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I do that, and I judge the shit out of them.
Yeah.
That. Like, you're here to take the stuff with you. This isn't a restaurant.
Yeah, it's not a restaurant, exactly.
And usually grocery stores are next to restaurants. Just go to the restaurant first.
Jackpot says back in the late
grapes.
Yeah, Jackpot used to work in the grocery store industry. Now he does the potato chip route, but he worked in grocery stores for many, many years.
Yeah.
Back in the late 90s, as a young third shift grocery manager, I found an open pack of Pampers where a mom had changed the kid in the aisle, stolen a couple of Pampers, and stuffed the shitty one back into the package. God damn, man. What the hell?
So I wasn't for the death penalty, but I am now.
That should, I don't know. Well, stealing is illegal, but stuffing a dirty diaper back into a packet, putting it back on the shelf, what kind of crime is that? That's got to be illegal, right?
If it's not, it's certainly something you should get your ass kicked for.
That's messed up.
What is wrong with people, man?
I don't know.
That made me angry. I'm not even involved.
Ballard with a zinger says that sounds like a shitty move. Yeah.
Ba-ding-ding.
That's gross. Like, I don't even like in the produce aisle. You see these people that go like, let's tomatoes, for example. They'll go and they have to put their filthy, greasy fucking hands on every tomato to feel it before they get one. And then, I don't like this one. They put it back. Oh, so now I'm going to go get that one and eat it after you just got done touching it and rubbing it? No.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
People have no shame, man, and I think it's because we don't call this out on the spot. Like, it should now be acceptable. If you see that, you can be like, "Hey, you're a fucking idiot," and like no one gets mad at you for that.
I'll take it a step further. I think you should be able to slap him in the back of the head. I think you should be able to call him. Yeah, I think you should be able to cuss at him and you just give him like a smack right in the back of the head, or maybe you know what, on the back of the neck. Like, stop. What's wrong with you?
Like a mini donkey slap. Yeah.
They say, "Hey, sir, that's assault." No, it's not. It's protected under the. How many amendments are there?
I don't know. To be honest.
Whatever the newest one is, that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, that's covered under freedom of speech. You know, like corporations are people, and so is my hand.
There's a video going around of a woman stuffing a cucumber between her breasts. Now I'll let that slide. That's okay.
Hot?
Yeah, yeah. Is she hot? If so, I'll allow it.
Yeah, if so, totally fine.
If she weighs 400 pounds, then arrest her immediately.
Yeah, animal. Savage. Yeah, life's not fair. I hate to tell people. This is how it is.
Can you imagine if being Rec Talk were president and vice president of the United States, how fucked up this country would be?
Yeah. Well, all right. We've convened and decided assault is okay if the person's doing something fucking annoying.
Yes.
And I would be okay with that.
I would too.
Executive order. We wouldn't even need to pass a law.
I would do like Trump's doing with the supposed gang members, just no due process at all.
Yeah. Where would our gulag be?
It's got to be somewhere worse than
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Detroit. That's where ours would be.
Yeah, okay,
No,
Detroit.
Don't send us to Detroit.
Yeah.
And then we have Eminem just cut rap lines on them as they're going into the gulag.
Yeah.
You got way too many napkins.
Yeah.
Whatever
So
he's gonna say.
if you touch the tomato and rub it and then put it back in the tomato pile, you're straight to Detroit. We don't even. I mean, you don't get to see a judge. Lawyer, schmoyer. You don't get to talk to one of them either. You don't even get a
people that don't touch.
You'll just disappear. You don't even. You know how when you get arrested, you get one phone call. You don't even get that. You go out to go to the grocery store. Like, I'll be back in 30 minutes, honey. Going to the grocery store to grab a couple things. You just never come home. They don't even know where you're at.
No. We give them a phone call, but it has really shitty service where it just keeps cutting in and out. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
and then we throw the tomatoes at you that you touched while you're in your cell.
Yeah.
What 2028? I think we have our platform pretty well set.
I'll let you be president because I just don't want that responsibility. I'll be vice president.
You're saying that because one of us is going to get assassinated for this nonsense we're about to do.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be you want me to be your lightning rod like I'm Junior Soprano.
I don't know. I think vice president might be the best job on the whole planet. You don't have to do anything, but you still get all the perks of basically being a president, but you don't have to do anything or be held responsible for anything. It's great.
I mean, you do have to do stuff. You're not held responsible.
Not really. I mean, come on. Kamala Harris didn't do anything. What did she do?
I don't know if she did.
She did everything depending on who you talk to.
I don't know if she did or not.
She didn't do nothing.
She did.
But that is true. I mean, in history, like, who was FDR's VP? You know, who was?
Yeah.
Was it Harry S. Truman?
Most people are not going to know. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, Bush's VP just because he shot someone in the face, but.
Yeah, I know. In order to name a vice president that did not go on to become president, that's when it gets harder.
Yeah.
Because nobody remembers someone who was just.
Is there term limits on vice president the same way there is on president? I mean, I should know this as an American.
What?
Like you can only be president twice, right? 2 terms. But can you be a vice president like for 5, like for multiple different presidents?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything in the Constitution that says that you can't.
So that would be like what I would want to do. That's my political aspiration. I want to just be a perpetual vice president. So like I'll be, and I don't even care about party either. So like I'd be Joe Biden's vice president, and then Trump comes in. Hey, I'll be his vice president, and whoever's next, I'll be their vice. Like I'd never want to be president, just vice president. For 40 years.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Vic, was Nixon's VP Spiro Agnew? Wasn't that his name?
Agnew, but he resigned.
Yeah, he got caught up in some sort of money laundering scandal.
He resigned, so then Gerald Ford, the vice president. Yeah.
The only non-elected president.
Yeah, Gerald Ford was appointed, by Nixon.
Yeah. I am not a crook.
Good.
I am not a crook.
Yeah. Nixon, good. Yeah, when the president does it, it's not illegal. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think I'm taking that slightly. If I remember the context, it's not quite right, but I do think he said
that. He was clearly set up.
In Watergate?
It was set up.
I think he was just paranoid for no good reason.
How is it a setup?
Entrapment.
Well, I mean, he entrapped himself. I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, because they didn't even find anything.
I mean.
Maybe it was entrapment.
That's what I'm saying.
They shouldn't have sent people to
he resigned. I don't think I don't think anything would have happened to him if he just would have stayed in office. I think he resigned out of shame.
I don't know. I don't know enough about that to say. I feel like most people who become president are pretty power hungry and are not going to step down unless they don't think they have an option.
Well, the ironic thing about that situation is he was, at that time, I think he was the most popular elected president in history as far as the numbers.
Yeah.
Didn't he had like over 70% of the popular vote in the country? I think it's a lot.
When did he step down? What year was that?
What year was that?
What was going on in the country when?
It was like 1970. I think it was it Nixon's second term?
You'd think it'd have to be.
We should know this. This is kind of embarrassing.
It was the mid 70s, yeah, I think. Or maybe I think it was during his second term. So
1974.
74.
What's up, guys?
74.
Let's see here. That was the date of his resignation speech. It was August 8th, 1974. And he actually resigned and left the White House the day after, August 9th. So there you go.
Did y'all get to see where I don't know if they had showed it on Fox or whatever, but I know someone was live streaming it last night. You know, Trump gave the commencement speech at Alabama.
Yeah, he did.
He did?
Yeah, the University.
I didn't know that.
Where can I hear that?
Last night.
Where can I got to hear that? I have to hear that immediately.
Let me see if I can find a stream on YouTube. I'll put it in the
Well,
private chat.
it's probably on YouTube. I mean, like news outlets, right? What did he say? Did he say anything about football? I guarantee he did, right?
Well, Saban was there with him too, so he said, like, you guys got a terrific football program. You were lucky to have this man as your head coach. And then he said some stuff about Biden. Okay.
That's a terrific impression.
Can you just do that for the next 10 minutes straight?
Listen, quit eating the dogs, Alabama fans.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
They're eating the cats.
They're eating the cats of the people that live there. And this is what's happening.
I put a link in the private chat to it. It was like 56 minutes, but you can skip through whatever
56 minutes of Trump talking?
Jeez.
No way.
Yeah, Alabama, yeah. He went to, I think they held it in Coleman Coliseum where they have basketball.
Hey, Coleman Coliseum.
But it was hilarious because he went from saying stuff about how proud he was of the graduates and how big of a university it is and what an honor it was. And Nick Saban was there and he's a terrific head coach, to saying eventual stuff about, you know, we're doing everything we can to undo what these Democrats have done. It's very terrible.
So it started out, so it devolved into.
It's like he turned it into a campaign rally, man. Like, what are you rallying for? You're the president.
Into a campaign speech.
It seemed like.
I'm very, very proud of all of you graduates. You're going to go on to be great, great Americans. By the way, those were MS-13 on that guy's knuckles. Yes.
Yeah. He forgot that it was a graduation. I guess he thought he was at
Even though everyone's in cap and gown in front of him.
Yeah, so I guess he thought.
And I love this place. Maybe it's because I won Alabama by 45 points. Could that be the reason?
Trump doesn't even be trash enough.
Oh my God.
He's going to get up there and do.
You hear what he said?
What?
I really, really love this place. Maybe it's because I won the state of Alabama by 45 points.
Speaking of 45,
That is
I'm giving each of you a 45-47 hat.
Oh. Trump is something else, man.
No,
The way they say, the polls have closed in Alabama. Trump has won Alabama
He
immediately.
said something about judges are interfering supposedly based on due process. But how can you give due process to people who came into our country illegally? They want to give them due process. I don't know.
Yeah. Did y'all see it was like ABC did an interview from the Oval Office about after Trump's first 100 days in office.
Is that the one where he got in the argument with the guy about the MS-13 tattoo?
Yeah.
Yeah, saw that. Well, I saw pieces of it, which was pretty fucking hilarious, actually.
Yeah, which has divided like everyone, I think. I mean, it seemed like just looking on Twitter, half the people are like, Trump owned him, and then the other half are like, Trump's an idiot.
Well, I blame the interviewer because he didn't really, he kept trying to move on, and Trump's like, no. Why are you being dishonest? It says MS-13 on his hand. He goes, well, not really. That's up for debate. But let's move on to that. No. Why are you being dishonest? See, this is why people hate the media, because you're just sitting here lying. And it's like, he didn't push back at all and be like, no, actually, you're wrong. That was photoshopped on his knuckles, and you're an idiot. Like that's what he should have said.
Well, it's not even Photoshopped. It's just like if you were to drag text and Word over his knuckles in Times New Roman font. Like, I don't even know that they tried to make it look like it was said MS-13.
I think the reason they superimposed that over he does have real tattoos on his fingers, but they're symbols. So what they were doing was trying to say that symbol on his index finger was code for M. The one on his middle finger was code for S, and so on and so forth. But the interviewer didn't explain that to Trump. He's just like, okay, well, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. No.
Yeah,
you're being dishonest.
Himself looked like he was hiding something, or he got caught.
Yeah.
The interviewer, which I don't get. No, that's not. I would have just kept. Are you saying that literally says MS-13? That's what you're saying? Okay, you're an idiot.
It's an interpretation of the tattoos, but he didn't explain that to him. So for all I know, and here's what I don't know, because I don't know, I'm not an expert on gang tattoos. For all I know, that's what those tattoos do mean on his fingers. But what Trump was saying was, no, it literally says MS-13 on his. Like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No.
Which is what Trump's good at. I mean, he has. Again, you look at the discourse, convinced half the people that that's the truth and perception is reality. I mean, that's what.
Well, it's people don't look into it, or they don't, you can say the same for both sides of the aisle on that. There's a certain percentage of conservatives that are just going to believe anything he says, no matter how ridiculous it is. And the same thing's true with the right. I mean, with the left. There's a certain group of people that no matter what Biden says or Kamala or whoever, you insert candidate, AOC, says, they're just going to take it at face. They're just going to believe it no matter what, without even looking into it.
Well, that's not really what I'm saying is I'm really complimenting the right in a way here. As far as messaging and getting their narrative out, like the right is way better than the left at that. Like, because the right is just relentless and like Trump wasn't that weird. No, this is what it says. Like, they're just not going to let off on it.
Yeah.
Democrats more often will just roll over and be like, oh, we need to take the high ground, or whatever the fuck that means to them.
Yeah.
And that's why they got crushed in, 2 popular elections.
Yeah.
We got in the back room, I got my screen shared if you want to hear part of his political rant.
How long is it?
It's a short. It's got to be like a minute or two. 30 seconds maybe.
I think we can do that, right, Pete?
Yeah, we can handle that. Hold on. I just want to...
Let's see.
You guys can see that?
On trade by nations all over the world, both friend and foe, and oftentimes a friend was far worse on trade than the foe. But those days are over. You're at the start of something very, very big. You're going to see that very soon. Now, exactly 250 years after the first Patriots stood and fought at Lexington and Concord, we're in the midst of another kind of revolution, a revolution of winning and a revolution of common sense. Common sense. We were ripped off on trade by
China.
Win common sense.
When's the last time half of America?
I don't care about any of that. I want to hear what he says about. Do you have what he says about the football team or about Nick Saban? That's what I want to hear.
Let's fact check his football IQ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Telling you right now, Alabama's going to win 18 more national championships in just the span of 5 years. I know it sounds impossible mathematically, but it's going to happen.
If you don't agree with me, you're a liberal. We might have to deport you.
When Clemson went to the White House, that might be the funniest, national championship visit ever in the history to the White House ever. When Clemson won in 18.
He got them cheeseburgers.
Oh, was that the year they gave them all the
McDonald's
and stuff?
Yeah. So there was a government shutdown. So they didn't have, I guess they didn't, couldn't afford. I don't know what that was what they said. So Trump's like, well, just order 400 cheeseburgers. And then, so they bring the whole team up there with the microphone, and Dabo Sweeney's up there, and Dabo Sweeney presents Trump with a jersey that said, a Clemson football jersey that says Trump on the back, and his number was 45.
That's hilarious, though.
I'll find where he talks about the football team. It's going to take a while because he's talking about how he created all these jobs and stuff. Give me a second.
What about J.D. Vance? I'm sure you talked about it, breaking the national title trophy, trying to hold it.
Oh, yeah. Well, so he didn't really break it.
No, he got set up. Like, it wasn't put together right.
Well, it's designed that way.
Oh, it is?
It comes apart, yeah.
Yeah, the stand and the trophy itself can come apart. Yeah.
So the trophy sort of fits onto the stand, or the stand fits into the trophy, rather. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, they should have told him that, though, because clearly he wasn't aware.
Yeah. I think they made it like that they made it two pieces instead of one, so that if it was dropped, that it wouldn't break. Because if it was all one piece and you dropped it, then it would just break in half.
Made it into a metal trophy.
Yeah.
So it's the ground, it'll be okay.
But you're right. They should have told him, like, hey, this, it's going to come apart.
Yeah, it wasn't like...
They set him up.
Yeah, I'm not in the business of defending J.D. Vance on anything, but they did do him kind of dirty there.
The trophy would break if you dropped it, but...
Maybe they did plan it. They're like, dude, he's going to look really dumb. Just let him pick that up.
Yeah.
Nature Boy does have a good point. He says, how do y'all expect Rec Talk to know how the trophy works? He's a tech fan.
Prank him.
Damn. That was a low blow there, buddy.
I guess not. It was all political rant.
Well, I saw both the Georgia's trophies, so...
Man, fuck Georgia and fuck whoever said that.
Yeah, that was... Yeah.
What do people usually say in my comment section? You're jealous. You're just trying to use my name.
Well, yeah, you are. Well, are you? Or...
Am I jealous of anything Georgia? No.
No, you're not.
No.
No, but he is very jealous of me.
Well, I thought that Larry Munson said there was no institution more worthy of envy. So.
Well, Larry Munson's an idiot. That's right. What other historic Georgia people? Eric Zier, whoever, fuck him. Fuck Herschel Walker.
And you're going to talk about Vince Dooley next? Jesus.
Vince Dooley, yep. Fuck him.
What about Ludacris, the rapper?
Don't get me started on
Fuck him only when he was on their campus, not ours. He did come to our campus. That version of him was great.
You can like Outkast though, because aren't they Oregon fans? Or at least Big Boy is. Didn't his son play for Oregon?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His son played for Oregon. Yeah.
He played at Tech before a game too. Big Boy came down.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Speaking of like rivalries and stuff in football, I remember when I used to say, I don't really have hate in my heart unless your name's Chris Davis of Auburn for that kick six.
Oh, why would someone say that? I have lots of hate in my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've already established that.
Yeah, that's what keeps me going.
It's one of those things for me, though. Love the person, hate the sin.
Yeah.
No, I skip the sin part. Just hate the person. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a dog whistle for I don't want to admit I really hate who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many times did Gus Malzahn beat us? 3?
3, yeah.
3 times.
Slim, we were talking about you earlier.
I have no doubt of that.
Yeah, we were talking about the debate that's been going around the internet about 100 men versus one gorilla. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So we're trying to decide: do you think that you could beat up a gorilla, or a chimpanzee, or even just a little monkey,
or a chimpanzee?
our defensive tactics instructor here is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, and he said something very, very true. Gun beats Jiu-Jitsu, and gun beats gorilla. So yeah, you give me a gun, I'll beat a gorilla. Yeah, sure.
Well,
no weapons.
No gun.
Oh, no gun? Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So to fight a gorilla, what about a chimpanzee?
No, I'm probably fucked there too.
Yeah. But so how far? What about just like a regular tree monkey or whatever? I don't even know what the hell they're called.
Spider monkey.
Yeah, spider monkey.
Oh, yeah, like the little ones where you see them come up and steal people's food and shit.
Yeah, those ones.
Yeah, like I could probably sling that thing far enough where I'd be okay.
Yeah.
Did y'all ever see that video that came out years ago of the apes with the AK-47s running around?
Was that like
what?
No, it was one chimpanzee and some damn African soldiers handed him an AK-47, and they got shot for their troubles.
What?
It shot him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can't charge a chimpanzee with murder, can you?
No.
Well, this is also, I mean, I would assume somewhere in Africa.
They gave him the gun, so.
All right, real quick. Peete wants to show you his weapons that we were talking about earlier. I'll let you show him. Here. Hold on. Go ahead, show him what you got. You got to come over. All right, I think they can see you. Put that over there. What you got?
I got some screamers.
What are those?
Screamers.
What?
Screamers.
Screamers? Is that Japanese?
Yes.
All right, show them what else you got. Got some nunchucks. Look at them.
Dang.
Look at this. You want to show them how you swing them?
This is inside. No, this is outside, and this is inside.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He's gonna beat me up with those. Now show him the real star of the show.
The commas?
What are these called?
Commas.
Huh?
Commas.
Commas? Like the punctuation?
Yeah,
No, it's pronounced the same, spelled different.
Okay. Look at these. Look at this.
They look like a scythe.
Yeah, that's what I said. They look like a scythe.
Mini version.
Those look.
Yeah,
dangerous.
I've seen my wife's instructor slice his hand wide open with a set of those.
Oh, really? These ones, well, because they gave them to a 10-year-old, they're not sharp. They're dull.
Yeah.
But yeah, they.
Well, I would hope that you wouldn't have Peete running around with some actually sharp sides.
Yeah.
Could you have him demonstrate on you real quick with the nunchucks?
You want him to hit me with them?
Just like if pretend Pete is that, like you're in class, like, oh, this guy's gonna attack you.
All right, so I don't think they spar with the weapons. They just do like, you don't spar with the weapons, do you? They do spar like regular spar, like kicking and punching, but I don't think they spar with the weapons.
Well, show us what you do with them when you're in class. Like you do some cool twirly thing, or.
Well, he just got him yesterday, so I'm not sure he's proficient with him yet. But all right, so I'm coming to attack you, okay? I'm a very scary criminal, okay? I'm coming to attack you. What do you do with the nunchucks? I'm gonna grab you, okay? You didn't do anything. I just grabbed you. You're dead. All right. Fuck. He just hit me with it.
That's what you do.
Actually, I'm trying to talk my wife into like filming a kata, and she's got the weapons katas too. Having her submitted for YouTube's talent show.
Oh yeah.
You should
do
it.
Oh, by the way, I got an idea. So announcement. I got permission to post that video of me getting tased.
Oh yeah.
I'm not posting it until the talent show. That's going to be my talent show entry.
Okay.
Getting fucked up with a taser.
For the talent show.
Lou said anything you can film as a talent.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, it qualifies then.
Unless your name's Mayhem Matthew and you just want to talk about the talent you have for round 2.
Is that what he did?
Yeah,
That's
was
what he
kind
did
of
last
disappointing.
year or year before. That was stupid.
Damn. When you got Ballard calling it stupid, you really fucked up. Because Ballard never has like a super strong opinion on these things. So.
But yeah, if you want to see me get tased, watch the LouTube's Got Talent, because that will be my intro.
I can vouch for, because I've seen the video probably more times than I would like to admit, that it is great. Yes. Although
I want to do something this year other than singing, but I don't know what to do.
Well, what's your other talents other than singing? Are you just a one-trick pony?
Being an idiot. Just being an idiot.
Well, that's pretty easy.
You should make a video of yourself praying and enter that.
Yeah.
Like begging Nick Saban to come back or something, or begging God to let Nick Saban come back. And
yeah. How about you read the Bible to us?
Oh,
wait a minute. I thought Kalen DeBoer was the second coming of Nick Saban. So why do you want him to come back?
I could have you guys involved and tell you what you're doing wrong and how you're sinning.
Yes, do like a sermon for the like us, the
for
YouTube
the community
creators.
Yeah, yeah.
So it'd be Ballard's letter to the slobs.
Is there anywhere you can go, Ballard, where you have like a stage area where you can like get up, like almost like a preacher?
I could probably film it at the church or get a.
Yeah, go to the church, go up to the stage with the altar and the microphone and all that, and do a sermon preaching to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I just happened to notice that you were live, but I'm fixing to go back to lunch.
Okay.
From lunch, excuse me.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll next time I get a chance, I'll holler at y'all.
All right. See you later, Slim.
See you, Slim.
Yeah, but it has to be extra Southern Baptist, and like you have to pronounce God.
No.
It would be like that.
Yeah.
The Lord.
Yeah, and you got to be a little bit mean too, like condemn us to hell, fire, and brimstone.
Yeah, I think
you know what was so funny? When I grew up, I went to a Southern Baptist church, and my pastor would always talk about the different things that were sin. And he said, for example, has anyone ever told a lie? Just raise your hand here. And he said, oh, if you didn't raise your hand, you're lying in the church, and we're going to have to condemn you for that. And
yeah, we got a bunch of...
We'll let God handle it.
Yeah, can you get like a snake and maybe even... I don't know if YouTube will let you do it. Can you like slit the throat of a goat?
No, we don't have to do it. Why?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't kill an animal in your video.
The throat of a goat? Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. Why do they do that? It's a good question.
I thought
Sacrifice
that was Jews who sacrificed animal sacrifice, but
well,
no.
Animal sacrifices and Jews. Let's get Selene involved in all this.
Jews do that, but I think that we don't have to sacrifice animals because Jesus is, the sacrifice,
right.
for our sins. We have the, sacrifice for all sacrifices. So.
All right, so forget this animal sacrifice. That won't go on YouTube. Can you at least get someone to come up there and you put your hand on their head and they receive the Holy Ghost and fall back, like fall down?
Ooh, like you could heal one of us.
Yeah, heal somebody.
Faith healing.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
I could see if we can make a Tennessee fan smart or something.
There you go. Could you cure me of my nicotine addiction in your video?
Yeah.
We can try that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because where are you in Alabama?
Coleman. It's like North Alabama.
Okay.
Well, I'm not as north as Huntsville.
I'm in the west part of the state.
Yeah.
How far are you from Rec Talk?
What's this town? Are you saying you're in the west part of Alabama?
Look up how far you are from Smyrna, Georgia.
West side.
Smyrna.
It's on the
I am
west side. Yeah.
3 hours and 23 minutes.
I mean, I think we could do that. Maybe we could meet in the middle and you could do this like on the side of the interstate for me.
Yeah, an interstate healing.
Yeah, we got shit to do.
But we'll let you figure it out, Ballard. But yeah, I think definitely doing some sort of
religion tactic.
Yeah, well, preaching in a church setting is everything. So I mean, just giving a sermon like in your living room probably isn't as powerful as doing it inside of an actual church. Yeah.
I'm going to have people at church. I'm going to have my girlfriend. Everyone's going to be asking questions and stuff.
Well, that's the point, right?
Yeah. Tell them what you're doing. I mean, just be honest. Honesty is always, you're a Christian. Always tell the truth. Just be like, hey, I'm shooting a YouTube video for YouTube's Got Talent, and this is what I'm doing. So.
This is what the people want.
Yeah.
Yeah. My talent is spreading the good word.
Right.
Yeah.
So. And we might save some souls in the process. I mean, I can't think of a better use of time.
I should do pickup lines in public on women and see if I can get one. And then at the end be like, ask and ye shall receive.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, that's it. Just like Jesus rose, I can do that too. My pants.
That's funny.
At your church, do they try to pray the gay away, Ballard, or they just let people be gay?
I don't know any gay people there. That is a good question.
So there is none? Well, there definitely is some, but they're just not saying that they are. That's what I think you're getting at.
He doesn't know if they're gay.
I don't know.
Right.
Right. So no.
There are some questionable characters out there.
Right.
For sure.
Say less. Yes.
So y'all have like don't ask, don't tell? Is that kind of?
Yeah, he's like the military under Clinton.
Dr. Billy Paul said he'll hurt to actually like you, Ballard. Oh, slaw.
So you mentioned your girlfriend. How's that going?
It's good.
Yeah.
We've been out 3 times. Nothing's official still, but like
How is nothing official after 3 days?
Okay, so
here we go.
Asked her last time. I said, hey, do you see this going anywhere? She said yes. I said, at what point do you want to make it official? She said, I don't know. Let's give it some time. I don't want to rush it. And well, honestly, I feel the same way.
So what is official?
Yeah, what does official mean? I mean, are you like gonna put out a press release, or what does that mean?
Yeah, that's when you update your Facebook relationship status, right?
Yeah, I guess that's how it is these days, right? We're not officially a couple until I put it on my Facebook page.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
I would just do it and be like, I decide when we're official, and I've decided.
Forced love is the best love, right?
Well, I mean, you're not Muslims.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit of a personal question. It's not that big of a deal. Okay?
Right.
Okay. How far have you gotten? All right, let's do this way. Have you held hands with her?
No, but I'll be honest. I was talking about it with Nana yesterday, and she said you need to take those steps.
So Nana is telling you to stop beating around the proverbial bush and get hands on here. Yeah. I agree with Nana.
I feel like saying something that Raj might say. Be like, Ballard, you just got to let your nuts hang, son.
That's actually the perfect advice here.
Yeah.
You're saying that you should just push her against a wall and make out with her, or
Jesus, Vic.
No.
That sounds violent.
That is
throw her against the wall.
Yeah, that sounds like something that Nate saw on a site.
Really, Paul, that was some of the advice I got. Yeah, put your arms around her, give her a hug, or give her a side hug or something.
A side hug? No, don't do that.
Hug, yeah.
Listen,
well,
here's what's here.
Okay, so like we were sitting together in church, right? I could have put my arm around her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I could have.
Yeah, I do know what you're saying.
Yeah, so here's the reason I'm saying this, Ballard, because you've said you've been on 3 dates now.
Yes.
So you're coming dangerously close to being put in the zone, the friend zone.
Uh-oh.
And you don't want that.
Not the friend zone.
I'm sick of being friends.
Because you know why? Because friends don't kiss each other, and they definitely don't do other things that I'm not going to say.
Butt stuff.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Right, like I got a mouth too.
So I want to say even every church is different with this, because surprise, Ballard, I grew up in church. I know how it goes. Yeah. How far are you allowed to go before your church gets mad at you?
I guess it depends on denomination, which we're non-denominational. So
you go to butt stuff. Okay, cool.
So you're allowed to do anything, is what you're saying.
Jesus forgives all sins, but don't use grace as a license to sin.
Not.
That absolutely means nothing to what I was asking you, but okay.
But yeah, I would be allowed to do whatever.
Do they frown upon sex outside of marriage?
They might pull me aside and talk to me, but they're not
pull you aside and talk to you.
Well, what about an old-fashioned handy though? That's not. Is that sex?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
I don't either.
They just said no sex before marriage. It depends on what you consider to be sex, but
I think they mean conventional penetration. Is the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, they mean actually putting parts together.
Yes.
Well, but
they'll be like, "What are y'all doing?" I'll be like, "Exploring God's creation."
There you go. Dude, that's perfect. But that's even debatable. Like, do you know who Kirk Cameron is? He was like on. Yeah. He on his website basically said God's vision isn't that great, and he can't see from the vagina to the butthole. So if you have anal sex, I'm not. He said this.
Kirk Cameron said that.
That's not. You're still a virgin in God's eyes.
Oh my gosh.
That's so wrong.
Yeah.
Going straight to hell for that one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, either way, I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. We need, we need to focus on just some regular touching, whether it's hug, hand holding, maybe a kiss.
Yeah,
you know?
Don't do the side hug though. That's what you do to your uncle at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, side hug is what I do to Rec Talk when I see him.
Yeah,
that is ultimate friend zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you want to be friend zoned, to give her a bunch of side.
Like Rec is in my friend zone.
Yeah. So. We side hug. We're not fucking. So.
Right.
We planned that out.
Yep. I mean, you don't want to have the same relationship with this girl that me and Rec Talk have, do you? That'd be weird.
That would be weird.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, dude. I feel like you're really pushing away from me now. Like, I know what you're saying. You're just saying it really quickly, you know?
Yeah.
And adamantly.
Yeah. That way. All right. Well, I feel like we got a lot accomplished as far as Ballard and his relationship goes. I think he's on the right track now.
He knows what he has to do.
Yeah.
Which is you leave a condom out on the dashboard. So, you know, and I don't care what size you are, you put a Magnum on that dash.
Yeah. Yeah, your size is irrelevant.
Yeah.
But you know you really got to get your shit in gear whenever your nana's telling you to do it.
I know.
Like that is like my grandmother has never said that to me.
It's usually the other way. Like,
I was about to say it's usually like, hey, Pete, you need to maybe back off a little bit, slow down here.
Yeah.
Like downshift a little bit here instead of you said she told you to get your ass in gear. My grandma was like, downshift, Pete.
Yeah. Third to second. Come on.
Yeah, so she's telling Ballard to upshift. So.
Yeah. You're stuck in second gear. Hell, you might even be stuck in first gear from the sounds of it.
Yeah, I think first gear, yeah. Well, I mean, if she says that it's not even official yet, then...
Yeah, you disregard all that official talk. That doesn't mean anything.
No.
That's a way to kind of fence ride.
Yeah, the only thing that's official is like a marriage license.
Yeah.
You know, a legal document. You're not gonna make her. You're not gonna like make her get a legal document, like notarized document that she's your girlfriend, are you?
Can you just a contract? But that's beside the point.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
What would be in the contract? Like, what's her part? Like, what's her duties as a girlfriend in the contract that she has to live up to?
Like, don't pull a Tennessee or something. Don't cheat.
Yeah, don't be a Tennessee fan.
Don't pull a Tennessee and cheat.
Well, that's the same thing, right? If she was a Tennessee fan, that's really adultery.
Yeah, if she was a Tennessee fan or Auburn fan, that would be a problem.
You're a Michigan.
I've ruined dates over this. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, what about an NDA? That's a good point. You think maybe you should have her sign something that says after this relationship becomes a complete disaster that she can't go on the internet and talk bad about you?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's good.
Smart.
Of course, it's only fair if I sign that too, and I can't say shit.
Well, it doesn't have to be fair. That's what's great about contracts.
Yeah.
That you can't either, yeah.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, which often happens on the internet.
Get out of jail free.
Does she go to your church with you?
She did.
She did, or she does?
Well, I've been to her church once, and she's been to my church.
Oh, you have different churches.
Ooh,
yeah, but we're both in Coleman.
I think that's probably a good thing, because then if something does go south, like, you don't have to worry about running into her every week at church.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because that would be terrible.
Having to pick sides.
Yeah. So do you like your church or hers better?
I like my church because of the people that I come in contact with a lot. You know, been going there for 5 years, whatever it's been, and so.
Yeah.
That's fair. Does she have any friends that are attractive? Maybe you could riz them up, and then that kind of forces her hand.
That's a good question. I don't know who all.
Yeah.
You got to go to her church more, buddy.
Yeah, nothing makes a woman fall for you like more than making her jealous.
Hey, it's worked for me before.
There actually is some truth to that.
I'm also divorced, though, Ballard, so, I mean, you keep that in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, don't take marriage advice from Rec, and don't take advice on taking Ambien from Rec.
Pretty much just don't take advice from me is what we're getting at. I mean, there's a long list of things I'm fucked in the head with.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you might be on a phone call right now with the 3 people that you should never take any advice from on any subject in any situation ever.
Yeah, you bringing this up with us was a mistake.
You dumb gambling degenerates.
Well, hold on a second.
That was directed at me. I feel attacked.
Yeah, we can say this about us. No, you're right.
That's what I'm talking about. Whenever you do your sermon, like kind of like instead of just doing a regular sermon preaching about the word of Jesus, like pick out individuals like me or Rec or whoever in the YouTube community, and sort of roast us under the guise of like Jesus. Like you just kind of started to do it right there with the gambling thing. Yeah, do that.
Because old Southern Baptist preaching is much like cutting a wrestling promo. If you think about it, they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah.
Wreck gluttonous.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, like cut a Jesus promo.
Get a little creamer, like Macho Man.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little outfit. Because a lot of times the preachers, they'll dress similar to country music stars sometimes without the hat. Like they'll have like a bedazzled, like Baby Billy. He has like a bedazzled, whatever that guy's name is.
And so did, what's the guy's name that, shit, I'm bad with the preacher people. But the son of, Billy Graham's son. What's his name?
Frank.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
Isn't he? Isn't he like Trump's like personal spiritual advisor or some shit?
Oh yeah, Franklin Graham.
Franklin Graham. Doesn't he wear one of those bedazzled shirts with the rhinestones and the I don't even know what to call that string that goes from your neck down? It's like it was almost like a shoestring.
Probably.
Which tells you, man, like it's a performance. But what is a faith advisor like? What do they do for you? They're like, hey, you should really read this verse hard today.
Yeah, I don't think they do anything, to be honest with you. I mean, I think it's just it's like a.
Should dress up in something like this.
It's kind of like when you make somebody like in England, if you're famous and they make you a knight, you're not really a knight. It's just some title they give you.
Oh, it's like an honorary doctorate or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so you're my spiritual advisor. Well, what has he advised you on? Nothing.
Oh man.
As a matter of fact, Ballard, I would like to take this opportunity. This is very important, and also you should be very appreciative and proud of this. I would like you to be my spiritual advisor. What do you think about that?
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
It's official. Ballard is my spiritual advisor from here on out for the rest of eternity.
All right.
Advise them now.
Yeah.
What's your
When's the last time you
piece of
gambled?
advice?
When's the last time I gambled?
Yeah.
What's today?
Friday.
Yesterday.
I don't know where we're going to start, but we'll work some stuff out, Pete.
Well, I'm not asking you to be my psychiatrist, my spiritual advisor. What does gambling have to do with my spirit?
Well, how's your spirit when you lose a lot of money?
Yeah. Are you angry? Are you perturbed? Are you just frustrated or sad? Or like, are you crushed? Like, do you have a crushed spirit? Like when you lose a bunch of money?
No.
Okay.
All right.
You should be good then.
Oh, all right.
Continue. Continue doing what you're doing.
Yeah. I didn't ask you to be my life coach. You know what? You're fired.
What do you think this was, Pete?
I don't know. I didn't know it was an intervention. I just wanted to be my spiritual advisor.
So maybe a spiritual advisor is just like they tell you that God is cool with what you're doing.
Yeah, I want you to reinforce my bad habits. And tell me that God loves me no matter, if I'm a degenerate gambler, if you're an alcoholic.
Listen, you are made in the image of God.
Thank you. See, this is what I'm talking about. I need somebody just to tell me that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, everything's going to be fine.
You'd be like,
so you're telling me Honey Boo Boo's made in the image of God?
I would assume so.
He was drinking that day.
What about Jeffrey Dahmer? Was he made in the image of God?
Straight to hell with him.
Oh, so he wasn't. All right.
Probably not. No.
Pete, you should read Billy Walters' famous Sports Better book on gambling. No. No. The degenerate gambling rule number 1: never take gambling advice from other degenerate gamblers. Thank you.
You know who's a degenerate gambler that surprised me, and you might not know of him? Norm Macdonald.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Lost everything he owned 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
I know Michael Jordan's a big one.
Yeah. McDonald lost everything he owned. E-I-E-I-O.
He's actually like a really good poker player, but yeah, he. That surprised me with Norman, but I don't guess it should. But
yeah, Squidtard's smart. He goes, my number one rule about gambling is don't. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's usually
kind of like the nicotine.
Yeah, just like the nicotine.
Yeah. Nicotine. Gotcha.
Don't gamble, never win big, never chase that.
Right.
Yep.
What is the worst vice, you think?
That's a good question.
The worst what?
Vice.
The worst vice. I don't know.
That's like, you know what pisses me off when people are like, well, a sex addiction. What? No, you just like pussy, man. Shut up. What are you talking about? That's a bullshit addiction.
What that looks like, but
it's a bullshit addiction.
I guess meth might be the worst vice, maybe.
Huh? Meth?
Meth.
Yeah, I would say fentanyl, meth. Those are right up at the top of the list for sure. Yeah, things that will kill you.
But what about embarrassing things? Like, what if you just have to masturbate like in public? That'd be.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I didn't get that. Yeah, there are some weird ones.
Or like that My Strange Addiction, like people eating toilet paper and stuff.
Yeah.
Collecting rocks or whatever the fuck they do.
Necrophilia. Oh yeah, that's. I think that's a winner there.
Yeah, that's it. That's
yeah.
it.
That's definitely.
Is that illegal?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
It's definitely illegal. It's a felony.
I think it's called desecration of a corpse or.
Mm-hmm.
So corpses have rights.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah, good to know.
Yeah, they do.
I just had to look up what necrophilia is.
Yes, yeah, it's having sex with dead body.
Corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great.
Right next to, when you look it up in the dictionary, it says necrophilia, aka down bad, is what it says.
Need to make a U-turn immediately.
Person can't say no. Well,
really, yeah.
A dead person can't say yes either. So.
Well, that has to be something you're born with too, right? Because that's never something that's crossed my mind either.
Yeah, I don't know.
At any funeral I've ever been to.
Yeah, what about cannibalism?
Oh,
is that a vice? I guess it is.
Be hard to keep up that habit.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
I mean, I have wondered, like, maybe what a dude tastes like. You know?
Now, hold on now. So, cannibalism is obviously disgusting and wrong in 99% of the time. But you've guys seen the movie Alive, the true story, right?
Uh-huh.
Of the rugby team.
I have not seen it.
So the rugby team that crashed in Chile in the mountains, and they were stranded out there for, I forget, it was like 45 or 50 days or something, and they had no food, no water, nothing. And so several people died, so what'd they do? They ate them. They ate their butt. Their literal butt. Their butt muscle, not their butt hole. But you know what I mean.
So they literally ate ass.
They had to. They all would. If they didn't, they would have all died.
Yeah, you're right. You gotta eat.
So is that wrong?
No, I don't think so. I think if there's nothing else to eat, then I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was like negative 10 degrees and snow. There's no vegetation. There's no animals. Like they're up the top of like the Alps or whatever the fuck. I mean, look, here, I'll make this promise to all of you because I love you.
You would eat my butt?
If we all die we all get in a plane crash and I die and there's no food around, I give you permission to eat my butt.
Now here's the real question. Let's say we took a Slob Olympics where we had to get on a plane and it crashed like this. Whose butt would you most like to eat?
Well, who's got the biggest one?
I mean, probably me or Sea-Dog.
Yeah.
And this might have implications on our friendship later, so answer it carefully.
Oh yeah, I gotta cut in here real quick. Do we have any proof of that?
What?
That Rec Talk has the biggest ass out of all of us?
I don't know.
No, but I'm saying of people that are fairly heavy, they're going to have bigger butts.
What about...
you want me to send you a picture of our butts?
But what about women's butts? Why does it have to be a man butt? Because women typically have a bigger...
Well, I mean...
misogynist airlines.
Well, I mean, in our community...
Well, sure. If you want to say what female's butt you'd eat, go ahead.
I'm just saying I would rather eat any of them rather than yours or, Vicks or Ballards.
Yeah, I think,
What's wrong with mine?
You're not surviving the apocalypse, dude.
Yeah, I think we know which one Pete would rather eat, but...
It's mine.
I'm not sure I could eat my own wife, though. That'd be weird. I feel like it'd have to be somebody outside of my family.
Right. We're not related.
That is true. That does seem odd. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, consuming my own wife, that seems...
And you would think male buttocks, they're a little more lean.
So we've narrowed it down. Men are out of the question. It's not your wife. So then what other options are there?
The first other female to die.
Fair enough.
Confirmed.
I see why, but you're dodging the question.
Yeah.
I couldn't answer it either.
Why the butt, though? Like, what about a ham hock?
Real question... Oh, like the arm? Or
like your thigh.
Oh, thigh.
Leg. Yeah.
Thighs, yeah.
Like a giant chicken wing.
Buns and thighs.
Yeah, like a drumstick, but it's like 3 foot long because it's my leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that movie, there's I don't know, 5 or 6, maybe more than that. Anyway, they have the dead people. They're all frozen because it's negative 15 degrees outside, and they're all just face down in the snow. And they just go over there with a knife and just start cutting chunks of butt and eating them. That's what they do.
So how do you recover from that? Like, is there enough therapy?
I'll tell you how. You become a severe alcoholic.
Yeah, suppressing the feelings, yeah.
You don't recover from that. That's how.
Maybe gambling's the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gamble away everything you own, become a severe alcoholic, and die, at 50.
Yeah.
You can't have PTSD on something that you don't remember.
Can't have PTSD if you're dead either, I guess, to Pete's point.
Very true.
Just fast track yourself into...
I'll tell you what, though, those guys seem to be okay with what happened because, they made a movie about it, and if you've ever seen the movie, I think it's after the movie's over with, they have interviews with the actual survivors, and they're in their, 50s at that point. And they talk about it, and they seem to be fairly normal.
That would suck, though. Imagine getting out of that situation and then at some point in your life dying from, not from that situation specifically, but getting so drunk that you die, and then somebody comes in and eats your ass too.
It just comes full circle. Solid. Yeah. Well, the real crazy thing would be to survive a plane crash, live in sub-freezing temperatures for 50 days, eat your friend's butt to survive, and then you finally make it home and you're safe and you walk out your front door and get hit by a bus,
Yeah.
After all that.
I'd be pissed at God. Like, really? Yeah. You saved me from that?
The thing is, since we're on the topic of God, the idea is that immediately when you die, your soul leaves your body. So it's it's still your body, but your soul has left it. So now it's just a body belonging to somebody.
So you can watch someone eat your butt as you're ascending.
So have you heard this?
You could, but that wasn't the point I was getting at.
I saw this on Twitter, so it's got to be true. So apparently, Russia has developed some way to track the soul after you die. Okay. So they figured out a way to track your electrical. So obviously, your physical body when you die just becomes worm food. It's nothing. It's just a vessel for the soul or the spirit, whatever, or the electric vibrations, whatever. Mm-hmm. So they found a way to track this one woman. I think it was a woman that volunteered to be a part of this study in Russia, they did this to her, however they do it. I forget what it is. Something they inject into her. And she died. And they lost the signal for a while. And then eventually, like a couple months later, they found the signal, and it was in some galaxy like 4 billion light years away.
It was in a galaxy far, far away.
It was in a galaxy far, far away. So the question is that what is that galaxy? Do we all go to that galaxy, or just her? And is that galaxy quote unquote heaven, Ballard? Or maybe it's hell. I don't know.
How did they lose connection halfway through? Were they using DirecTV?
No. Oh, according to this guy, who's obviously right on Twitter, when the soul left the body, when she died, it traveled faster than the speed of light, which is supposed to be impossible. So they couldn't keep up with it until it had stopped, and then they finally caught up with it. But by that time, it was billions of light years away.
How could they get a signal from it if it was billions of light years away?
I don't know, Ballard. I don't know, Vic.
Yeah. Our technology is focused on the right things. We can't track the speed of light yet, but I can make Rec Talk sing a Kanye song. So,
well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm super excited about going to that galaxy when I die. So,
well, the signal would have to travel faster than the speed of light back to them if it's billions of light years away. Otherwise, it would take billions of years for anyone to detect the signal from that galaxy.
The next thing you're going to do is tell me the Earth's a sphere. I don't want to hear that.
I think we should just all form our own different headcanon on what happens after we die. Just everybody has a different take.
72 virgins, yeah, something like that.
So yeah, I mean, I've never seen that, but yeah.
Where are you finding this, by the way? I want to look at this because this is hysterical.
Are you talking about me? Talking to me?
Yeah.
Let me see. I hope I liked it, because I thought about you actually when I read it.
Was it written by L. Ron Hubbard?
No.
Okay, it sounds like it.
Let me. I hope I do have it, because I want you guys to hear it from the guy who actually said it.
What I would pay for somebody to ask Dabo that question.
What happens after we die?
Something like that, yeah. But I feel like it should be a little bit more than that. Something that would get your brain thinking.
All right, so it was sent to another galaxy. Okay.
Damn it, I didn't like it. What's wrong with me?
Damn, Pete. Because this is good.
It was good. And he was so convincing. He almost had me believing him by the end of this thing.
We detected the signal.
He started out by going, I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. This is real. And I'm like, okay, what's he talking? And then he went down that whole rabbit hole. I'm like, what?
Yeah, sounds legit to me.
Yeah.
So, I guess somehow, I don't know how soul is tied to electrical signals in the brain, but we'll go with it.
Damn it, I don't have it.
You need. I'm really disappointed.
I am too, actually. I'm disappointed in myself. I deserve to be shamed for this.
Shame. Get the bells. Shame. I mean, this kind of sounds like, what was that movie where they basically did something like this? They would die and hook electrodes up to your brain, and then you could see the afterlife or something.
Yeah.
It was with Robert Redford? Who was in it?
Are we talking about quantum level movement?
Oh, geez.
I don't know. All I know is this: whatever this science is that this guy was talking about, it's Russian based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Russian science.
It's the quantum waves, man. It's breaking the entanglement wave function.
Some kind of quantum shit, yeah.
Yeah, whenever you try and shoehorn some bullshit in, people are like, quantum, bro.
No, remote viewing's different. This is an actual physical thing that I'm talking about. Like
it's been quantified, yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand anything that's happening anymore, so I'll do the smart thing and just stop thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what most people do on the internet, so.
I stopped doing that a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
You're late.
the college football channels, if you think too hard, all you're doing is screwing yourself in the end.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start searching myself. Soul goes to.
Yeah. See if you can find something on it.
Another galaxy. Russian though.
Yeah, Russian.
Christina Bruno DeLola? Does that ring a bell?
They did say it was a woman that volunteered to have this done to her.
Okay, this is on Instagram, and I can't view it unless I have Instagram because I'm a normal person. I don't have Instagram. I see a Reddit post. That seems pretty legit. Did you find this Russian soul thing dumb? No. What is this guy? This guy is a cynic.
Would you just...
Someone link the article. Come on.
Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here, that's it. Russian scientists release what happens after you pass away. This is it.
All right.
Hold on. I found it. I found it.
Make sure you bookmark it.
How do I share this for you guys to see on StreamYard?
You have to present it. So I think in the maybe three dots.
Present. Wait, no. Now, when I played that Trump thing earlier, you saw it on StreamYard, right?
No.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't looking.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So how did I do that?
Gotta do share screen.
All right, here's what I'll do. Yeah. I think I can figure this out here. Live screen view.
Well, I think it was that Ballard shared his screen.
Oh yeah. But I still think.
You gotta click where it says present or invite.
All right. Present. Share screen. Instagram. There it is. Share. You see it now?
Oh yeah, it's on Instagram.
Yes.
Which is weird because I don't have an Instagram account.
Why is Mark Zuckerberg's brother on here then?
This is the guy who's about to tell you the story. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Right,
I'm gonna mute.
He's gonna make you a believer. I'm telling you. You just don't know yet.
Confirm that they now know what happens to you after you die. I'm not talking about your body. That's just fucking worm food. We all know that. I mean, your spirit, if you like, your consciousness. I read it on the Russian version of Google last night called Yandex. I don't know why this is not all over fucking media right now. I've not slept a wink. So, if you don't know, Russia's largest tech company, Vladtech, have spent the last 10 years creating an interface to your brain that somehow embeds a code into every atom of you. So when you die, they can then locate that code within you, and it's like an Apple AirTag, but on a more expensive, grander level. So they can basically see where your electricity, spirit, and memories go to. And they call it a SIC code, soul identity code or something like that. And what they just discovered was fucking mind-blowing. So the first volunteer who passed away, they followed his code, but lost it because it was travelling faster than anything they can record. An hour later, when the computers caught up and refreshed, if you like, the SIC code settled in another galaxy called, I've written it down somewhere, Jade's GS-Z140, which is over 1 billion light years away. It's one of the furthest galaxies that we know of. This is life-changing for us all, of human beings. I cannot believe no one's talking about this. And apparently the scientists don't know why it stopped there. Do we all go there? You know, what's it doing there? It's... I'm speechless.
I believe him.
You know, I was going to say before he started talking that he looked a whole lot like Lane Kiffin, and that would have explained a lot.
Yeah, we got the signal from the galaxy, and they said, why didn't Ole Miss make the playoffs?
There you go. There you go.
So, wow, huh?
Yeah, I mean... First, you would need to define what is a soul. And how are you detecting the soul? If you could just do that, you would win a Nobel Prize.
I think he was using the word soul for just lack of a better term for your electrical impulse of life of your body.
So what else?
How do you detect that across the galaxy if it's just an electrical impulse?
Listen, I'm not a scientist. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he does.
In other news, did y'all see GTA 6 got delayed again?
Till 2026. What, May of 2026?
Yeah, May 26. We're gonna see the hype trailer for EA College Football 27 before that comes out.
Okay, so we're not getting a new college football game this summer.
No, we are.
Yeah, we are.
I'm just saying we're gonna see the hype trailer for the next one after that.
Have they announced who's going to be on the cover of the new football game?
I've seen the deluxe cover, and it's just a bunch of people standing around.
Should be Shadua.
Mascots.
No, well, I thought Travis Hunter was on there last year.
Should be both of them. Who else had their numbers retired this
Doesn't it have to be somebody who's playing this year, though?
It should be, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's going to be, if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Jeremiah Smith. They're already talking about making him the first 100 overall.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. They're saying he's the best. They're basically saying he's the best wide receiver of all time.
Yeah, I know.
He's very obviously not yet.
Did you guys? I talked about this at the beginning of the show, which was now almost 5 hours or over 5 hours ago. Did you see that Josh Peete picked Clemson to win the national championship this year?
Josh Peete did?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Honestly, that's far from the most outlandish thing I've seen. But if they do fall short of expectations,
well,
about it.
The fact that he did makes me feel like now they're not going to. Like, I would have rather him not picked that.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. I'd feel the exact
But
same way.
He did some sort of he's got some sort of scientific formula he used to do this. It wasn't just his opinion. So, according to him, the 2026 mock draft, or a series of them, if you put them into a computer, he's basically saying that Clemson has the most first and second round talent in the next year's draft. So that means, therefore, they're the most talented team overall this year. So they should win the national championship. Now, I don't agree with that. I don't even think that the most talented team wins every year. I'm not even saying that Clemson does have the most talented team at all. So there is that. But even if they did, that doesn't guarantee that they're going to win a national title. You know?
Yeah, there's a lot of other variables in that. And I guess their schedule, I don't know what your schedule looks like. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he doesn't say what goes into his quote-unquote algorithm, right?
No, it's just, it's like Skip Bayless, just a word salad. That's what it is.
It's going to be hard for them to do that, but I think the way the schedules line up in the regular season, I can see Clemson getting a 1 or 2 seed in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think their over/under win total in Vegas is it's either 9.5 or 10.
Yeah, because I think Clemson's got a very favorable run in the ACC. Obviously, the SEC and the Big Ten are going to cannibalize themselves. So it all depends on what happens with the Big 12, and it's the Big 12, so naturally they're going to beat the hell out of everybody. We don't even know who the best team in there is going to be or how good they're going to be.
Josh Pete's giving Clemson fans hope. No, look. No, I don't think so. I don't like the fact that he said it. So
he's just giving his. I mean, it's really hard right now to decipher who can win the championship this season. Like, there's no team out there that's like well above everybody else, even in the team department. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess that's a good thing to come out of NIL, is that it feels like, it's really, really hard to decipher who the best team is in the off season.
Clemson's schedule look like? Well, they got to play LSU week 1. They got to play South Carolina at the end of the year. And then as far as tough games in the ACC, we do play Georgia Tech this year, which I think Georgia Tech's going to be one of the best teams in the ACC this year. We obviously play Florida State, NC State, who's dog shit. We played North Carolina on the road, the Fighting Bill Belichick's.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I wish we played them.
By the way, Rec, you said something on your latest video. I watched it while I was walking to class, and it caught me so off guard. You said not only is Bill Belichick going to be a bad hire, but you said he's going to be the worst coaching hire in history. Do you stand by that? I mean, you said you stand by that. So.
By the way,
that's a pretty bold statement.
I said that before any of this girlfriend nonsense happened, too.
Yeah. That's a pretty bold statement, though. In the history of history is what you said?
Yeah.
I do think it's going to be a disaster. I don't know if he's going to be the worst coaching hire in the history, though. That's a pretty...
I guess it depends on what you mean by that, but I'm just saying for what they're paying him and because North Carolina's in a position where this has to work. This Bill Belichick thing has to work right now for them, especially with the conference realignment and all this other nonsense. That's part of the reason they hired him. So if he just falls on his ass and he, I don't know, wins 4 games or whatever, and he never pans out, and his girlfriend, and then let's say on top of that, his girlfriend does crazy shit, like, I don't know, release confidential UNC emails like she's already done with their press corporation or whatever. I think it could be. And I think the fact that his girlfriend is nutted up like this is evidence that I could be right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you 100%. I do think it's going to be a complete disaster. What do you guys think the chances are that and there is at least a small chance of this, that he doesn't even make it through the season? Something happens. Or that you think they've given him so much money in that contract that they have to stick with him no matter what, like no matter how bad it is.
There's a way out.
I think that's how it's going to go. I
think you're right, because he could do things that get fired for cause.
Yeah.
First of all, her already being on these emails is running in that direction. And she's already on Instagram said something to the effect of like, yeah, I think she's already talked about some confidential UNC stuff.
I think it's going to end up, it could very well end up like Kenny Burns or Troy Taylor, where he sucks really bad in the season. They have him stick around. They say, this is our guy. We're going to stick with him. And then something comes out in the middle of the offseason, then he gets fired sometime in March.
Yeah, because I think that, the football team I think will be terrible, but I don't think they'll fire him because the football team's terrible. I think they'll have to fire him for something that's not related to actual football. Like,
yeah.
And if that does happen, holy hell, what a fall from grace.
Well, he's fallen.
I mean, obviously he's fallen pretty far, yeah, but like you once led, one of the probably biggest franchises in the NFL to multiple Super Bowls, and here you are now stuck in a third-rate ACC program with the chance of getting fired in the very first season.
Yeah.
But only if your girlfriend lets you.
Well, think about this. Every good player on their defense has hit the portal.
Yeah.
5-star defensive tackle, gone. Had another 5-star guy gone. Who have they gotten in the portal?
I don't even know. I think they got one guy, but
they've actually
they got
a lot. They've gotten a lot of people from the transfer portal, but in terms of net benefit, I think they've lost out on.
Didn't they pay what's the quarterback's name they got paid him for like $4 million or something?
Yeah, Darian Mensah from Tulane.
Right.
He's got the biggest NIL deal of any. His is bigger than Nico's was at Tennessee.
Yeah, because that was their problem. It's not like they haven't had first-round quarterback talent for like 8 years. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's tough. He's gonna leave. It's not gonna happen this year.
Why would he leave? I mean, they're paying him. What are they paying him? $11 million a year? $10 million a year?
Yeah, but when you're getting paid that much, all you want is more. Guarantee he's gonna ask for more. Then they're not gonna do it. And then he's gonna.
Well, he wouldn't ask for more if he, 5 and 7.
His girlfriend might ask for him, though.
There you go. Yeah. It'll be something. There's always something. Some random bullshit tomfoolery happens, and then he leaves.
So weird, man. He's rich enough. He'd have like a smoking hot 40-year-old. I mean, like a dime piece.
Well, if their offense,
and he's got this fucking 26-year-old brat running around telling him what to say and what not to say. Fuck that.
Yeah.
He said that's her job in his statement, though.
Well, he must be. Like, I bet he likes to be like punched or something when they're in the bed too, like beat up, and she like dominates him. He probably like gets down on his knees and like barks like a dog and shit.
Yeah, he gets pegged for sure.
For your daily ball crushing, yes, buddy.
Not the stiletto heels. No. Okay,
man.
I'll make you CEO of my company. I'll do it. Which he did, and if you didn't know, he has Belichick Productions. She's the CEO of it.
Oh my God.
University of CBT.
How long before she writes a tell-all book about him?
That's the other problem. If they break up, how likely is it she accuses him of some nonsense?
Yeah.
What's more likely to happen? She hits the transfer portal, or their quarterback does?
She's not hitting the transfer portal until that gravy train runs out.
Do you think she's in his will already?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Baby, I love you so much. You know what would really show me you love me? Let's go work on that will.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question in the chat. Do you think that she's pressuring him for marriage without a prenup?
Oh, she's not going to do a prenup.
No. Hell no.
I mean, he said that it's going that direction, I want to say. I could be wrong, but...
He did?
Let me look that up. I could be wrong on that, but...
Yo, boy, that'd be the biggest mistake he ever made. And he's made a lot.
Maybe they could get married at halftime of the Clemson game.
If Bill Belichick's going to marry that girl at Clemson game, I'm driving my happy ass up to Chapel Hill and going to that game. I mean, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity there.
Be beautiful. You'd have to go. You don't play him this year, Rick. Damn, that's right.
I would walk down on the field with a giant bag of rice and just start throwing rice at him.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? During this entire time, I don't know if he's on the staff anymore. I keep looking. I think his name's still there, but Jeff Collins being at North Carolina while all this shit's going down.
You said he was on an advisory role. I mean, to me, I can't think of two guys that are more polar opposite in how they approach coaching.
And why would anybody want advice from Jeff Collins anyway?
Yeah, I mean, he retired a Hall of Fame coach, basically.
I mean, that's even worse than me having Ballard as my spiritual advisor.
Yeah, at least he's not going to do any real damage to you, like get beat by JMU or something.
Damn, that's 74 put up on you by a president. How do you come back from that?
Yeah, and then Collins had a press conference where he said, the players text me. They said it weren't my fault. It's okay.
What's Belichick's son's role on the team? Is he assistant coach?
He's the DC.
He's the DC? Okay.
I believe so. I don't know that they've made that official yet, though. That's the other weird thing with North Carolina right now is they're really cagey about a lot of it. Like, he won't comment on North Carolina publicly, period. That's part of the reason that interview was so awkward. Like, a lot of North Carolina fans are like, oh, my God, they set him up, blah, blah, blah. Well, he refused to talk about anything but his book, which she is in.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The more we talk about this, the more convinced I am that North Carolina is getting ready to be this year's clown of the season. Last year, it was Florida State.
Yeah, they might take the torch from Florida State, yeah.
There's a lot of similarities. Remember last year when they're like, oh, all this stuff with Florida State, all that off-the-field stuff, that don't affect what happened, the product on the field. Remember when they told us that?
Yeah.
Sometimes it does.
Well,
and this looks worse.
Yeah, Florida State's status in the circus, the clown of the season, a lot of that was reinforced by their off-season shenanigans. And here's North Carolina doing pretty much the exact same thing, other than maybe Colorado.
I was going to say, Colorado was the clown of the country in 23, Florida State 24. Now I think it's time to pass the torch to North Carolina for 25.
Yeah, and you know what the difference is, though? Florida State wasn't fucking their problem.
No.
Yeah. God, what a mess! What a mess we're gonna be in for. I'm looking forward to seeing.
I'm looking forward to the. You know what a great scandal would be, is if we found out that Bill Belichick's girlfriend was cheating on Bill with his son.
Oh my God!
Dear Lord!
Like the Ole Miss situation, but better.
Oh, another thing is that I forgot to mention is that this is like a parallel to Florida State, because like they did, if North Carolina is starting the season in week 0 in Dublin, Ireland.
Hold on. Oh yeah, who are they playing?
TCU.
TCU. Okay.
That's in Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got another video to make. This is great.
No, I do think it's in September, so I actually do think that's week 1, but it's still in Ireland, and it's a night game too.
Yeah.
How happy is Florida State right now with this Belichick stuff?
Yeah, they asked Belichick's girlfriend. They're like, "Do you want to go to Ireland and find a pot of gold?" She goes, "I already did. We go to Ireland for that."
I got my own little leprechaun right here.
Yeah.
How tall is Belichick? He's kind of short, isn't he?
I don't know if it's hard to tell how tall he is. He's frumpy, but you can be tall and be frumpy too.
We'll see. How tall is Bill?
What a shit show this is going to be. They play TCU week 1, and then week 4 they go on the road to Central Florida, face off against Scott Frost.
He's 5'11", so he probably looks short in comparison to 6'5" defensive lineman.
Yeah. Like I said, he's frumpy.
Yeah, he doesn't have great posture. That's for sure.
It's hard to have great posture as an 80-year-old man.
Yeah, but even when he was an 80, he didn't have great posture. And he always dresses like a 13-year-old. You know. Like what's he doing?
Going to gym class.
Wearing a fucking pullover hoodie with cut-off sleeves that has holes in it?
Yeah, like in his interview, it's like, bro, that's what you wore?
Boy, we're in for a big-time college tank bowl at the end of the year, and then they've got to play NC State, North Carolina, and NC State at the end of the season. Gift that keeps on giving right there.
Yeah.
What are the odds that both, like, not just one, but both are going to have interim coaches by that time that game's played?
Who, NC State and North Carolina?
Yeah.
Why would NC State fire Dave Dorn?
Because I think they're going to be that bad this year.
Well, they're almost always bad.
But no, I think they're going to be like bad, so bad that they're going to have to.
You're talking about like a Florida State situation from last year, or
3-9 or something.
It's going to be ugly. Their schedule is really hard, and they're terrible. It's going to be really bad. I see them only winning like 3 or 4 games.
So I have mixed feelings on this. Like, watching NC State flounder and just be a complete and total failure gives me some sort of joy inside. But I also don't want Dave Dorn to be fired, because then, I want him to be there forever.
Yeah, their bowl game last year, they played East Carolina, and East Carolina beat them in the bowl game. Guess who they're starting out with for 2025?
Yeah.
East Carolina. Then they got to play Virginia. They got to play on the road at Wake Forest and on the road at Duke. They're only winning one of those games. They got to play Virginia Tech. They got to go on the road to Pitt and Notre Dame. They got to play Georgia Tech at home, not winning that one probably. And then on top of that, they also play Miami on the road. So
they play Clemson too, right?
No, not NC State.
They don't?
They don't.
Don't y'all play every year?
I thought we played every year.
Not this year.
Well, what? So did we until last year, though. I mean, everything's upside down with the conferences.
I thought the 2 teams that Clemson played every year, no matter what, were NC State and Florida State. Am I wrong about that?
They did away with that. They redid it.
Oh, they redid it since last year?
I could be wrong again, but I'm pretty sure.
Because
you were one of ours.
Yeah. You do play Florida State. Clemson does play Florida State, but they don't play NC State, not this year.
Because I remember when they first did away with the divisions, and we had the ACC show, and Sea-Dog was up in arms, as he should be, about how Georgia Tech has 0 teams that they're guaranteed to play every year, but Clemson had 2. And the 2 were NC State and Florida State.
Well, they play Georgia every year.
Well, I'm talking about in conference.
Yeah, it's not a conference thing.
Yeah. But yeah, looking at the schedule, you might be now because you do play them again this year.
That was one of the best games of the season last year, Georgia Tech and Georgia.
Great game. But yeah, ended out in the worst way imaginable.
It was also one of the best live streams I ever saw too. Him and Sea-Dog. Yeah.
That was, dude, like, if I had to choose hell or do that again, I would choose hell. That was awful.
Well, I guess that was just the football gods paying you back for what happened the year before that. Because I sometimes I'll periodically go back and watch your Miami stream, or Sea-Dog's Miami stream, basically the Hail Mary.
What do you mean God's paying us back? God's doing a lot of paying back to me over the years. I haven't seen the great.
Oh, I forgot. Clemson host SMU this year too.
Yeah, I think SMU takes a step back. I know a lot of people, for whatever reason, a lot of media people are high on SMU.
Yeah, I think that was an.
Go ahead.
What happened last year was an anomaly with them.
Well,
right now, I think the biggest surprise from the conference is it's going to be Pittsburgh. That's what I think.
Why?
I really like Mike Holstein. He's good.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot of weapons coming in for him. I think Pitt. I think Pitt has a really good rebound.
Did you see who was at the Pittsburgh football facility yesterday?
Who?
Dabo Swinney.
Of course.
Up there.
What was he doing?
I don't know. He's up there chit-chatting and rubbing arms with Pat Narduzzi for some reason. I don't know why he was. That's a good question. I honestly don't know why he was there.
Teaching him about the good news, I guess.
I don't know.
Have you heard the great word of God?
Maybe he's trying to sabotage.
You think he was doing like a Trojan horse type deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Dabo is the type of person to do that.
I don't know. He would be a genius if he did.
Yeah. I mean, the best spies are the guys you'd never know about.
Exactly.
He's part of some government agency.
Yeah, Dabo works for the CIA.
I think it's a good question, though. Why was he there? I don't
know. That's weird.
I mean, were there like recruits there?
I don't know.
Could have just been a greeting.
Maybe maybe he was in Pittsburgh for some other reason, and he was just like, "Hey, I'm gonna, swing in on my buddy Pat." I don't know.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, Pat. I did see a picture of them together, though. LW says he was checking on his car warranty. Well, that's believable.
Yeah, I believe it. Maybe it's just one of those friendly meetings. Like they're like, "Hey, you want to go out for golf or something?" And then that's what they did, something like that. Because Dabo definitely seems like the type of person who would go up to another head coach and be like, "Hey, want to go play a round of golf?" And that's exactly what he did.
Who do you think wins in golf between Pat and Dabo?
Listen, so I found an article on it right here.
All right, what does it say?
Let's see here. Clemson's head coach Dabo Swinney greets Pitt head coach Pat Narduzzi. According to a photo posted on social media today, Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney was in town to visit the Pitt Panthers. So he went there. Yeah. He went there to visit them. What?
You're reading the Sports Illustrated article, right? Because I read through that, and all it says is that he met there, and he said, well, Pat said, "Thanks for visiting, Coach Swinney. See you at ACC meetings in a few weeks," and that's really it.
So he's going to meet him in a few weeks anyway?
Yeah, that's the only quote. It just says there's a picture of the two of them in the Pitt, football facility. It says quote, thanks for visiting Coach Sweeney. See you at ACC meetings in a few weeks. That's it.
I want him to do that for Shane Beamer. You think that'll ever happen?
I like that Dabo. This is like a sort of a sneak flex here. So Pat Narduzzi just has his Pittsburgh Panthers, golf shirt on. Dabo Sweeney's wearing a college football playoff Clemson shirt. Like, hey, motherfucker, you don't have one of these, do you?
So you just went up there to troll? Pat
He went up there to troll him with the college football playoff shirt.
Of course. What an ass.
Couldn't do this over the phone. Had to come up here personally.
Yeah, it is weird though.
You probably asked him, hey, remember that one time y'all were 7-0? It's kind of hard to remember that Pitt literally started out 7-0, almost in the top 10, and then they lost 6 in a row.
Yeah.
It would be hard for me to come back from that if that ever happened to me.
Do they have bad blood? No, I don't think Narduzzi and Dabo have bad blood. I don't think a lot of coaches. Dabo's, he's one of these guys that's friends with everybody. I think he downplays his relationship with Dave Doran. I don't think Dave Doran likes him at all. But outside of that, like, maybe, what's his face from Florida State?
Mike Norvell.
Yeah, Norvell, because of that whole thing that happened during COVID.
Oh, yeah. You probably know that.
And now that Gus Malzahn's there, that's just going to add fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
The old Gus bus.
But outside of that, I think Dabo's probably like buddy-buddy with pretty much all the ACC coaches, if I had to guess. It's easy to be buddy-buddy when you're dominating the conference for so long,
Yes. All right, I got to hop off here, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, see you later, Rec. Hey, Don't forget to watch that movie tonight.
All right, well, yeah, I got to skedaddle on out of here too, Pete, but I appreciate you letting me on as always, buddy.
Yes, I actually have to go too, so it's perfect timing.
Oh, great.
All right, see you later, Squid.
See you, man.
All right, well, that's going to do it for me as well. Almost 6 hours here on the Midday Show. I was trying to make up for lost time. I didn't do a show on Monday or Wednesday for various reasons, so did an extended one today. Now, bad news is, and also I'm trying to make up for Monday because I won't be here on Monday. I should be good to go next Wednesday and Friday, but Monday I won't be here. So if I don't talk to you between now and next week, everybody have a great weekend and an even better Friday. Thank you.